sibongile member of Eswatini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a new member of PAP, and it's my first time to be here. My question is there any funding of activities expected from PAP? Because some of these activities are not a priority in our countries, and we have to introduce them. So the motion that is being said, I found it that I support it because I'm expecting PAP to have the budget for these caucuses. That's why I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Stuki Motsa, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Senator Stuki Motsa from Eswatini. I also support the motion that says the Southern Caucus should also be funded.
Mr. President, point of procedure? Yes, point of procedure. Mr. President, I think it's becoming now like we are not respecting ourselves. I think in any parliament, when you are contributing, you have to stand up. And I've seen members that are seated and thank you. Thank you. I didn't notice that Honorable Stuki actually debating or seated. Honorable Stuki, I didn't notice that. Please comply with the rules.
Apologies, Honorable President. It's because I saw everybody seated when they were submitting, so I thought it was the trend. Apologies. Like I had introduced myself, I am Senator Stuki Motsa from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I also support the motion that the Southern Caucus also has to be funded, because if you get funding from a source that is not yours, whatever you do, you do it of the person that has funded you. That will compromise the decisions or make, and it will also compromise your impartiality. So I would urge that the House supports this motion. I duly submit, Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable Elizabeth Masuku.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Mr. President, regional caucuses are the backbone of Africa integration. Dedicated funding will enable them to effectively coordinate policies, promote economic development, and enhance peace and security. It's time for the AU, African Union, to prioritize PAP funding and allocate the necessary resources. PAP must establish stakeholders in region caucuses that can chip in when funding is needed. And also, unity is needed in our caucuses. United we stand, divided we fall. I support this motion. I thank you.
Honorable Fatu.
Mauta, Njai, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also add my humble voice in supporting this motion. It is in order because it ensures that we adhere to the protocols in the Constitutive Act of the AU. It ensures full participation of, to ensure the full participation of the African people by bringing the assembly closer to the people. We work in different caucuses, and these caucuses need to be funded so that they can come closer to the people. If everybody knows about the work that they do as a caucus, it will enhance adherence in those regions. We have seen the work of the West African caucus and the level of adherence in that region. And I think for that reason, I give my support to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya Chad. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, the motion seeks two things. The first thing is a clarification on how the regional caucuses are funded. So maybe, and this clarification is specific from the motion, the clarification is sought from the Bureau. So maybe, Mr. President, at some point, we may need that clarification. The second thing that this motion is seeking is to implore the Bureau to ensure equitable funding to regional caucuses. Again, Mr. President, maybe when you're giving the clarification, you might want to say something on that. But generally speaking, Mr. President, I support this motion from Professor Kamar. And the thing is, we need money, we need resources, honorable members, to hold these caucuses. In the eastern area of this continent, where we come from, I know that regional issues are arising, and these are security issues. We here in PAP have talked and supported parliamentary diplomacy. In fact, His Excellency, the President of PAP, has spoken about this, that at the level of the executive, presidents to presidents, ministers to ministers, they are doing their bit. But also, parliamentarians from Africa can go to these countries which are having regional strifes to talk sense into warring parties as independent interventionists. So, Mr. Speaker, we need these monies to carry out some of these extremely important functions that can only be done very well by Pan-African Parliament. So it is not just a matter of meeting, but just going to give confidence to a nation, just going to talk to different countries and tell them, look, parliamentarians, we are from different parts of Africa here. In fact, we are your members. We are asking that you play a role in bringing peace in this area. So, Mr. Speaker, the funding is required. Where I am not agreeing with some of our colleagues who have spoken with respect is that they are questioning if another member or if another source brings in the funding for these activities. I think we should not have a problem with that. What we need to do is to agree through this motion to structure the funding so that the funds, so that they don't seem to maybe seek to influence this parliament in a negative manner. I seek that we should not refuse these funds if they come, but they should be taken to the Bureau so that the Bureau can equitably allocate the funds to the various caucuses. And if the funds are not sufficient, Mr. President, my plea is that if you have this year funded Southern and Northern caucus, maybe the next year we should be looking at other regions, other regional caucuses to benefit from the funds. I think we should not be restrictive. Let us open our hands to any person who is willing to support us, but it should be structured in the manner that it should go to the Bureau, and then the Bureau can then allocate to the regional caucuses. But we should not say that we don't want this money because it is coming from wherever it is. If it comes to a central place where the President and the rest of the Bureau can allocate it, then we should not have a problem. Mr. President, I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Good morning, Mr. Presiding, and good morning to colleagues. I am very much privileged this morning to be one of the discussants with respect to the debate on the motion. Mr. Presiding, when communications are ambiguous, it creates misinterpretation. People interpret their own ways. The issue of the motionless communication, she fell short to tell this August body, since indeed they are not being sponsored allegedly by this PAC, which one of the missions that they have carried out successfully or not successfully that was squarely relied on benevolence, as she mentioned. She needs to state that clearly as of evidence that she had not been supported. Two, her rating of formal communication to the leadership of PAC, making requisition of a specific mission that the PAC had not intervened. These are the inquiry that we want the proponents of this communication to tell this August body. And more besides, I believe also based on the intent and the content and the direction of this communication, it also implies that the leadership, one way or other, is insensitive allegedly to the plight of the people of the Southern, Northern, and Eastern region with respect to budget fundings. She was clear by giving an empirical facts about how the Western region and the Southern region, East and Central region, went on a mission and were successful. How did the budget come about, whether it was funded by PAC or it was funded by regional source, and all these things were not mentioned. So we would like for the motionless to please tell us which one of the mission they have ever went on and make a requisition to this PAC, and they were unattended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Luther Sandy Collins, Liberia.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Luther Sandy Collins, members of Parliament, Republic of Liberia. I'm grateful to stand before this Okobale in participation of this great discussion. Even though my being here these few days, I've been down because of climate change, and I'm not too well, but I've made it my business to be here. I also want to agree with my colleagues that our colleagues should have specified directly as to what are those negative that we need to know. Of course, we can better address instead of just opening or open blanket message to this other body. So not to go far, I would want her to be keen whenever she decides to give forth deliberation so that others' body will be careful as to how to handle the global activities as we go forward. I want to say thank you so much. And I take this time to let the floor be open to another person. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nikas Fagnon Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. On m'appelle Nikez Kochami Fagnon du Parlement béninois. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais saluer l'initiative du financement des caucus régionaux, des groupes régionaux. Mes collègues prédécesseurs ont abordé des aspects. Je m'en voudrais de ne pas revenir sur le rôle que jouent les caucus régionaux. Quand vous prenez simplement le plaidoyer, ce qui nous a été rapporté par le caucus de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, quand vous prenez l'activité réalisée par le caucus de l'Afrique centrale, en tout cas au Tchad, quand vous voyez les enjeux et les défis à relever par rapport à l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, quand vous voyez naturellement comment est-ce que l'Union africaine même néglige le fait qu'elle a l'avantage d'avoir des points d'ancrage, nous devrons vraiment faire en sorte que les caucus régionaux puissent fonctionner. Si ces caucus régionaux ne fonctionnaient pas, on ne parlera pas justement, on ne fera pas appliquer, on ne fera pas ratifier des protocoles et traités, on ne pourra pas faire connaître toutes les décisions judicieuses qui se prennent au niveau de la conférence des chefs d'État et des organes de l'Union africaine. Monsieur le Président, c'est important que les caucus régionaux soient financés pour l'autre raison que, en réalité, nous sommes les représentants du peuple africain. Et c'est le moment que, à travers les caucus régionaux, nous puissions nous rapprocher davantage de ce peuple. Nous connaissons plus le langage du peuple parce que nous sommes issus du peuple. Il est plus facile de passer par nous pour régler ou prévenir les conflits tels que ça se pose aujourd'hui que de monter des groupes qui n'ont pas notre encyclopédie. Nous sommes des parlementaires et nous avons une mission. Et notre mission, nous sommes des ambassadeurs. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais toutefois attirer l'attention sur ce qui suit. D'accord, le plus dur n'est pas financer les caucus régionaux. Mais le plus dur, c'est de rendre les caucus régionaux en capacité, même le pape.
Thank you. 1 minute, you're right. Okay.
Donc, Monsieur le Président, c'est de rendre en capacité de planification, d'élaborer des activités qui soient en complémentarité, en subsidiarité, des activités justement, et de nous mettre dans la culture des résultats, la gestion axée sur les résultats à travers les caucus, avec le reporting. Et ça rendra visible le pape et nous rendra crédibles. Merci beaucoup.
Honorable Majimbo Kalasinga, Kenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this time to debate on this motion. Mr. President, I'll first start by asking myself questions right on this floor of the House. That how magnanimous can I be to the level of sponsoring a caucus meeting without my personal interest if the money I'm sponsoring was hard-earned? That's my question, Mr. Speaker. When you come to this House, as we debate, Mr. Speaker, caucuses are a property of PAP. Caucuses are owned by PAP, and they must be funded procedurally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, if you look at how yesterday we were listening, Mr. President, the report of the youth on drugs and how they are affecting our continent. Mr. President, we must also know that some of these funders or donors must be made public, because some of them are fighting back what we are fighting against. We must know, Mr. President, if there is a source of money sponsoring a caucus, where has that money come from? Is it from PAP? If you are magnanimous enough, send money to PAP. Let PAP now designate the mandate. Because after the meeting of the caucuses, Mr. President, we must submit a report. We submit to who? The donor of the money or to PAP? Those are the questions we have to be given. And Mr. President, caucuses are equal. We must be equally funded. We must be given equal funding, Mr. President. And also we have to ask ourselves another question, that when the deal is too good, think twice. Supposing we are going to discuss you, and you are the donor of the caucus meeting. Shall we really discuss you? Mr. President, this is why we leave so many questions. And I support my sister professor for raising this salient motion on the floor of the House, to beware and clear of everything, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are so many sources. We can get sources, Mr. President, from any wrong people in the world. That is why we must be careful, and the PAP must go forward for purposes of having our goals achieved as PAP, and also as dignity and image. Mr. President, the dignity and image this House has must be seen in how we run. So whoever that wants to support this.
Thank you. Honorable Rahab Mukami, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like to support this motion, and I want to applaud my sister, Professor Kamal. Mr. President, first and foremost, I want to applaud the West Africa Caucus and Central Caucus, and I think this is where we are coming from as Eastern Caucus. Because since we joined this parliament, we've not done anything from our caucus. And as you know, all the disputes which were coming in this PAP, they were coming from Eastern Caucus. And that is why now we decided that we want to hear from you as the president of caucus. Why is Eastern Caucus not given money? We also need to know the procedure to be followed. And you know, Mr. President, rules should be followed to the letter. So it is a great concern, and that is why you can see members from Eastern Caucus, we are the ones who are trying to raise these issues so that we can know now, from now henceforth, what are we supposed to do. We don't want to be sponsored by the individuals, because the minute we start now getting funds from the individuals, we are going to be manipulated, and we are not going to do what we are supposed to do when we are in this parliament. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Tony Sbanse Sotini.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for granting me the floor to debate on this motion. I just stand to support this motion, Mr. President, and also want to thank the mover and the seconder of this motion, respectively. The reason why I want to debate this motion, Mr. President, is for two reasons. The first one is I'm a member of the Finance Committee, and secondly, I am a member of the Southern Caucasus region. Mr. President, I want to stand in support of the submission made by Honorable Mungatana, who is also a member of the Finance Committee, where he mentioned that the support should be accepted, from sponsors to regional caucuses. But I want to emphasize, Mr. President, that let's also be careful that these support by whosoever sponsor it is should not be routed through the caucuses, but should be routed through the Bureau, Mr. President, so that we know that the Bureau can be in a position to ascertain and vet the funder on his interest. Mr. President, my Prime Minister from the Kingdom of Eswatini made a very important submission or presentation on Monday, where he mentioned that let's make sure that we provide African solutions to African problems. And let us make sure that the dignity of this parliament is upheld by vetting every possible funder of any various interests. Mr. President, while appreciating the Western and Central Caucasus region for contributing to the advancement of the mandate of PAP by holding those meetings in Cape Verde and Cote d'Ivoire, pushing the Malabo Protocol, I want also to emphasize, Mr. President, that the Finance Committee is able, when they do the budget, they are able to allocate funds to the caucuses. And I just want to implore that the chairpersons of these caucuses, they need to stay closer with the Finance Committee to check on the progress, on the status of their budget. The Eastern Caucasus is submitted by Honorable Mokami from Kenya, really needs to be looked at closely, because if there are individuals who are perpetrating or funding caucus missions without a clear mandate from the Bureau, it is concerning, Mr. President. Otherwise, I stand to support this motion. I don't want to waste any time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, this brings the end to the list. Oh, yes. Yeah. It came late, yes. I'm saying it. Okay. Honorable Njong.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to acknowledge, Mr. President, that I'm proud to be coming from Central Africa, because if the Western Caucasus came after us because they copied what we did, which was good, it's not allowing much to say. Mr. President, before we reflected on holding a meeting in Chad, we sat in our caucus. At that time was Madame Kabila. Then this question came up. Do we end up just talking, or do something concrete to prove that we are planners and we are developers? And then we try to identify some of the issues that we had in the Central African sub-region that are very unique, and we decided to prioritize. The first was getting the other countries in the sub-region to sign the Malabo Protocol. The next one was development. We were able to look at the resources that we have in our area, and we discovered that we could identify the Congo Basin as an area where, if well exploited, we'll be able to at least harness energy, and that will be a plus to this parliament when it comes to climate change and other factors. The next one which we identified was getting a CIMAC sub-regional flight. Because we discovered that when you leave Cameroon, or you leave Central Africa, you go around the whole world before you get to Chad. So these are some of the elements that we identified. We even went as far as writing a project on the issue of the Congo Basin. And it had to end there because the resources were not there. So, Mr. President, if we are funding caucuses, it will be a wonderful thing for caucuses. I just want to say that we can add, apart from the political issues that we have to handle, these funds will go a long way to even make us come up with studies. We can use consultants for studies, and we'll have those studies in our pocket, in our bank, so that tomorrow we can draw from that bank and be able to see what we can do. If we go down to the Central Africa, to the eastern area of this continent, we will find something very unique that can unify the people, which we can take advantage of as a caucus to use that to project our image and even help the people of that area. And we can spread that effort all around the whole place. So, Mr. President, I rise to support that motion. It's a good motion. And if I were to go back to my own parliament, in every session, our committees are given funds unique to the committees. And I think that if we extend it to Pan-African Parliament, that will be able to help us. So thank you, Mr. President.
I think that brings us to the end. In terms of procedure, I should ask the mover of the motion, but a number of questions are directed to the Bureau, so the Bureau will have to respond. But at this stage, if Professor Kama, you have some comments, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I also thank the 14 members who have contributed to this motion. I have not had a decline. I have had support for this motion, and I want to thank them most sincerely. They have added value to what I brought in, and I would like to only clarify the areas that required clarification, specifically from my brothers from Liberia. May I mention that what informed this motion is the fact that the regional caucuses are actually a product of our rules. They are established in the rules, and they have been given functions in the rules. And one of the functions is that of promoting the programs and objectives of the African Union. And I will continue to really congratulate the Western Caucus and the Central Caucus for the wonderful work that they did. The reports that these two caucuses brought to us on Tuesday, opened our eyes, because we realized that you can actually go as a caucus and do and have a clear agenda and actually come up with resolutions that you can share. Also, the way they structured their meetings were very good, because we are not parliament. You are not the only 5 members of parliament that should be fighting for your member state. The other members of parliament should be involved. The committees that are relevant to our agenda should be involved, because, Mr. President, as you raised in your remarks earlier, that sometimes it is not even known what the role of the Pan-African Parliament is. And we need to be able to sell this continent, because we have all believed, as our heads of states have believed, that the unity of Africa is very important for us in this time and in this age. So that is very clear. Clarifications. My brother wanted a clarification of whether we have sought a mission or support and we have not received. Let me put it that the East African Caucus, the Eastern African Caucus, received support last in 2019. In 2019, there was a meeting in Nairobi, because we sought this information from our chair, we sought this information from our secretary, and we got information that it was 2019 when we were last supported in Nairobi. Now, when I look at what was also handled in Nairobi at that time, there are many other things that have taken place that require meetings to be more regular. And in my motion, I was asking for a clarification on first how the funding can be done. And once we know how the funding can be done and be done equitably, then we can program ourselves. I'm very happy to hear the response from Honorable Tony, who is a member of the Finance Committee, that actually you can budget for this. Because it is very urgent that we budget for regional caucuses. We cannot wait for the committee of the Executive Committee, Committee of Ministers to do this. They have no forum. It is the representatives of the people who have a forum, right, in the House of Parliament to talk to the whole Parliament and also to talk in the parliaments. We can access the regional caucus parliaments. We can go to the regional parliaments. We need to be able to speak because a lot of the agendas and the reports that we have discussed here are reports that should never end here. We need to move with them and we need to sell them. Yesterday we had a most emotive discussion, Mr. President, that you gave us time to go beyond the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock. Now, are we going to sit with that report here? We need to go out and warn our citizens that there is danger that is really encroaching our youth with this drugs and substance abuse. Which forum do we have? What forum do we have? The 5 members go to their houses and disappear into the committees of the national parliaments. So the sponsorship, my brother of Liberia, is very, very important, and we need to be very clear that there was nothing negative we are trying to address here except equitable funding. Let's allow equitable funding of all the caucuses. And let's redistribute the resources we have, whether it is ours or the funding that we are getting from the European Union, which we are told was not even finished, or if there is anybody who has any funding that they want to give for these caucuses, let everything go to this one basket in PFP, and then let's distribute and let's go. And with that, I am sure that we will change Africa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for those clarifications. And indeed, during the debate, the Bureau was requested also to make an input. I should state that Rule 83 provides for the existence of caucuses. I've met MPs who say we didn't know that caucuses are an institutional structure within the rules of PAP. Rule 83 and Rule 84. 83 provides for the establishment and the composition of regional caucuses. Rule 84 functions of regional caucuses, and the 85 other caucuses. What it means is this is established by the rules. A regional caucus standing is just like a permanent committee. It's a structure of the PAP, like a committee on transport, a committee on health, a committee on agriculture. It's just the same as a regional caucus. It's a structure within the organogram of the PAP. As a result, when PAP does its budget allocations every year, it should be reminded of all the structures, including caucuses, youth, women, regional caucuses. They should all be funded. And indeed, they have been funded ever since. So the question of funding caucuses is a good question, because PAP, AU, is obliged, when it allocates resources or funds, it has to think of regional caucuses. Of course, because of limitations in finances, sometimes the monies may be inadequate. Recently, with the advent of AGA, Africa Governance Architecture, AGA also provided some funds to regional caucuses. So I want to settle the issue of are caucuses a structure of the PAP? Yes, just like committee, any other committee. Secondly, are they also funded? Yes, just like any other committee. All the caucuses are funded. And the equitable allocation, yes, that is sacrosanct, and we cannot escape that one. Yes. Now, where are we in terms of funding? I've just been given some history here, which says in 2019, the Eastern Caucus met in Nairobi, 2019, funded by PAP. Central Caucus met in 2023, funded by PAP. Western Caucus met in Cape Verde, funded by PAP. The Northern Caucus has not yet been funded. The Southern Caucus has not yet been funded. Of course, this should be corrected. So those caucuses that have not been funded, they have a right also to request for funding. But even those that were funded previously, the expectation is that every year, each caucus should have a retreat to look at issues affecting its region, from trade to democracy to youth issues, women issues. Every caucus should have an expectation in every budget that they have an allocation. Of course, that has not been possible. As a result, the approach has been, in each year, we should have at least 2 caucuses funded. Let me proceed to other issues. Now, yesterday, you all heard the Honorable Gayo in his contribution on the performance report. He said, the problem, even if we go out to raise funds as PAP, the AU demands that those funds be channeled through the official route of the AU. And I think as members, we have to take a break and say, oh, is that the procedure? What it means is any monies that go into the system of PAP, the monies has to be declared through the AU. That is the current position. I know we don't like it that way, and even I don't like it that way. But Honorable Gayo made that point yesterday, that we have to channel everything through the AU. So a person cannot just like say, I'm funding this committee on agriculture privately, and then they pay without any official record in the books of PAP. I don't like that procedure myself, but that is the point. You cannot fund any PAP activity without doing it officially. And officially means you write to the Bureau, I'm making available this money. And I'm thinking of Western Caucus, the billionaires like Dangote. Dangote can say, I belong to the West, so I'm funding Western Caucus. But Dangote cannot just go to Honorable Mbo, the chair of the Western Caucus, and they meet somewhere in Nigeria, and then they agree, and then Mbo organizes a caucus for the Western Caucus. That is fragmentation. It has to come through the Pan-African Parliament. And we will also respectively say, oh, you got this money, proceed. I am aware that previously that has not been respected, so this motion becomes very important, that we define that funding to activities of the parliament should be done through official channels. That is very important. And that all meetings of caucuses are official meetings. If you are doing it in the name of PAP, you cannot circumvent the authorities. So go to the authorities, go to Bureau, we instruct Secretariat. If you ask the Western Caucus and Central Caucus, their meetings were facilitated, organized, arranged by the PAP Secretariat under the direction of the Bureau. So the clerk, then we instruct the clerk to say, this caucus needs to meet. Then they run around in a typical procedural manner. Madam Clerk, honorable members, you need an MOU with the government that you are going to engage with. If you are going to Seychelles, there ought to be an MOU between PAP and the Seychelles. A memorandum of understanding. We have done that Egypt, Kigali, when PAP sat there. That MOU then defines how, when you arrive, what if the government is going to be part of it in any way. Of course, there are protocols, so we cannot avoid. We can't go into the country without the government itself officially agreeing with PAP at official levels. So we need some MOU, some host country agreement for that meeting only. A host country, they're going to host us. So they're hosting PAP. Then you agree, if the government says we'll give you 2 cars or nothing, it's okay. But funded by PAP. Please, let's do things in that, using that procedure. I know there are several comments made, but I want to say, I think it is proper that the Bureau, at some point when we come back, addresses caucuses on this matter. In your caucus, the Bureau should come and interact with caucuses on this matter. Otherwise, doing it otherwise results into fragmentation, into division, and of course, other slogans. Thank you very much. I think this motion has been debated. Now I get back to Professor Kamar and ask you to move for adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, I beg to move for adoption the motion on the funding of regional caucuses.
Thank you. Seconded, the Honorable Venani, and there are several others. So the motion has been seconded. It has been adopted. Thank you. Honorable members, I want to announce that we are doing well, very well, in terms of the program of the session, and we intend to close tomorrow before lunch at the rate that we are moving. I now invite again to the chamber, in terms of Rule 38.1 of the Rules of Procedure, I invite Dr. Mitika Mwenda, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. Thank you. We welcome you into the chamber. The clerk will read the second order of the day.
Honorable President, the second order of the day is presentation and debates on the climate change issues and activity report of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you. We'll have 2 reports. here, the committee chair, and then Dr. Mwenda. We start with the committee chair. So we shall now invite Honorable Abdallah Barakat Ibrahim, who is the acting chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment, to present.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur les membres du bureau, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers collègues, honorables députés, Docteur Mitika Mwenda, bienvenue. Le rapport de la Commission, vous les avez tous et je vais résumer le rapport. Je ne vais pas tout lire, j'ai fait une synthèse du rapport. Donc, dans la partie introduction, ce rapport d'activité se concentre sur certaines actions phares menées par la Commission de l'économie rurale, de l'agriculture, de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles du Parlement panafricain au cours de l'année passée, 2023. Principale activité et projet de la Commission de l'agriculture, en charge de l'agriculture. Donc, la co-organisation du 3e sommet des parlementaires africains sur la politique climatique et l'équité, la Commission de l'économie rurale, de l'agriculture, de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles du PAP et l'Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique ont organisé conjointement le 3e sommet des parlementaires africains sur la politique et l'équité climatique qui s'est tenu au PAP à Midrand le 16 et 17 mai 2023. Le sommet a été honoré par la participation du président de la République du Kenya, son Excellence le président William Samuel Ruto, qui a prononcé un discours lors de la cérémonie d'ouverture. Dans son discours, le président Ruto, en sa qualité de président en exercice du comité des chefs d'État et de gouvernement africains sur le changement climatique, a donné un nouvel élan à l'agenda du changement climatique. Le sommet a exhorté les parlementaires à jouer un rôle de premier plan dans l'agenda de la justice climatique, notamment en sensibilisant les régions respectives au changement climatique et à ses conséquences, en plaidant pour l'adoption d'une législation sur l'action climatique dans leurs pays respectifs. Deuxième point, le projet d'élaboration d'une loi type sur la gestion des sols en Afrique. Le projet de loi de la proposition de loi type, d'élaboration de la proposition de loi type sur la gestion des sols en Afrique est une initiative conjointe du PAP et de l'Université de Stellenbosch et de l'Agence allemande pour l'environnement. L'urgence de l'élaboration d'une loi type sur la gestion des sols en Afrique est soulignée par le fait qu'en l'absence de sols suffisants, fertiles, la sécurité alimentaire serait menacée et l'atténuation du changement climatique deviendrait difficile. Les conséquences de la dégradation des sols sont désastreuses car elle a pour conséquence la faim, la famine, la migration et même seraient facteurs de conflit. La préservation et la gestion durable des sols sont cruciales pour atteindre la majorité des aspects du programme de développement durable des Nations Unies à l'horizon 2030, en particulier l'objectif de neutralité de la dégradation des sols. La pression sur le sol en Afrique s'accroît sous l'effet d'une interaction complexe et l'élaboration d'un modèle de loi type pour traiter ces questions permettra non seulement d'améliorer l'état des sols, mais aussi de contribuer de manière significative au développement global et à la protection des ressources pédologiques du continent. Le projet sera réalisé avec les partenaires financiers, en l'occurrence le ministère allemand de la coopération au développement. Il existe un engagement à soutenir le projet avec une promesse de don de 500 000 euros de la part du ministère. La nécessité d'un financement supplémentaire, soit par le gouvernement allemand ou d'autres agences intéressées par le projet, est posée. La première phase de l'étude sur la gouvernance des sols a été réalisée au Cameroun, au Kenya et en Zambie. La phase 1 a produit une étude qui est disponible en ligne. Le projet comprendra 3 ensembles d'études nationales basées sur des propositions et des changements au niveau des législations nationales pour une gestion durable des sols dans les pays africains concernés. La deuxième phase du projet devait commencer en juillet 2023 pour une durée de 30 mois et devait inclure de nouvelles études nationales. Les pays suivants sont concernés, le Niger, le Ghana, le Maroc, le Botswana et le Mozambique. Les études nationales utiliseront le modèle de la première phase du projet et le rapport qui devrait comporter 60 pages doit être rédigé par des équipes de chercheurs et d'assistants. Les représentants du gouvernement apporteront leur contribution et examineront le projet afin de garantir la cohérence et la mise en œuvre des informations. Les sujets de la gouvernance pertinents pour la collecte d'informations comprendraient l'urbanisation, l'exploitation minière, les infrastructures industrielles, prévention et restauration, l'agriculture, les plantes, les animaux, les engrais, les pesticides, les institutions et procédures, la gestion des données, la diffusion et le rôle des chefs traditionnels, les investisseurs étrangers et les statuts du régime foncier. Les 5 études nationales seront rédigées au cours de la prochaine année. Le projet d'élaboration d'une loi type sur le changement climatique, à la suite de consultations approfondies avec les partenaires concernés, notamment l'Alliance parlementaire pour la justice climatique et l'initiative législative africaine sur le climat, la Commission de l'agriculture a décidé d'un modèle de loi type sur le changement climatique devrait être élaboré en tant qu'instrument essentiel pour atténuer les effets négatifs de ce phénomène. Le projet d'élaboration d'une loi type sur le changement climatique se justifie par le fait que la plupart des pays africains ne disposent pas d'instruments législatifs spécifiques pour traiter la question du changement climatique. Selon une étude réalisée par le PACJA sur le rôle des parlementaires africains dans la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris, seul le Kenya a élaboré et adopté une loi sur le changement climatique. Pour la plupart des autres pays africains, la question des changements climatiques est généralement traitée dans le cadre plus large de l'environnement. Par conséquent, l'élaboration d'un modèle de loi type sur le changement climatique par le pape doit être mise en œuvre. À cet effet, la Commission de l'agriculture a présenté une résolution sur l'élaboration d'une loi type sur le changement climatique qui a été adoptée par la plénière le 1er juin 2023. Participation à des événements internationaux et régionaux. La participation au 2e sommet parlementaire mondial contre la faim et la malnutrition. Le Parlement panafricain a participé au 2e sommet parlementaire mondial contre la faim et la malnutrition qui s'est tenu à Valparaiso en Chili du 15 au 16 juin 2023. La délégation du pape était composée de l'honorable Hassan Marou Dikoubou, rapporteur de la commission, et des honorables Evaristus Ndjong et honorable Rodrigue Kwamba Yiwa, désolé pour la prononciation, avec l'appui technique des fonctionnaires, du fonctionnaire principal chargé des commissions et du conseiller juridique du pape. L'Organisation des Nations Unies pour l'alimentation et l'agriculture, la FAO, a facilité et parrainé la participation de la délégation du pape à ce sommet mondial. L'objectif principal du sommet était de fournir une plateforme aux parlementaires du monde entier pour qu'ils se concentrent et relèvent les défis urgents de la faim et de la malnutrition. Le but était de formuler des stratégies efficaces et de favoriser une plus grande collaboration pour atteindre les défis de la sécurité alimentaire mondiale et à de meilleurs résultats en matière de nutrition. Ce sommet de 2 jours a rassemblé plus de 150 parlementaires et a souligné le rôle essentiel des parlementaires dans la transformation des systèmes agroalimentaires mondiaux afin de les rendre plus efficaces, plus inclusifs et plus résistants et plus durables. En outre, le sommet est parvenu à un consensus sur la tenue du prochain sommet sur le continent africain. Les parlements panafricains, le Rwanda, la Zambie se sont manifestés pour accueillir le prochain sommet parlementaire. À la suite de sa participation à ce sommet, la délégation du pape qui a participé à ce sommet a recommandé que le pape lance officiellement la loi type sur la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition lors de la prochaine réunion des commissions du pape, continue à saisir et à mobiliser les parlementaires sur les questions relatives à l'élimination de la faim et de la malnutrition sous toutes leurs formes, envisager d'envoyer plus de parlementaires pour participer à ces forums parlementaires mondiaux. Participation à l'atelier, donc ça c'est la première partie. Deuxième participation à l'atelier régional de l'Afrique de l'Est sur les plastiques à usage unique qui s'est tenu à Nairobi du 10 au 12 avril 2023. Participation à un dialogue politique sur le rôle d'une politique alimentaire cohérente dans la réalisation des programmes de transformation du système alimentaire de l'Union africaine du 24 au 25 mai 2023 au siège de l'Union africaine. Participation à un symposium sur les actions parlementaires sur le droit à l'alimentation en Afrique du 21 au 22 février à Addis Ababa. Soutien à la taxe sur les transactions financières pour l'action climatique à travers la proposition d'un projet d'une résolution de concert avec la Commission en charge des finances. Enfin, dialogue parlementaire africain avant le sommet Afrique sur le climat du 31 août au 1er septembre 2023 à Nairobi. Les recommandations. La Commission de l'agriculture fait les recommandations suivantes. Les ressources financières et techniques nécessaires devraient être mobilisées pour lancer le projet de loi type sur les changements climatiques, qui n'est pas encore financé, mais on est en contact. Il y a un partenaire technique avec lequel on est en discussion, qui est le PACJA, en préparation de la COP 29, qui se tiendra à Bakou, en Azerbaïdjan, du 11 au 24 novembre 2024, et en collaboration avec le PACJA et d'autres partenaires, une formation en renforcement des capacités sur les aspects techniques liés à la COP devrait être organisée pour familiariser et équiper les parlementaires africains du pape. Le pape devrait commencer à préparer la participation de sa délégation à la prochaine COP 2029 en temps utile. Ces préparatifs comprennent, entre autres, le processus d'inscription de la délégation du pape à la COP 29, ainsi que les arrangements logistiques et techniques. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
شكرا لكم معالي عبد الله بركات على هذا العرض القيم والمفيد والذي يعطي صورة ناصحة عن مشاكل المناخ وعن مشاكل الأمن الغذائي المحتملة وتدهور التربة والتوصيات المفيدة والتي علينا أن نعمل جميعا على تنفيذها. والآن سأدعو الآن ميثاكا مونيدا المدير التنفيذي للتحالف الإفريقي للعدالة المناخية لتقديم عرضه مشكورا، فلتتفضل.
Thank you, Madam President, and honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. So this is my second time to stand here as the chair of Agriculture Committee. As said, the last time I was here was when we hosted jointly the third Pan-African Parliamentarians Summit on Climate Change and Policy. And it is always our great pleasure as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to work with Pan-African Parliament, one of the foremost institutions which we respect a lot and which we believe that it's key for Pan-Africanism and driving the African agenda in global international political and economic and diplomatic interactions. And so my presentation today will be a follow-up of the Honorable Barakat's presentation on the climate action and the role of parliamentarians, really going deeper into what he has said, but also looking at how we need to turn policies into laws, looking also at the African and global discourse processes on climate change and what this means to parliamentarians in Africa. And also in that, I will also go deeper, as he has mentioned, some of the processes and look practically the landscape, how it is playing out, and where do we need to go as we engage as members of parliament from different countries. So just for those who are not familiar with us, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is a coalition, it's a consortium of organizations from almost all African countries. We were founded in 2008, but now it's headquartered in Nairobi, and it brings together members from diverse backgrounds. I will not go into details on this, but I will mention that we work also with parliamentarians to turn ambition, because when you go at international level, you adopt the protocols, you adopt those laws, those policies, like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have also now the Paris Agreement and many others. But now that remains ambition. That remains a policy, and that just remains a rhetoric. So we believe that the means of implementation, which are very important, and which countries have never thought about, are two. One is money, resources. The other one is the policy, turning those policies into legislation, because until, even at national level, you are able to turn the policies into law, which is going to help in the implementation, then that policy just remains a policy, it remains an ambition, and that is what has been happening in all countries and even at the African level. We have Agenda 2063, we have at global level Agenda 2030, we have at national level, each country has got their climate change response strategies, but it remain as strategies, they remain as actions. But now, if we move, and the Kenyan example is very important, it has deepened implementation, because with the members of parliament, and I'm very happy, my teacher here, Honorable Kamara, is here. We worked with the members of parliament. We were able to voluntarily turn that into law, those policies, and the implementation on climate action in Kenya cannot be rivaled by any country, not only in Africa, but even internationally. So taking that is very important. So working with parliamentarians, and that's why we are borrowed, and that's why we deepen and take it very seriously when we are working with Pan-African Parliament, because with you, we are represented in all African countries. So, but the critical question we ask ourselves as we discuss these issues on climate change is, one, why is climate change such a topical issue in global geopolitical interactions? Question number two is, who bears the responsibilities on climate change? And these are things which are really at international level. How can developed countries change their development model? Because what has brought us where we are is the way we produce and consume, the mode of production and consumption. As long as we continue with this model, however many trees we plant, as long as we don't change our ways of living, it is never going to work. Then finally, can developing countries adopt an alternative development model pathway different from the one that has caused climate change? So this is political, and these are questions which we ask ourselves in this discourse process. So looking then at climate change is, you know, many people, and we normally like to remind, wherever we have a discussion, that don't look at climate change as an isolated issue of environment and science. It is beyond that. It affects everything, everywhere. And when you look at poverty, it is exacerbated poverty in the world, and however much we want to really address poverty, when climate change is happening, you will never really be able to address it. It is an equity and justice issue because there are people who are affected, though all of us in the world are affected, but some of us are affected disproportionately. And there are those who have caused the problem, and they are, according to the law, international law, they have accepted to really compensate those who are victims of their actions. But it is easier said than done. It is also an economic issue. It has stunted growth, and wherever these disasters happen, they happen, and we are more or less resort into diverting the little resources which we have to address climate change. But more importantly, in the cutting of emissions, it really is about the economies of countries. Those who have attended international discussions, it's the discussions about money. The North is saying they are not going to pay. We are saying you have to pay, and hence now that becomes a real economic issue. Of course, it's even a political issue. It's an emergency issue, and all critical sectors are affected. Food security, which has been mentioned several times, water security, forest, biodiversity, all sectors are affected. So in addressing then climate change, most people you will hear a lot of talk about it. But there are two things only which we think about, we look at. Only two. You are either talking about slowing climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, or you are minimizing the impacts of unavoidable climate change. So in one way, we need really to reduce the emissions. And in this balance, or in the language of the negotiations, you hear people talking about mitigating climate change. But more importantly in Africa, which really Africa is a priority, is adaptation. If there are damages which have been caused and which are never going to be recovered in our lifetimes, so we have no choice rather than adapting to that. So you either build resilience and adapt or die. So in the discussions, this is what we talk about. But there are also other things. It's about the semantics, it's about the language. Some make it very difficult. Hydrochlorophorone, I don't know what. And sometimes it keeps people off, that they are not able even to be able to follow it. So adaptation and mitigation is very important, and this then raises the question of whose responsibility it is to perform these duties, and whose rights mitigation and adaptation action should uphold. And this is what dominates international discourse on climate change. And so then this brings the issue of climate justice and its three dimensions. And climate justice because somebody somewhere has caused a problem. And now we acknowledge that they have that responsibility to address it. There are those people who are suffering the impacts of the problem they have not caused, but there is someone who is there who has refused to pay for those damages. Those are what we are calling climate justice. And so it has three dimensions. Dimension one, who should bear the duty of addressing climate change and who should benefit from it. That is what is called distributive justice. And if it is not distributive justice, there are those who have caused climate change and they should lead in fixing the problem. But now, at international level, they want to transfer that burden of action to us, the people who have not caused this problem. It is retributive justice. And then finally is the issue of participation. And that's why actually for parliamentarians it is very important. Those most affected, when you go at international level, you find very few Africans participating. At least now in the last 5 years or so, we have improved in African voice and participation because of the concerted efforts, including by PAP. And members of PAP, we need really our voice to be heard. And so this is the issue of procedural justice. You cannot implement something you have not been able to be part of formulation. And that is policy formulation also, because that is not only playing at international level, but also even at national level, where we have policies like what we are talking about, this model law. Who is going to do it? Is it only people who are going to close themselves into a room and then do a model law? It has its tenets. There must be people's participation so that they can feel and be part and parcel of that implementation. If you do something, a policy, and that is why there is widespread policy failures in Africa and all over in the world, because a tiny minority of people sit down and they pretend that they are doing it. Once they do it, it just gathers dust into the ministries of environment or government ministries, because there was no broad consultation and consensus in that participation. So, same applies to these climate policy processes. Both at global level, we trickle it down at national level through that domestication. I know most of you parliamentarians have adopted the Paris Agreement at national level, but more or less, that ends there. So we want to ensure it moves to the next level through the process of the locally led climate action. So it trickles down, create ownership at local level, communities are able to own it, and through that, it is possible that people can know and understand that this is our process. There is a lot of disconnect through on policy and even legislation and even laws, such that now they are just done as decoration. It is the time in this climate constrained world that we need to involve the people who are most affected. Those are smallholder farmers at local level, the fisher folk at local level, pastoralist communities at local level. How are we going to promote really them through that bottom-up approach so that they can be able to own this process? And so coming then to the Pan-African Parliament, we have a very impressive record of joint work, and that has been acknowledged by Honorable Barakat. We have come together. First of all, I think around 10 years ago, with a memorandum of understanding, which has really put our work together. And through this work, we realized that this process, and this is the problem which we have, when we are going to the COP, we cannot just, one COP cannot solve the problem. One discussion, like what we had last year, the summit, cannot solve the problem. We need continuous engagement. This conversation keeps evolving. And it is out of this acknowledgement that we established the Africa Climate Change Climate Legislative Initiative, which goes beyond even Pan-African Parliament. It has roped in even regional parliaments, because we want to spread this word. We want to ensure that we involve everybody. And through this work, we have continuously provided capacity to parliamentarians, like on networking and coordination, not only here, but even when we go to the COP. We have also provided space for interaction and partnership in policy and legislation work between parliamentarians, civil society, and other non-state actors. And we have also increased the profile of climate change and identified, raised awareness of interventions on climate change and their impacts on economies in Africa. I think through this, awareness has grown. And then we have also provided parliamentary backup and scrutiny of climate change actions and policies, innovations in countries. And finally, we have kept under review policies, laws, financing, and related programs aimed at contributing to the implementation of the provision of Paris Agreement and other protocols. And this has been very practical. And as the Honorable has said, we are in the process of doing that legislation so that we can replicate the laws which have worked into other countries which do not have. So this is, I'm not going to dwell so much on this model law, because it has been mentioned by the Honorable, but it has some really, that model, it has some various tenets. Some of them are, in terms of this development, it must be involve broad stakeholder participation. It is we must outline its importance, how it is going to be applied, and even the definition, and make the discourse, simplify, demystify, so that people can understand. So PAP and PAGA plus other partners, and then so we are working on that, the act, and to replicate that, and through that we are going very soon, we are discussing with the relevant team at PAP, the technical team, to establish a technical committee, a joint team, so that we are able to take forward this discussion. So I'm not going to go through this, the recap of the third PAP summit, because the Honorable has already mentioned it, but it is important that it really elevated the African discourse. Remember, it was done before the Africa Climate Summit. By the time we were there, His Excellency President Ruto was really categorical, and then what he started here, the reform of international finance architecture, which has really derailed action, because the model and the architecture which exists now disadvantages Africa, even in climate finance. And you find that the World Bank is celebrating its 80th birthday next year. And when you look at how it was designed after the Second World War for the European reconstruction. It was not modeled to help Africa. In fact, if anything, it has brought more problems in Africa because it is designed. It is the high time we reformed this, the World Bank and those global financing architecture. And next year we are going to have this meeting conference in financing for development in Spain. I hope we will be part of it. So this is very important. We are very proud that the president kicked it off here, and now he has been selected by the African Union to lead that reform agenda at global level. So this is very fundamental, and I think we need to appreciate ourselves and the members of parliament, because that is where it started here. So this demonstrates that, decide well, PAP can be a very big trigger. It's a very important institution. We need to be innovative and creative on how you can engage in these Pan-African processes. But let me mention that part of that was a commitment. At heart of that engagement, to work for the benefit of the communities that are most affected by the climate crisis, and ensure actions, including provision of climate finance, are based on the actions of the people, promote locally led initiatives, and promote equal access for women and children, a recognition that these communities are often the most vulnerable and marginalized in society, and disproportionately impacted by climate change. They have increased, as I've mentioned earlier, increased poverty, violence, displacement, and health risks. And all these things are intertwined, are interconnected. So then, out of that, then there were a number of identified key priorities and promises which were defined, and the members of parliament were once again requested to convey this to their national assemblies through a communique. And I hope that communique was delivered in respective national assemblies for action, and the discussion is continuing. Again, I'm not going to go through all this for the interest of time, but I want to look at the COP28, which happened last year after the summit. And one of the things which were discussed there and which we achieved was the operationalization of the adaptation, the global goal of adaptation, which we were looking at. We were pursuing an inclusive, people-centered global stocktake, and the industrialized countries to honor their promises, and to put pressure on them to take urgent and decisive emission cuts. And for the first time, we end fossil fuel divestment and reduction, and abandoning the fossil fuel captured in the decision of the Dubai conference. Support for us in the transition to low carbon development pathways because it has tremendous on how this is going to be done. It is easier said than done, because just imagine telling our governments which have discovered oil to abandon it on the ground. It is really a highly political, economic, diplomatic issue, and that's what the conversation which we need to do. But there were many concessions which we achieved. And in terms of the issue then of the emerging issue of just transition, these are very critical issue for Africa. But the just transition definition, the way we see it in Africa, is not the way we see they see it in the developed countries. While they developed on the dirty pathways, we have a right to develop. But there are opportunities. The just transition brings opportunities for us in Africa. That, transitioning away from fossil fuels appear to be a more incremental than transformational. Transition away from fossil fuels without target and binding commitments for phase out. So we have the fossil fuel phase out, phase down, whatever they are calling it, but there is really an urgent need to address this issue. But however, a major disappointment and an affront to climate justice is the failure to secure financial commitment. Yes, you are telling us don't use our oil, but we need compensation. How are we going to develop? How are we going to meet our development agenda? So these are some of the things. We didn't have targets. Yes, we have that ambition that did not, they didn't promise any money for even adaptation of this fossil fuel phase out. But also, even if they don't provide money, there is that momentum for just transition. We want it or not. The transition to low carbon, climate resilient future is inevitable. Look at the way it is happening. The price of coal has gone dramatically down. The oil, in fact, I can say as North Future, I met that when I was discussing to His Excellency the President, I was telling him, you see now, we are at an era where we also need to think our development. You remember there is a mineral used to call, which used to be very important, asbestos. And asbestos used to be a very important mineral those years. In fact, the elite, if you didn't have an asbestos roofed house, you never, that was the prestige which people used to flaunt. But what happened? Where is the asbestos? Those who were flaunting it, it's now a stranded asset. It's carcinogenic. In fact, if you find it in the school, because it used to be the most popular material for roofing and school building, you have to bury it very far. But that is it? That is what we are facing in coal, in fossil fuel, because the oil which we develop, which we produce in Africa, it is not for our consumption. Suppose the North, the West, US, Europe say today, we don't need your oil, because the renewable energy has become very cheap. The solar panels, wind power, and others, electric cars, you can see they are filling our own. Suppose they say they are not doing it. What will happen? They are going to be stranded assets. So the discourse on stranded assets in Africa, rather than talking about climate change, is the discourse which we need to convince our leaders that we need to start thinking the future. And the future is here. Europe has said by 2035, they are not going to allow fossil fuel cars. They are going only to allow the electric cars. China and those others go to their own. Right now, it's all those cars. Where are we going to be in Africa? I think we need to think, and that's where the opportunity comes in, that Africa has vast deposits of critical minerals required for solar panels, for wind power components, batteries, electric cars. Many African countries, DRC here, Namibia, South Africa also, they are full of this lithium, cobalt, coltan, copper, rare earth. These are minerals, they have the global, critical minerals is worth $26 trillion by 2050. This, if we exploit well, and for Africa, take advantage of that, value hand rather than exporting them raw, then they are going to create jobs to deal with this youth biggest problem. And this can be source of climate finance also. Rather than begging, we can sell our minerals, but we need really to rethink how we do it. And during the Africa Climate Summit, we had the Green Industrialization and initiative which was launched in Nairobi. How are we participating in this so that we can improve on our minerals? So it is also important to explore whether the controversial carbon markets can work for Africa. We believe as PAGJA, we need more conversation. In July, we have a meeting with the African Union, and I'm sure they will invite the Committee of Agriculture so that they can be part of that. We can discuss. We need a conversation. Does carbon market, is it another hoax altogether? I have always told people, yes, we are talking every government in Africa, they are rushing for this. But there are a lot of scandals. I say, they are saying it is a $200 billion US, industry. But have you seen it? Where is that money? And they have always said anything which is controlled externally, we have to be very skeptical about it. And more importantly, you cannot control the price of cocoa. You cannot control the price of coffee. You cannot control the price of coffee, of tea. For my friends in Africa, Honorable Mugatana and others, we will see when the Kenyan government tried to control and put a caveat on it, what happened? The cartels all of a sudden, encircled us, and our government had to withdraw. Because we don't control. And if you cannot control something you can see tangible, coffee, tea, and their prices, how can you control something which is abstract? You are told this is the carbon, a ton of carbon equivalent. We need really to look at this. Where do we need to go? And do we have control of these markets? So that's very important. In July, we are going to develop an advisory with the African Union on what this means so that our governments can be able, including also Pan-African Parliament, can be able to really engage on an informed point of view. The issue of adaptation, I'm not going to touch so much on it, but only to say that there was a framework which was agreed in Dubai under the UAE framework for global climate resilience to secure some goals related to water, health, resilient food, and agriculture by 2030. But this again is very controversial because we wanted a goal, global goal on adaptation. We wanted metrics. How much do we need? So that's still controversial. We are going to continue with it in Azerbaijan. The other one was climate finance, very controversial. Again, I've talked about it. We really need a creative way of getting money. Right now, the world has gone right wing. And the right wing in Europe, in the US, I think Donald Trump, if we have been following the discussions, is just a few steps to White House. And what is the implication on this? Because when in 2016 he became the president, he withdrew from Paris Agreement. The $2 billion US which Obama had committed to the Green Climate Fund, he froze that. Even Biden has not been able to even deliver that, the $2 billion which were left. Where are we going? Is this another way to tell us that we are on our own as Africa? How do we go about it? These are questions which I'm not going to answer. We established the Loss and Damage Fund in Dubai, but it has again become very controversial. And once it was operationalized, imagine we require trillions and trillions for loss and damage. The first agenda in Dubai was to operationalize. And of course they did. And enticed our governments with pledges. Up to the pledges of 700 million US dollars, not even a billion. In US, the Congress committed within a sitting 95 billion US dollars to support the war, killing people and massacres in Middle East and all those. $95 billion within record time to go in Ukraine, to support Ukraine and Israel, and also Taiwan. But when it comes to delivery on climate finance, US in this loss and damage delivered only $17 million. You can see the priority. So it is not about that there is no money, but because there is no commitment for these countries to deliver on their commitment. So how do we go it in Africa and the rest of developing countries? I will skip this because it's very technical, but also mention that in terms of the special needs and the circumstances for Africa is one of the topical issues. We cannot be equated by any other region. The science is on our side and the climate justice is on our side. What we need is to generate that critical mass and be heard and be heard and be vocal. And I believe there's no other people who can be very vocal. We want parliamentarians in the delegations of countries so that we make this issue. We shame the North, we shame those who are not able to deliver so that they can deliver on it. So moving then into the future, this year, the COP29, is even the global community have realized that one COP cannot solve the problem and the issues are related to each other. And so that's why you can see the COP presidency, UAE, is still working with the upcoming COP 2029, Azerbaijan, and they're also working with even COP 30, Brazil, so that we work together because these issues keep repeating themselves in that building momentum. It's not look at an issue, as I've mentioned, just in isolated way. We cannot solve this problem just as an event, with an event. It's a process, a long process, which we have to achieve. So we are going. So I urge PAP also to look into this. Look at this. We are moving to its long term rather than looking at COP30. But more importantly, in that journey, there are other processes which are related. The high-level political forum of for sustainable development goals. We have only 6 years to the SDGs deadline 2030. So what are we doing? So actually, next September, this July, we have this political forum, and we need to look at how also you need to participate. The Summit of the Future, which is very important in 2024, in September. The World Social Forum 2025, financing for climate development, for development in a conference in Spain, and the IMF meeting 80th birthday in 2025. The G20 meetings, remember that the African Union now is the G20 plus number 21. What does that mean for our studying in Africa? And what issues do we have there? What allies do we have? And there are other also relevant UN and global processes which we need to be part of. But also at African level, we have also, we end that 7th Summit of Heads of States and Government of the African Union, which I think, I'm not sure whether we end any representative from PAP. And also the 11th Africa Regional Forum for Development, which happened in March. And we have the upcoming Africa Ministerial Conference on the Environment, which is going to be Abidjan in September, which is going to be also combined with the climate change and development in Africa, or the Africa Climate Week in the same week, and extensive discussions in countries and regions. So all these things, Chair, I think I want to end it there because I know for the interest of time, I'll share this presentation, but it is important really to look at this epochal moment. What will be, when history is read, how will the chapter about on climate change and the Pan-African Parliament and this discourse, where will you appear in this history which is in the making? Thank you very much once again, and we're happy to be associated with Pan-African Parliament.
Another applause which is a bit louder. Honorable members, as we thank the presenter on climate change, Dr. Mitika Mwenda. I have a list of 15 members. It's okay, 15 is okay. We are only when 11:30, I think we are doing well. And the first is Honorable Abel Palanga Chivukuvuku of Angola.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Espero que haja tradução para as outras línguas. Obrigado por me dar a palavra e ser o primeiro a falar, talvez seja por razões alfabéticas. Eu vou ser breve e simples, com duas considerações apenas. A primeira sobre questões climáticas. A humanidade evoluiu através de séculos com modelos de desenvolvimento pelos países evoluídos que criaram danos terríveis às questões climáticas. Levou tempo para aceitar que estava a haver danos, levou tempo para tomar medidas para corrigir essas práticas e ainda hoje debatemos com algum ceticismo em alguns segmentos do mundo. O que custa e dói é que nesses parâmetros todos depois o nosso continente é o mais frágil. Outros poluem e nós sofremos mais. Isso tudo precisa de ser corrigido. Por isso, encorajo a comissão que está a tratar da lei modelo para as questões climáticas, mas eu, entretanto, gostaria de pedir que deixemos de advogar a questão da teoria da mendicidade. Eu não sou apologista de irmos de mãos estendidas aos países desenvolvidos e dizermos que vocês poluíram, agora nos dão dinheiro. Primeiro, não vão dar. Já houve muitas conferências a propósito disso. E segundo, transmite a mensagem errada de que nós não temos nem vocação, nem vontade, nem capacidade de nós próprios assumirmos o nosso destino. Portanto, deixamos isso de lado. Também quero informar a essa sessão que o meu país, Angola, fez esforços consideráveis no domínio da transição energética, fazendo investimentos consideráveis no domínio solar e hidro. E eu penso que outros países com potencial para isso podiam seguir também esse modelo. A segunda consideração tem a ver com questões do desenvolvimento rural, agricultura e segurança alimentar. Tenho uma vocação especial nesse domínio e até aqui no Parlamento de 2004 a 2008 estive na Comissão do Desenvolvimento Rural aqui do PAP. Mas, mais uma vez, quando chega a essas questões de desenvolvimento rural e, sobretudo, segurança alimentar, outra vez a África é o continente mais frágil. Bastou haver uma pequena guerra entre a Rússia e a Ucrânia, quem mais sofre é a África. Lá vem a Federação Russa a oferecer cereais aos países africanos. E por que nós não produzimos nós? Até porque nas questões de desenvolvimento rural há fatores. Primeiro é a negligência das nossas instituições com os espaços rurais. Grande parte das nossas instituições estão mais preocupadas com o eleitorado urbano que reclama e o rural que não reclama fica atrás. Para além de que mesmo os nossos orçamentos maioritariamente são aplicados nos espaços urbanos e negligenciamos os espaços rurais. Também lá onde há conflitos, esses desenvolvem-se muito mais nos espaços rurais, afetando as questões de produtividade. Mais uma vez, quero encorajar a Comissão para a aprovação da lei modelo. Não concordo com a teoria de que nós não temos terras aráveis. Não é verdade. Não sei que bases científicas foram utilizadas para dizer que em África não temos terras aráveis suficientes. Também podemos ter espaços onde há dificuldades de água, mas temos outros espaços com água suficiente. E os países desenvolvidos não levaram água daqui para a Europa e para os Estados Unidos. Temos água. Precisamos de ter gestão adequada dos nossos recursos hídricos. Os solos aráveis ou solos cansados, é uma questão de ciência. É uma questão de encontrar modelos para a correção dos solos. Portanto, não se justifica. Até porque a responsabilidade principal das nossas instituições públicas é garantir a evolução positiva e contínua da qualidade de vida dos nossos cidadãos. E neste termo, a hierarquia de necessidades da pessoa humana estabelece que um dos fatores prioritários é comida. Quem não tem comida morre. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chivuku Vuku. Honorable Osman Thiam of Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis l'honorable député Ousmane Thiam du Parlement sénégalais. Je suis nouvellement membre du Parlement panafricain. Je profite de ma prise de parole pour remercier tous mes collègues de l'accueil qui m'a été réservé. Monsieur le Président, je souhaiterais faire 2 contributions et une question. Les contributions sont tournées autour du réchauffement climatique et du développement durable. Le réchauffement climatique. Quelles sont les causes principales du réchauffement climatique? Production d'énergie électrique, entre autres chauffage, la production de carburant pour les transports, principalement les voitures, mais aussi en partie l'aviation ou le transport de maritime. Et la déforestation, c'est ça les causes. Maintenant, les solutions. Développer les énergies renouvelables. Je pense que l'Afrique doit être en mesure d'aller vers le développement des énergies renouvelables. Mais aussi de défaire les lobbies sceptico-climatiques. Tenir en compte des pays du Sud. Soutenir la diplomatie climatique. Au Sénégal aussi, nous avons cette année, lors de notre marathon budgétaire, élaborer un budget vert. Je pense que ça doit être un modèle pour que l'Afrique puisse bénéficier de l'expérience du Sénégal pour ensemble élaborer un budget vert pour atténuer les effets du réchauffement climatique. Maintenant, Monsieur le Président, je souhaiterais aussi faire ma contribution sur le développement durable. C'est quoi le développement durable? Le développement durable, c'est de répondre aux besoins du présent sans compromettre les capacités des générations futures à répondre à leurs leurs. Il repose sur 4 principes fondamentaux. La responsabilité, la solidarité, la participation et la précarité. Pour mettre en application le concept du développement durable, les pouvoirs publics mondiaux se sont entendus. En effet, cela implique de nombreux bouleversements dans les sociétés humaines, notamment en matière de production de consommables, différemment de produire et consommer différemment les biens et les ressources naturelles. Ces politiques et ces objectifs sont articulés autour de 3 axes. Trois axes environnemental, social et économique. Monsieur le Président, ma question est la suivante. Je pense que nous devons élaborer la loi type sur le changement climatique au niveau de l'Afrique. Je suis d'accord avec ça. Mais au-delà de ça, je demande qu'est-ce que l'institution parlementaire panafricaine doit proposer à la structure mondiale pour le réchauffement climatique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Honorable Nikaise Fagnon, Benin. This time not in the chamber. Honorable Tafana Joe, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me first congratulate our agriculture chairperson for presenting the report on behalf of our committee. I also want to congratulate Mr. Mwenda, the Executive Director of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who is a friend to our committee. Honorable President, I also want to congratulate Kenyans through the able leadership of President Dr. Ruto for taking the lead in developing and passing the law on climate change. In Zimbabwe, Mr. President, the political will for strong and timely action to tackle climate change impacts resonates well with the Second Republic's clarion call as driven by His Excellency, the President, Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa, who has urged Parliament to enact the Climate Change Act expeditiously. The President's imploration to combine economic growth and climate responsibility should guide Parliament's oversight responsibility, particularly in executing the Paris Climate Change Agreement provisions, inclusive of achieving Zimbabwe's 43% per capita emission reduction by 2030 through Zimbabwe's National Determined Contribution, NDCs. Enacting climate change law reminds us that protecting the planet we live is in just as critical as growing our economies. If not more so, at this juncture, I'm reminded, Honorable President, of the instructive observation of the American scientist, Professor Guy McPherson, who affirmed that if you really think that the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money. Equally, Honorable President, is it possible for members of this Parliament to hold their breath while climate change impact ravages our environment ecosystem? Never, never, ever, Mr. President. That is why, Mr. President, on legislative front, we must collaborate with the executive. Zimbabwe Cabinet approved the climate change bill principles, paving the way for the drafting of the bill, which should be enacted into law expeditiously. This bill will be an historic milestone in climate action, fragmented climate change, mitigation and adaptation actions in our national development planning and budgeting process, as well as operationalization of the climate fund. Furthermore, Mr. President, the climate law will regulate greenhouse emissions, facilitate low carbon development technology, carbon trading and mechanism. In viewing of the foregoing, as parliamentarians, we must not only legislate for climate action and scrutinize how the government responds to climate change issues, but also hold all ministries, departments, and agencies of our governments totally accountable for their action and or inaction in the climate change impact response efforts. Mr. President, it will be remiss of me not to address a topic that is very dear to my heart, namely the role of artificial intelligence, that is AI, in climate change adaptation. It is common cause, Mr. President, that negative climate change impacts trace their genesis to the second industrial revolution, wherein the extensive use of fossil fuels became current. Since then, the world has undergone a transformative use of fossil fuels, which has increased greenhouse emissions. In response, the Zimbabwe government, Honorable President, has embraced the dividend of the current fourth industrial revolution by launching the national ICT policy, which rides on artificial intelligence. applications. By employing AI, the country has reliably put in place earlier warning systems which accurately predict climate change impacts such as cyclones, severe droughts, flash floods, and the intensive heat waves. However, Mr. President, while it is plausible to employ AI in our e-governance, parliaments should urgently enact a regulatory framework which will govern the sustainable application of AI in both private and private sector. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Abdoulaye Dieng of Senegal.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, pour cette opportunité de prise de parole. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais souligner que les signatures du changement climatique dans le continent africain se manifestent généralement par des effets négatifs, tels que la hausse du niveau global des températures moyennes, causant ce qu'on appelle l'intensification des sécheresses, la perturbation du régime des précipitations, et qui à son tour pouvant entraîner des inondations. Mais aussi et surtout l'intensification des phénomènes météorologiques violents, la recrudescence des maladies dans le continent, la multiplication des dommages aux infrastructures, la détérioration aussi des ressources naturelles dont dépendent nos paysans pour leurs besoins de subsistance. Monsieur le Président, ces impacts déjà ressentis dans le continent africain sont à se renforcer dans l'avenir si nous n'y prenons pas garde. C'est pourquoi nous devons, en tant que parlementaires, d'approfondir la réflexion afin de trouver des stratégies d'adaptation à ce phénomène, posant un sérieux défi à la réalisation des objectifs du millénaire pour le développement. Cependant, Monsieur le Président, je milite en faveur de la réduction des émissions à effet de serre, la valorisation de la foresterie en faveur de l'agriculture, et pour cette valorisation, il faut un renforcement des agences de la reforestation et de la Grande Muraille verte. Comme l'exemple au Sénégal, nous avons une agence sénégalaise de la reforestation et de la Grande Muraille verte qui aujourd'hui bénéficie d'un soutien constant du pouvoir exécutif et qui, dans le chômage des jeunes, aujourd'hui regorge beaucoup de potentiels jeunes qui travaillent dans ce domaine-là pour gérer la reforestation au niveau du Sénégal. Au-delà de ça, il est important aussi de valoriser les systèmes alimentaires et de l'eau, mais aussi et surtout la sécurité alimentaire, tout cela en faveur de l'agriculture. Et pour éviter cela, Monsieur le Président, au niveau de l'Afrique, au niveau régional, au niveau continental, au niveau national, il faut une politique de transport moderne pour lutter contre la pollution. C'est pour cela, si je donne l'exemple encore au Sénégal, nous avons une nouvelle politique de mise en place des bus électriques
Thank you, Honorable Beja Lamari. I don't see her in the chamber. Honorable Estam Tony Passaris. I don't see in the chamber Honorable Bawab Yosri, Tunisia. Not in the chamber. Honorable David Glampalala, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My intervention, Honorable President, I want to first thank the acting president in the Committee of Agriculture and the second presenter from Kenya. My intervention will be on climate change and agriculture. The first intervention in the issue of the climate change strengthen the food security in the agriculture center. I think, Mr. Chairman, the SADC countries should work together in handling the issue of climate change as a challenge these days, and I think they must come clear plan for funding the climate change. Another intervention in agriculture, I think the agriculture should be taught at grassroots level. Another one, I think another challenge is the shortage of fertilizer and its cost in the region. Mr. President, we should look at ways to fight the outbreak of diseases in animals kept for commercially purposes, as well as import and trade and export trade that affect countries' economy. Mr. President, I think we have to encourage people to produce their own food, even in a small scale, so that we can have no problem in food security. I thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make an informative joke, but the joke will deliver some information. The seat I occupy is that of a president, not of a speaker. I see some people want to refer me as speaker. No. The protocol says you Pan-African parliamentarians shall elect a president of the Pan-African Parliament. So the protocol says you elected a president, not a speaker. Thank you very much. Honorable Sibongile Mamba, Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. My contribution is that due to the damages caused by the climate change, there are a lot of meetings on the ground about climate change, especially when we talk about agriculture. The consequences encountered on climate change will continue as a burden for the farmers, among farmers. Countries will never be able to feed themselves or engage themselves in commercial agriculture. That's why I have these recommendations. I recommend that the issue of climate change should be a topic among the meeting for heads of states so that they influence the budgets. Secondly, let us be practical. Infrastructures like dams should be built to cater for whatever is being produced, because even the animals and whatever we plow, can benefit from the dams. We are not sure of the plowing season anymore. So if we have these dams, we'll be able to produce. And also the third one is that proper planning or making consultations with the farmers, the governments, will have the proper laws for the budget. And this will help us to ensure that we are not affected by the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais, pour commencer, féliciter la Commission et son Président pour avoir organisé cette activité de haut niveau en 2023, qui a vu la participation du Président de la République du Kenya et ainsi positionner le pape là où il doit être. Je voudrais aussi remercier l'intervenant pour sa présentation qui est très informative. Monsieur le Président, le changement climatique n'est plus une éventualité, c'est une réalité. Au vu des inondations et de la sécheresse qui mettent en péril notre sécurité alimentaire. Nous devons donc chacun à notre niveau agir, à commencer par le pape en tant qu'institution. Monsieur le Président, je suis traumatisée par l'utilisation abusive du papier au pape. Nous fonctionnons comme il y a 20 ans, alors que nous sommes à l'heure du digital. Nous devons donc commencer par changer nous-mêmes. Aussi, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais que le pape puisse être en conformité avec son propre discours et ses actions par rapport au changement climatique. Et je voudrais proposer les actions suivantes. Premièrement, essayons de réduire notre consommation de papier en ajustant les tirages et en utilisant d'autres moyens digitaux. Nous avons des emails, donc les informations peuvent nous parvenir par email. Deuxièmement, je voudrais proposer que le pape facilite l'acquisition de tablettes par les parlementaires, ce qui va nous permettre de rentrer dans l'ère du digital. Et troisièmement, je voudrais encourager le leadership à utiliser les nouvelles technologies dans la conduite de nos réunions et je voudrais challenger le secrétariat du pape à développer les moyens digitaux pour faire de ce Parlement africain un Parlement 5.0 avec un faible impact carbone et une documentation digitale. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais maintenant parler de la sécurité alimentaire. Elle est d'actualité, et notamment en Afrique de l'Ouest qui va connaître une sécheresse sévère et sa sécurité alimentaire est à risque. Aussi, je voudrais poser la question à la Commission, quelles sont les actions prévues par la Commission en 2025 pour aider les États et notamment ouest-africains à juguler la crise de la sécurité alimentaire. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson, Mungatana, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, the question of climate change is a very real thing in Kenya. We suffered a very long drought. Our animals died. Crop production went down. We went into hunger and importation of a lot of food. Then we prayed to God, and the rains came. And I think the prayers were too much because the rains came too much, Mr. President. And there was massive destruction of property. Again, massive destruction of our animals and our farms. We went into another round of severe climate change effects. Mr. President, in our country, we have 47 senators elected, and I come elected from a region which is in the coast that suffers heavily whenever we have excessive rain. Mr. President, I watched businesses, houses, schools, hospitals, all of them being submerged. I watched hundreds of my voters, Mr. Speaker, move from their places, displaced from their ordinary homes, and it has been a difficult time. We are still finding money to settle the infrastructure that has been broken from the recent floods that we had. So, Mr. President, when we are speaking about climate change, for me it is personal, and I have seen it happening in my own area of jurisdiction. Mr. President, one of the things that has been said by a colleague, and it is being now championed by His Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, is that despite all the facts that are on the table, we know who the polluters are, we know what they do, they have refused to honor agreements in the past. So the best way to deal with this matter has been to explore the carbon credit and the market around the whole trading in carbon credits. So, Mr. President, one of the things that is required in that area is the formation of a law that creates the structures that enables the trade.
Thank you.
I have a minute, I finish, Your Excellency.
Okay.
That enables us to trade so that the nations are able to engage. In Kenya, we passed that law that has been referred to, and we thank the President for his political will, the push that was there through Parliament to create that law. I wanted to encourage, like the Chairman Barkat has said, that we must push for a law that is uniform across Africa. Mr. President, not only on climate issues, but even on issues to do with pollution. I come from Kenya. You cannot buy things in supermarket using plastic. You cannot carry anything. I come to South Africa, and I see, whenever you go to the garage, you are given a plastic paper. And when you go home now, you start showing people, actually, I have a plastic, and everyone is wondering, where are you coming from? And I say, I'm coming from Africa. It is not correct for us not to have uniform law. So as Honorable Barkat is engaging in the development of the model law, we should look also at some of these laws that deal with plastic and other pollutants. I submit, Your Excellency, President.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. Mine is only one point, which I think even my colleague has mentioned, the need to have one law for one Africa, one voice. It is very important to note, Mr. Speaker, that our boundaries were created for us. Rivers were used, lakes were used to divide the continent, and when you come to the management of land in the continent, if two different countries on two different sides of a river have different laws on soil management, on crop cover, it will mean the impact on that river will be different from the two sides. It is therefore very important for us that we have one law. In fact, among the laws that must be uniform and standardized, climate change is one of them. It is very important, and it's very important because of our formation as countries, that we are actually countries that are divided by natural causes that can be, because where if you implement different strategies of management, then you can have different results. It is also, as we said yesterday, that there are few things that must give us standards as a continent. What is our standard as far as climate change is concerned? What is our standard in crop production? What are our standards? These ones must be captured and be moved to the law. So I don't have anything else to add. Colleagues have spoken. Mine is one voice, one Africa, one voice must have one law when it comes to climate change. I was involved in the initial stages of the Kenyan climate change law, and actually we discovered there was a draft in Nigeria. Our Nigerian colleagues should tell us whether they completed or not, because Nigeria had a draft as early as 2010. So we hope that they completed theirs also. But we need to have one law that will cover all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The last name on the list, Honorable Tony Stivanze.
Thank you very, very, very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to take the floor. And I want to appreciate and thank the presenters, mainly the chairperson of the portfolio of the Permanent Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, and the speaker on the climate change. Mr. President, I am raising to debate because I'm very, very passionate about climate change, because a lot of people in my kingdom, in my country, are suffering because of this effect. I want to quote, Mr. President, from the speech from the throne of our Parliament in 2024 when we opened it by His Majesty King Mswati III, who is our head of state and the longest-serving member of the African Union. I quote, on climate change. He said, I quote, extreme weather is becoming more frequent and intense in Eswatini, eroding economic achievements. These occasional and severe climate-induced disasters have forced the country to quickly construct the Disaster Management Fund to improve disaster preparedness and response. He therefore implored and said, let's build on our efforts to address this phenomenon, end quote. Mr. President, those who caused climate change should lead in funding the solution to this problem. I think justice must be done here, President. I mean, we are from third world countries, and these countries have got very, very minimal budget. And here we sit with a climate change issue that was perpetrated by the capitalists, Mr. President. And those developed countries that benefited profits from the emissions that have been doing through their pushing of their profits. So I feel, Mr. President, that let us push those who contributed to this to pay the price. Mr. President, we have spoken about global warming. In the beginning, it was global warming. Now the terminology has changed to climate change. For the longest of times, I think some of us, when we were still at the universities, that's what we've been learning and been told about. But now, we continue to talk and talk while the citizens are suffering. Mr. President, I feel that our people are dying, especially in Eswatini. There's been a lot of disasters, I think last year, and a lot of houses were blown away, and the government had to spend a lot of money trying to assist the people. So I feel, Mr. President, the time for cheap talk is over. We need to act. I therefore, Mr. President, stand to support the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture to push for the model law. And I want to...
Your name is there. I don't see it. But I give you leave to speak.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable President. Let me just thank the presenters, Mr. Barakat and Mr. Mwendi, for a very informative presentation. Let me also adopt the position of my brother in Kenya, in Eswatini and Senegal for the interventions they have made. I would have said something about what they have said, but I will want to move away from that and just insist that our problem in Africa is to negotiate with these countries jointly. The OECD countries always want to negotiate with African countries singly, one by one, which we don't have the negotiating power to do. So they always overpower us when it comes to negotiations. Honorable Mr. President, the problem of climate change is that whether we like it or not, or whether we pollute or not, we are polluted. And we are being polluted by countries that are more powerful than us. And that's why it is called climate justice. And that's what we are fighting. And we should not shy away from that fight. We should continue to fight on that so that they pay what they should pay, and so that we come to what my brother in Senegal is saying, climate adaptation, these adaptation strategies. We come from the rural areas, Mr. President, and we are bedeviled with all kinds of problems. Like right now, rain is not coming in my country when rain should have started since the beginning of last month. If they pay, as they should pay, Honorable President, we use that money, and our money, of course, to invest in the rural water supply with cutting-edge technologies which are appropriate in our various areas in Africa. We should now find partners in water resources management to address ongoing water scarcity and challenges. Other countries are thinking about reusable water systems by using liquid from landfill sites and industries processes by converting into clean water sources that can be reused. If we can overcome or improve water quality, quantity, and availability of water in the rural areas, we'll be assured of rural development. Honorable President, improving renewable energy, such as solar-powered irrigation, has the potential to increase sustainable water use and help farmers adapt to changing weather patterns, as said by my brother. We all know that solar is a more environmentally sustainable option than traditional.
Thank you. Maybe the last one. No, you are done. Thank you. The 3 minutes are over. Then the Honorable Jean-Marie Niti Biranje.
Merci, Excellence, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. J'avais souscrit, mais la fait peut-être s'est envolée quelque part. Je suis très content du rapport formulé par la Commission. C'est très intéressant, très enrichissant. Néanmoins, j'ai une interrogation quelque part. Pour la conférence tenue au Chili du 15 au 16 juin 2023, avec comme but, comme c'est dit au point 20, but était de formuler des stratégies efficaces et de favoriser une plus grande collaboration pour atteindre les défis de la sécurité alimentaire mondiale et à de meilleurs résultats en matière de nutrition. Quelque part, je me suis demandé quelles sont les stratégies efficaces formulées pour que nous puissions nous en approprier. Deuxième idée, c'était de soutenir l'élaboration de loi type parce que nous devons rendre service aux générations futures parce qu'aujourd'hui, nous constatons dans pas mal de pays, mon pays aussi, dans le passé, on continuait à construire des maisons dans des endroits très riches, très fertiles. Comme ça, nous sommes en train de favoriser l'insécurité alimentaire parce que nous devons protéger les générations, nos progénitures, pour que dans le futur, ils puissent avoir à manger en suffisance. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for being brief and to the point. We are now done with debates. I now call upon the chairperson of the committee, but I want to plead between the chairperson and the Dr. Mwenda that we have had a long debate, and you presented. So let's not restart or reopen what has already been presented. Salient issues. Thank you.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président. On remercie en tout cas nos collègues pour les remerciements, les appréciations. Donc, honorable Abel Pelanga a parlé des points sur le changement climatique. Je crois que c'est Dr Mitika est mieux placé que moi pour parler de cette question. Il a dit aussi que nous devons passer, en tout cas, outre. Nous devons dépasser la mendicité. Bon. Il a parlé de l'agriculture en disant que depuis 2004, de 2004 à 2008, en tout cas cette commission existe et l'Afrique reste toujours fragile en matière de sécurité alimentaire. On est d'accord, hein, l'Afrique a la capacité de produire ses aliments. Et Je pense que l'Afrique a suffisamment de terres arables. Hein. Je ne sais pas si la traduction est mal passée, mais on n'a jamais dit dans le rapport que l'Afrique n'a pas assez de terres arables. Elle a assez de terres arables et d'eau. Les terres sont riches. Honorable Ousmane Thiam parlait des contributions. Il a parlé des énergies renouvelables, développement durable. Je crois que ce sont les contributions. Et il a dit aussi que la loi type sur le changement climatique est la bienvenue. Honorable Tefana du Zimbabwe, je crois qu'il est de notre commission, hein, donc on doit collaborer bien sûr, même si on adopte ici des lois types sur les différents thèmes, notamment la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition, on doit collaborer avec l'exécutif. Soit ce serait une proposition de loi, soit ce serait un projet de loi qui passe à travers l'exécutif.
Sorry, Chairman. You are repeating what people said. We want responses from you. So we are limited with time.
Yes.
We don't need to redo everything again, to repeat what has been said. We are simply saying, and you don't need to go through every name. Yeah. You go through issues which people have raised.
Ok, d'accord. Honorable Simbile, je pense. On a besoin en tout cas que l'agriculture, hein, la sécurité, notamment la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition, comprend plusieurs domaines, l'eau, le sol, l'eau, ainsi de suite. Donc avoir des budgets appropriés. Honorable Mariam Dao a posé une question difficile. Quelles seraient les propositions pour... qu'est-ce que la Commission propose, puisqu'elle dit que la sécheresse sévit en Afrique de l'Ouest? Je pense que la loi type sur la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition est aussi une des solutions. Si elle est internalisée au niveau du pays, ça peut résoudre certains problèmes. Il y a un collègue aussi qui a dit qu'il faut aussi d'autres lois types sur notamment le commerce, la pollution, etc., certains ne concernent pas notre commission. La norme en matière de denrées et nutrition, ça normalement c'est un des domaines aussi pour la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition. Il est nécessaire d'avoir des normes communes. Merci, je crois que c'est tout. Il y a quelqu'un qui a parlé du sommet parlementaire en Chili. C'est un sommet de lutte contre la faim où 150 parlementaires ont participé. Il a posé la question de la stratégie efficace de la sécurité alimentaire et nutrition. Je pense que la loi type que nous avons adoptée et lancée le vendredi 28 juin ici est une des composantes, en tout cas, qui peut être utilisée. Merci.
Dr. Mwenda.
Thank you, Chair, and I acknowledge most of the members, and not many questions, but it was generally comments. But I just want to mention that the first question, the issue about whether we are begging or we are asking for climate finance. The point here is that it's not about begging. the convention, the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, and the Paris Agreement is very clear in various articles, which I will not extend here, to mention that climate finance, the commitment by industrialized countries, those who have acknowledged that they caused the climate problem, they, under that convention, have agreed that they are going to provide, to do two things, two actions, which I started by mentioning. Point number one, deep emission cuts so that they reduce, to address climate change. The other action which they are supposed to do is to provide unconditionally finances, resources to enable the victims of their actions to either build resilience and adapt to the impacts of climate change. So when we ask them to honor their commitments, we are not begging. It is what has been agreed. And so we need really to be very clear that we don't go with our ball. It is to ask for those who have caused the problem to do it. What I'm very happy about, I'm really gratified that all members are quite excited about the Monreal Law, and that is the way to go. I mentioned again that we are going to work with the Secretariat so that now we see how we can implement that. We work together, how we can roll out that. We are setting up a committee, and I think this is going to be rolled out as soon as possible, if it is not being done already. Then finally is about the question of Nigeria by Professor. Yeah, Nigeria, I think they started earlier, but this is what we call now, when we talk about political goodwill. I think there was tremendous goodwill in Kenya, and we were able to move even quicker, faster than Nigeria. And that's why we say that the model which we can see working in Africa is the Kenyan model, because it's not about just development of our law, but even implementation. So there has been deliberate effort to really implement the Kenyan one, and as you see, the whole landscape is about, even not only at national level, it also triggered even subnational level. The counties in really working and ensuring that this is done and it is implemented, and that's why it has triggered a lot of work in climate action across the country. Thank you once again, Mr. President.
Thank you. I allow the applause. I think this is the end of the presentation. So thank you very much, Dr. Mwenda. We as Pan-African Parliament commit ourselves to carry out our mandate as a parliament to advance, promote all matters related to climate change. Even after this presentation, we expect you to remain engaged with SPAP, and that between now and September, between September and November, and in November you'll be back to prepare for our joint approach at the COP29. We want to go together as a team, our civil society, NGOs, we call them partners, as Africa as a bloc. So you are welcome. But having presented everything, we can now grant you leave to leave the chamber. I believe you have other commitments. Thank you very much. And we clap as he leaves. Now we move for the adoption. Chair of the committee, can you move for adoption?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Je propose que le rapport de notre commission soit adopté. Merci.
Thank you. Seconder, just shout your name on the mic.
Shouta Fanana from Zimbabwe. I second, Mr. President.
Thank you. The clerk will read the third order of the day.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le prochain point est la présentation et débat sur le rapport du séminaire sur le renforcement de la base scientifique de la médecine traditionnelle par la recherche et l'innovation. Présentation qui sera faite par la Commission de la Santé, du Travail et des Affaires sociales.
Thank you. I now call upon or invite Honorable Jean Patrice Quirin, Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Labor, Social Welfare, to make his presentation.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président du Parlement panafricain, Madame la Vice-présidente du Parlement panafricain, chers collègues, le rapport qui vous est soumis résume les débats qui ont eu lieu au cours de cette troisième session ordinaire, précisément le 28 juin, entre la Commission de la Santé et la Commission de l'égalité en genre, sur la base scientifique de la médecine traditionnelle au moyen de la recherche et de l'innovation. Monsieur le Président, cette réunion conjointe visait notamment à sensibiliser les parlementaires aux politiques de l'Union africaine et à l'état de la recherche sur la médecine traditionnelle, mais aussi à explorer les mécanismes de financement pour faciliter la recherche, l'innovation et le développement de la médecine traditionnelle, à définir le rôle des parlementaires en tirant parti de leur mandat pour assurer le développement de la médecine traditionnelle afin de répondre aux besoins de l'Afrique en matière de santé publique, mais aussi à examiner les possibilités de collaboration entre l'Afrique et les centres de recherche et de développement afin de recueillir les données numériques pour la protection de l'innovation dans le domaine de la médecine traditionnelle. Et finalement, à combler le fossé entre les praticiens de la médecine traditionnelle et les scientifiques. Chers collègues, selon l'Organisation mondiale de la santé, plus de 80% de la population mondiale a actuellement recours à la médecine traditionnelle. Pour garantir la qualité, la sécurité et l'efficacité de la médecine traditionnelle, il serait important de définir une base scientifique solide et un cadre réglementaire au même titre que la médecine conventionnelle. J'aimerais rappeler ici que la Commission de la Santé avait organisé une réflexion de 2 jours sur la place de la médecine traditionnelle dans les systèmes de santé africains. Cette réunion a permis d'évaluer l'état de mise en œuvre du plan d'action de l'Union africaine pour la 2e décennie de la médecine traditionnelle, 2011 à 2020, et de la stratégie de l'OMS pour le développement de la médecine traditionnelle en Afrique. Les participants ont convenu que la promotion de la médecine traditionnelle contribuerait à l'amélioration de la couverture sanitaire des populations. Et je dois ici souligner, Monsieur le Président, qu'en 2018, le Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine a pris la décision de créer le Centre africain de la recherche scientifique et de l'innovation, l'ASRIC, afin de relever les défis du développement socio-économique de l'Afrique. En tant que plateforme continentale, La SRIC devrait jouer un rôle essentiel en veillant à la protection des valeurs, des cultures et des ressources naturelles africaines au bénéfice des populations. Au cours des débats, les parlementaires ont été édifiés sur les domaines de compétences de ce centre qui sont, entre autres, de coordonner et promouvoir la recherche et les résultats scientifiques et technologiques pour toutes les activités scientifiques et techniques du continent, harmoniser les plans, les stratégies et les politiques de développement nationaux et régionaux afin d'assurer la pleine exploitation des ressources nationales et naturelles pour une croissance et un développement durable à long terme. Aussi, favoriser l'excellence de la recherche en sciences, technologies et innovations pour répondre aux défis existants et nouveaux sur le continent. Et finalement, Monsieur le Président, de mobiliser les ressources financières et humaines pour soutenir les activités et programmes de recherche conformément à la politique de l'Union africaine dans ce domaine. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, le Centre de recherche de l'Union africaine a partagé les informations sur les différents résultats de leurs travaux dans la modernisation de la médecine traditionnelle. L'on peut par exemple citer la lutte contre la Covid-19 et d'autres épidémies grâce au filtre à sable de la plante moringa à faible coût, une technologie UV hybride pour l'utilisation de l'eau à usage domestique et communautaire en Afrique, et cela pour assurer l'eau potable aux populations. Par ailleurs, le directeur de la santé et des affaires humanitaires de la Commission de l'Union africaine, le professeur Rulio, a pris part à cette réunion pour informer les parlementaires que le plan d'action pour la 3e décennie de la médecine traditionnelle est en cours d'élaboration et sera soumis à la prochaine réunion des ministres de la Santé de l'Union africaine prévue en août de cette année. Au titre des expériences nationales sur la modernisation de la médecine traditionnelle, le directeur au ministère des Sciences et de la Technologie de l'Afrique du Sud a quant à lui fait un exposé sur les différentes étapes déjà amorcées dans le cadre de la recherche et de l'innovation dont les résultats sont probants. Le ministère sud-africain des Sciences a installé 15 laboratoires à travers le pays pour apporter un appui aux praticiens. Ces laboratoires dédiés aux études et à l'appui des partenaires ont pour objectif d'aboutir à une pharmacologie basée sur la recherche. Outre les laboratoires, le gouvernement a aussi créé un bureau de gestion de la propriété intellectuelle en collaboration avec d'autres partenaires dans d'autres domaines de compétences qui lui sont utiles. Et en marge de ces présentations prises en compte dans le programme de l'atelier, un promoteur rwandais de moringa résidant en Afrique du Sud a fait un bref exposé sur la plante dont il est passionné. Il a informé les parlementaires des différentes et multiples vertus du moringa comme plante médicinale aux nombreux effets thérapeutiques. Il a présenté aux participants les transformations de la plante sous forme de thé et de gélules, ce qui a suscité l'intérêt des parlementaires qui ont apprécié non seulement l'esprit d'entrepreneuriat, mais encore et surtout le sens de la recherche de ce dernier exposant. Chers collègues, au cours des débats, il a été recommandé aux parlementaires, premièrement, d'œuvrer à l'augmentation des budgets affectés à la recherche scientifique et à l'innovation pour garantir l'indépendance des structures en charge de la recherche et la fiabilité ou l'authenticité des résultats de celle-ci. Aussi, de promouvoir la création des facultés de médecine traditionnelle dans les universités en Afrique, comme c'est le cas en Afrique du Sud, pour assurer le développement de la médecine traditionnelle. Et finalement, de faciliter la protection des connaissances des praticiens de la médecine traditionnelle et d'en garantir la propriété intellectuelle. Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Do we have a list? Yes, we have a list of interest to debate. Honorable Mamelo Poko Lesotho.
Thank you, His Excellency, and thank you to our committee chair. This is the best presentation, and this is the best thought I ever had. In all African countries, almost all the plants around us are medicinal plants, meaning we are covered. The issue has been how do we use them properly so that we are well. With this strengthening of a scientific base of traditional medicine by research and innovation in Africa, we are all going to live well because we have them around us. The problem is, as Africans, we are not able to pass the gift to our generations. We have been using these medicines for a very long time. We have grown using them. But how do we make sure we take proper doses? This is the research we need to advocate for as members of PAP. We need to go out and sell this research. We need to grow our communities like other countries have already started using this research. We need to manufacture these traditional medicines, and we need, I don't even know how to emphasize on the word need, because we are using them, but we need to use them in a proper way. And also, in my country, these plants are growing themselves naturally. And unfortunately, we have been smuggling them out of our country to other countries who use them to empower their communities, and we are left behind. And we are not even replanting them for future use. But with this research, we will be able to replant, and we will be able to help our communities to grow them and harvest them properly. I just want to thank PAP for being able to come up with this and being able to help us do what is proper for our communities and our nations. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ishmael Samata, Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pass.
Thank you. Honorable Swangile Mamba, Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. I think it's just a recommendation that we should use our traditional medicines, although we are discouraged, but we have fruits, we have other trees around us, and it will be cheaper if we make medicines. We are not being encouraged. We are encouraged to use Western medicines, but it's high time that the traditional healers are also encouraged to process the traditional medicines. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Maria Rosa Antonina Gilberta Tipinge Escovalo, Angola.
Excelência, Senhor Presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano, honoráveis colegas deputados, todo o protocolo observado. A minha colega deputada Arlete Borges está de regresso para Angola por questões inadiáveis, mas pediu-me que fizesse esta intervenção em seu nome. Dar os parabéns ao presidente da Comissão de Saúde pela sua rica intervenção, tanto na comissão como aqui na plenária, sobre a base científica da medicina tradicional. Sabemos que em África cerca de 80% da população recorre aos tratamentos caseiros sem base científica, mas com conhecimentos que são transmitidos de geração. Exemplo foi o uso para o tratamento de plantas para o tratamento da Covid e com muitos sucessos. Queremos felicitar a África do Sul pelo uso das plantas, queremos felicitar a África do Sul pelo seu desenvolvimento a nível da elaboração de políticas para regular a implementação da medicina tradicional e o avanço que tem tido em investigação e pesquisa na base do conhecimento indígena sobre medicina tradicional para a saúde das populações. A Angola possui mais de 60 mil terapeutas e parteiras tradicionais. A nível do Ministério do Ensino Superior, Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação, do qual depende o Centro Nacional de Investigação Científica, CNIC, estão a ser desenvolvidos estudos sobre a tripanossomíase e outras doenças na base da medicina tradicional, através de um projeto de valorização do tratamento tradicional. Foram escolhidas doenças parasitórias e endêmicas para investigação por causarem muitas mortes no seio das comunidades. O projeto visa identificar alguns remédios e plantas e validar cientificamente o tratamento.
One minute, all right, granted.
A base de plantas Para terminar, dizer que estamos de parabéns, pois no dia 19 do mês de junho, mês passado, o Parlamento angolano deu parecer positivo ao titular do Poder Executivo para a ratificação da agência, do protocolo da Agência Africana de Medicamentos, pois esta agência vai regular a qualidade dos medicamentos em África. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Excellency the President. Your Excellency, during the COVID pandemic, I was in Lusaka and I was doing work for COMESA, and we were just catching the last flight back home because they were going to close the skies. When we reached home, I was not well, Your Excellency, and I took the normal conventional medicine, but I wasn't responding until the day my wife brought some leaves, which we call muarubaini in our language, and I was made to sit on that, boil the water, sit next to it, and the fumes that were coming were able to give me a very quick response. Your Excellency, I believe in traditional medicine. In fact, even this morning, I was chewing my ginger and my garlic, because in our custom that helps you a lot, and it is affecting my life in a very different way. Mr. Speaker, if today you sit with me and my colleagues we went to school with, there's a big difference, and it is just chewing ginger and garlic. Mr. Speaker, in our place in Tana River County, the elders will tell you, when you are having diarrhea, this is what you use. When you have a snake bite, this is what you use. When you have a fever, this is what you use. It is there. But we do not have a structured way in which we can apply this medicine to our children. Today when I tell my children, chew this ginger, they think I'm crazy. And yet, Mr. President, this is a reality that we need to actually explore. So I'm very happy to hear from the chairman of the committee that in fact there is an African Research Center that has been set up by the African Union. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, we need to encourage the growth of this area. We need to have some form of guidelines so that we can accept alternative African medicine as part and parcel of our modern lives. And Mr. Speaker, there is another side of African science. Our elders back in Tana River County, they will tell you when you see these insects are passing, when you see these ones are passing, there is drought coming. When they tell you that when you see the cows are giving etc., this extra, what is it, this stuff they give after they eat the grass. When they are giving it in a certain way, the cow dung, when the cow dung is in a certain way.
One more minute. You are telling us good things.
Thank you. So, Your Excellency, the elders will tell you, these cows now, we need to shift them from where we are, we take them to another area because the drought is coming. So there is another science that our elders have. So it is not just traditional medicine. I believe that when these Europeans came, they told us all these things we believe in are going to take us to hell. They didn't take our fathers to hell. They helped them. But we have been so colonialized in our minds that we have not explored this other science, Mr. President. And I believe this African Center should not just be talking about the medicinal science that our hubs have, but there is another science. There is another science. Maybe that science, Mr. President, will take all Africans to heaven once this research is done. I submit that we should support this scientific research on African medicine and the alternative science of Africa. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Stuki Moza, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity. And thank you to the chairperson of the Health Committee for giving us such a rich paper and giving us hope that all the trees and the plants that we have in Africa, that we all know that are medicinal, there will be research on them and that we will be able to use them. Because it is clear that the problem is we know these plants, but because of colonialism, we do not believe in them. And this research will also help us in knowing the dosage, because that is what is lacking. You are given a medicine, traditional medicine, and you do not know the dosage. They'll tell you just gasp it or a mouthful and give it a teaspoon, and people will use a tablespoon because they want to get well. I'll give you an example, Honorable House, that during the time of COVID, I refused to go to hospital because I felt that people were dying there because of the fact that even the doctors did not know what to do and how to treat COVID. And I remembered that my mother used to give us what we call the Artemisia afra, or the African war wood, which is called umhlonyana in Sizulu and Siswati. That really helped because it has propensities that help in flu-like symptoms and all those that are related to flu. And there's also another one that is called umsutane, called the lemon bush or fever tea. It also has propensities against fever, and it also has prophylactic agents against lung infections. So those are the two plants that help me, because I remember that from childhood, that is what we would be given when we presented with symptoms of cold or flu. So I support this, and it makes me happy to learn that finally our medicines will now also be regulated and we will be able to use them. I duly submit, and thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. Honorable Luther Sandy Collins, Liberia.
Oh, sorry, okay. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. This is a very important topic, and I think we all need to give serious attention to it. As I was seated, I heard my colleague said, or the honorable senator said, he was chewing his garlic and ginger, but you can see mine. I just told you people that since I came in South Africa, I have been down with cold, and I strongly believe in traditional medicine. But here's the point. According to WHO, most of African country traditional medicine are very effective, okay? But what we are lacking is the method we apply to be used. And I feel, Mr. President, we have a tax. We have to make sure that we give more attention to our traditional scientific medicine. If you look around in Africa, we have all of the leaves. People apply this leaf to cure sore. People apply this leaf to take bones from in people's throat. I'm a living testimony for that. I come from Liberia, and I know most of our people apply traditional medicine. So I will support that you, Mr. President, using your oversight responsibility, you make sure that this approach is met to the fullest so that we can give relevance to our traditional medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marie-Sandra Monia Mayot, Mauritius.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues parlementaires, permettez-moi de féliciter les commissions de la santé et du genre et leurs présidents respectifs, l'honorable Franco Quirin et l'honorable Mariam Daougabala, pour ce rapport concis, informatif et très structuré. Monsieur le Président, la médecine traditionnelle a toujours occupé une place de choix dans nos sociétés africaines. Transmise de génération en génération, elle constitue une richesse inestimable de savoirs et de pratiques ancestrales qui ont su prouver leur efficacité à maintes reprises. En effet, avant l'ère moderne et l'avènement de la médecine conventionnelle, nos ancêtres ont su trouver dans la nature les remèdes pour soigner une multitude de maux et de maladies. Aujourd'hui, Monsieur le Président, nous assistons à une résurgence de cet intérêt pour la médecine traditionnelle. Pourquoi? Eh bien, à cause de l'accessibilité et du coût, pour commencer. La médecine traditionnelle est souvent plus accessible et moins coûteuse que la médecine conventionnelle. Dans de nombreuses régions rurales et éloignées, les herbes, plantes médicinales sont souvent la seule option disponible pour les populations. Pour la préservation des savoirs ancestraux, il est de notre devoir, Monsieur le Président, de préserver et de valoriser les connaissances ancestrales qui risquent de disparaître. Les guérisseurs traditionnels, véritables gardiens de ce savoir, doivent être reconnus et soutenus, d'où l'urgence d'une loi pour les protéger et les reconnaître. Monsieur le Président, la médecine traditionnelle peut compléter la médecine moderne, car de nombreuses plantes utilisées dans la médecine traditionnelle possèdent des propriétés thérapeutiques qui peuvent être validées et optimisées grâce à la recherche scientifique. Sans compter, Monsieur le Président, que les dernières découvertes en matière de médecine traditionnelle sont particulièrement prometteuses, comme par exemple l'Artemisia annua, cette plante traditionnelle utilisée pour traiter le paludisme, le moringa, qui a été cité à maintes reprises, connu sous le nom d'arbre miracle, le Sutherlandia microphilia actuellement à l'étude pour l'utilisation chez les patients atteints du VIH-Sida. Cependant, Monsieur le Président, pour que ce retour en force de la médecine traditionnelle soit pleinement bénéfique, il est essentiel que notre Parlement interpelle l'ASRIC avec comme outil essentiel ce rapport dans un cadre légal pour le financement de la recherche, l'innovation et le développement de la médecine traditionnelle. La recherche permettra de valider scientifiquement les propriétés thérapeutiques des plantes et des pratiques traditionnelles, garantissant ainsi leur efficacité et leur sécurité. Monsieur le Président, je viens de terminer la lecture.
Okay, 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je viens de terminer la lecture d'un best-seller intitulé « Les remèdes naturels qu'ils ne veulent pas que vous connaissiez » de Kevin Trudeau. Et après cela, je ne puis que soutenir ce rapport. Donc, en conclusion, Monsieur le Président et mes chers collègues, j'exhorte mes honorables collègues à soutenir fermement ce rapport afin que nous puissions, par nos actions et nos voix, soutenir les efforts des chercheurs pour améliorer la pharmacopée. J'en ai terminé. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Sorry, he has gone to do medical.
Okay. Honorable Senator Gabala, Mariam, Dao, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais de prime abord féliciter la Commission pour avoir organisé un atelier aussi instructif, informatif, et d'y avoir associé la Commission de l'égalité en genre et de la famille, mais aussi pour son rapport qui a été très concis. Monsieur le Président, notre médecine traditionnelle doit se développer et nos scientifiques doivent s'y intéresser pour rendre la médecine et les médicaments accessibles à nos populations. Et pour ça, Monsieur le Président, il nous faut davantage accorder de l'attention à la médecine traditionnelle, qui plus est une médecine holistique, contrairement à la médecine conventionnelle. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais relever que nous devons aussi protéger nos plantes et nos chercheurs à travers la protection intellectuelle de ces recherches, parce que nous avons vu nos chercheurs être assassinés ou disparaître après avoir trouvé des solutions pour le paludisme ou pour le sida. Monsieur le Président, la médecine traditionnelle et la faculté sont un élément qui vont assurer notre sécurité en santé, mais aussi, Monsieur le Président, médecine traditionnelle et développement et industrialisation de la pharmacopée sont les sources de croissance future de nos économies et de nos États, et donc pas à négliger. L'Afrique du Sud et le Ghana l'ont compris et nous ont informé que bientôt nous aurons une faculté de médecine traditionnelle en Afrique. C'est un bond incroyable. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Honorable Salif Jao, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, this topic under discussion is so important that we cannot overemphasize its importance. Mr. President, traditional medicine is something that was being used in this continent in the past, before 50 years ago. And by then, people were not even visiting the hospitals. They were using herbs just behind their backyards. When you are sick, you just go, you unplug these leaves, you boil them, or you cook them, and then when you use them, you are up again. But now we rely on these conventional medicines that are brought to us. And this thing is not even curing us. It just heals for a while, and then it comes back again. That's why, and they are called drugs. That's why we are addicted to them. We cannot go without using them. Every day you must take medicine before you are effective. Why? Because we have abandoned what our forefathers were using. That is this traditional medicine. Now, Honorable Mr. President, just even the foods that we are eating now, we don't even know them. Then our forefathers were growing what they were eating, and they were also eating what they were growing. Just from the farm, you bring it to the kitchen, prepare it without using any other external source. And then it was so delicious, and it was keeping them healthy. But now we have abandoned all those things because of this so-called civilization. And it is also troubling us and troubling our children. I think it is better and it is high time for us to go back to the drawing board, and then we do as our ancestors, our forefathers, our fathers were doing, so that we can regain and get back our health. Now, Mr. President, even the rice that we are consuming now, then you will grow a field of rice, and then in 4 months you harvest once. But now they have modified it. Within a month or two, you can even harvest 2 to 3 times. So what that is telling us, look at the chickens that we are consuming now. By then, you will just rear.
Yes, granted.
Okay. And then you consume them in 6 months' time. But now, just in 1 month, the chicken will grow, you consume it. It will lay egg 10 times a day. And we are consuming those eggs. All those things are not healthy. I think this, what the chair has laid before us, is something very important, and then we all should applaud it and then at least try to see how best that we'll be able to implement it for the betterment of this continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Joseph Leopold, Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have to thank my colleague from Mauritius, Jean-Franco Curin, for his beautiful presentation on traditional medicine. I want to add my voice in this debate to show the link between slavery, traditional medicine, and the constituency which I represent in the Republic of Mauritius. I come from an island 600 kilometers from Mauritius, an outer island which made up of 40,000 inhabitants and only 104 square kilometers, very small island. And the people are of 90% of African descent. And they are made up of people coming from the mainland Africa, from Ethiopia, from Benin, and from Madagascar. And when they took those people from mainland Africa to my small inhabited, it was not habited at that time, those people came with their knowledge on traditional medicines. That's where we have that strong bond with traditional medicines in my island. And this knowledge was passed on from generation to generation, but it was oral. And only recently that we've made lots of researchers, and those research were done by our ex-president of the Republic of Mauritius, Mrs. Dr. Garim Fakib. And then we have books on traditional medicines. Just to let you know, so far as slavery is concerned, Mauritius, Rodrigues, and Seychelles, slavery was abolished in 1835. But because Rodrigues was so remote from the main island Mauritius, and they have to sail from Mauritius to Rodrigues to announce that slavery has been abolished, it took 4 years for the people on the island of Rodrigues to know that slavery was abolished. And this means that in Rodrigues, officially, slavery was abolished in 1838. And when the Dutch people came to Rodrigues, they exterminate turtles and flightless birds, which were very important for the propagation of our endemic plant.
Thank you. Honorable Hepimo Chidziva.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for this opportunity to add my voice on this report. This is one of those reports that the African continent or the PAP must take seriously, because it answers to one of our fights as the African continent of eradicating colonization. Thank you, Chair, for the report. This report is centered on empowering African medicine. Mr. President, socio-economic factors such as poverty and rapid increase in healthcare costs, especially in low-income countries, calls for effective intervention strategies vital for preventing and managing chronic illness. And our answer is on traditional medicine. Traditional or natural medicines have an integral part to people's health and well-being across the world, because of affordability and availability. Africa must take a fight for its space to make sure that traditional medicines must be evaluated through the same rigorous scientific standards applied to other forms of medicines. Governments must create facilities, resources, support and protection of intellectual property. There should be a uniform statutory regulatory framework that must be put in place in Africa. Mr. President, in my country, Zimbabwe, we have embraced traditional medicine, and traditional medicine helped us during the COVID period with the use of zumbani and tsangamidzi, ginger. My only point of concern in this issue is the area where we are using the word traditional. I think we must move into like this African medicine. It's an African medicine that is a medicinal plant, indigenous medicine, because when we say traditional, we act as if this is something that is for the past. We can still discover even more now as Africans and be able to treat ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. The last, before we break for lunch, Honorable Jean-Marie Nibitarinchi.
Merci, Excellence, Monsieur le Président. Je commence à remercier le président d'ICOKIS, de la Commission Santé, qui a fait une brève et concise présentation. Ça nous donne un exemple parce que nous avons pu capter pas mal de choses dans sa présentation qui n'était pas très longue. Quand cela nous tient, je voulais encourager le comité exécutif de l'Union africaine, mais aussi le Parlement panafricain que nous sommes, de penser à améliorer, mais aussi à financer les institutions de recherche en matière de médecine traditionnelle. Mais aussi, il faut créer aussi des institutions universitaires au niveau de nos régions, mais aussi créer des centres d'homologation au niveau de notre continent pour que nous puissions vraiment confirmer la nécessité de promouvoir la médecine traditionnelle. Parce que la médecine traditionnelle viendrait améliorer le bien-être de la population, améliorer la santé de nos populations. Parce que nos forêts et nos réserves naturelles, ici chez nous en Afrique, sont très riches en biodiversité. Très riches en biodiversité, nos forêts. Et je me souviens, je vais terminer par une petite histoire comme les autres. Je me souviens, ma grand-mère, en 1975, 75, je me souviens, je me sentais mal. Le ventre était plus ou moins bombé. Elle m'a administré un médicament et les ascaris passaient dans n'importe quel chemin. Pour dire que vraiment que les médicaments, les feuilles que nous avons, nos plantes médicinales sont de très grande utilité. Donc, il faut encourager, il faut formuler des recommandations comme quoi, au niveau de nos régions, nous puissions créer, comme j'aurais dit, des institutions de recherche, des instituts universitaires, pour que nous puissions nous imprégner des connaissances, pour que nos enfants, demain, puissent améliorer cette institution de recherche en médecine traditionnelle. Donc, mais aussi, il ne faut pas oublier, comme il y a un combat, il y a la concurrence.
Thank you. I had said the last, but there was another name, so that will be the last. Honorable Mbo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, the President. And I think this is an excellent report that is before us as members of Parliament. and we must all work together to ensure we increase the budgets of research in our own countries. Honorable Speaker, if you remember a few months ago, I stood here, to be exact, in 2023, and said we need to sit up as an African continent to look at the food that we import into this continent. Because it's the same food that we import, Honorable Speaker, that is also making us sick. And when we are sick also, we are developing the pharmaceutical markets of the other industries. The African continent is hit twice by the food that we eat, and also we develop their commodity industry. We also develop their pharmaceutical industry. We must support this report to ensure that we do the right thing, because we are talking about food security, but we must also talk about health security for the African population. We must work together to ensure that we have the right food for the population. And then we develop our own African medicine for our people. You see, me, personally, I do more of the traditional medicine than the pharmaceutical. And you can tell. When I tell people about my age, they will say, no, it's not possible. Because I watch what I eat, and I also watch the pharmaceuticals that I take. You know, I still look very young, even though I'm old. So that tells you something, that Africa has a lot of solutions for our people. We can solve our issue of food, we can solve the issue of also traditional medicine. So we must work together to encourage this committee to further collaborate to ensure that we have more money for the development of research for the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is now time for me to call the chairperson. But before the chair responds, I want to make one or two observations. Our universities have existed for centuries. Faculties of medicine, health, pharmacy. Why is it that we are still talking of the need to do research? Where were our universities over the century? Yeah, we have so many. On Africa, I think, on this continent, I think we have, I don't know, thousands. What is the limit? Why are they not coming up with something to help us? And I want to tell my own story. A few years back, I was working in Tanzania, doing consultancy work, and I had a friend, a medical doctor, and he told me, he said, you know, about traditional medicines. He said, at one time he worked in Uganda before he moved to Tanzania as a medical doctor. And in Uganda, Kampala, his wife went for labor to deliver a baby. And after 24 hours, nothing, although she was due. So in the end, the doctors recommended cesarean operation. Let's operate on her so that we get the baby out. So they asked the husband, who is a medical doctor, can you complete these forms so that we operate on your wife? So before he signed, he went to the wife in the maternity ward and said, they've given me these papers so that we can be operated on, because it appears the normal labor has failed. So the wife then said, oh, my husband, please, can you know that herb? Can you go in that herb? If I try it, and if we fail, fine, we do the operation. So he said he took that herb, went into the ward, and gave the wife. In fact, he even told the doctors that before I complete the forms, my wife has asked for some herb which we know, traditional medicine. So they said, okay, if you want to proceed that way, we'll wait. So he brought that. He said within an hour, the wife delivered, no more delivery, no more birth, no operation on her, no cesarean. Just because of that herb. And this was a medical doctor telling me about it. So it is true that we Africans, unfortunately, have shortchanged ourselves. But this African Research Center AU1, when it becomes operational, they will research. But will there not be a requirement that to register anything, you have to go to Europe or to America again? So in the end, a second research has to be done outside the continent. Anyway, some of those questions may be too complex, but just to challenge our own parliamentarians that we have capacity in our own medicine. What should this parliament do? But do you remember that we had such a debate last year in May or the other day in August on this same topic? We had a debate on the issue of African or traditional medicines in this chamber, and we made some resolutions. And the debate today was almost the same as May 2023 or October 2022. Just to do research, our staff have debated. So we need to move forward. Chairman of the committee, your comments again, be brief.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les honorables membres qui sont intervenus et qui ont positivement contribué à ces débats. Donc, une chose à laquelle nous sommes tous unanimes à reconnaître, ce sont les bienfaits de la médecine traditionnelle. Donc, dans pratiquement toutes les interventions, nous avons noté à quel point les honorables membres reconnaissent que ce soit à travers les aliments qu'ils consomment, quand ils sont malades, que ce soit l'ail ou le gingembre, entre autres. Donc, ce sont des aliments qui les permettent plus facilement, sans avoir à dépenser leur argent pour aller dans les pharmacies acheter les médicaments conventionnels, et avec des aliments qu'on pourrait qualifier de remèdes de grand-mère chez nous, c'est un peu comme ça qu'on l'appelle, remèdes de grand-mère, mais qui sont à quel point, Monsieur le Président, efficaces. Donc, ceci dit, certains honorables membres qui sont des membres de la Commission de la Santé, d'autres de la Commission du genre, qui ont participé récemment à notre atelier de travail, donc qui ont complémenté les débats. Donc, ceci dit, Monsieur le Président, nous avons parlé de certaines plantes, comme l'artémisia, qui est utilisée contre le paludisme sur notre continent, les bienfaits de l'artémisia, les bienfaits du moringa. Mais une chose qui interpelle tout le monde, je pense, c'est quel est le dosage utilisé. Cette question est revenue dans plusieurs interventions. Si vous achetez, par exemple, nous avons eu lors de l'atelier un cultivateur, un chef d'entreprise qui lui-même produit des aliments, des gélules, du thé et d'autres produits à base du moringa. Vous allez voir sur son sachet ou sur sa boîte, c'est bien indiqué quelle est la consommation à prendre, que ce soit par jour ou par semaine. Il me paraît vraiment pas normal que, même si ce sont des produits traditionnels, s'ils sont commercialisés, ils doivent pouvoir être mentionnés sur les paquets, les sachets, les boîtes, le dosage. Et cela, quand on écoute les honorables membres, c'est vrai, il se peut que ce soit le cas, mais il faudrait que ce soit l'ASRIC ou que ce soit les organisations, l'Institut, comme ici en Afrique du Sud, qui s'occupent justement de conseiller les entreprises. Lors de l'atelier, nous avons, Monsieur le Président, été informés par le directeur des sciences et de la technologie au niveau du gouvernement de l'Afrique du Sud, qu'il y a à peu près 75 petites entreprises, petites et moyennes entreprises, qui bénéficient du soutien, des conseils par rapport à comment justement faire progresser leurs entreprises, comment mieux commercialiser leurs produits. Donc ces personnes, ces institutions sont tout à fait... ils veulent bien nous aider, ils veulent bien contribuer à ce que nous puissions faire progresser la médecine traditionnelle sur le continent. Donc, les coordonnées du directeur des sciences et de la technologie de l'Afrique du Sud, c'est disponible. Le directeur général de l'ASRIC, Centre de recherche de l'Union africaine, les coordonnées sont aussi disponibles. Si les honorables membres veulent les avoir, ce sera très facile. On n'a qu'à s'adresser au secrétariat de la commission, ou moi-même je peux les guider. Donc, tout cela pour vous dire, Monsieur le Président, que la médecine traditionnelle, de nos jours, c'est bien que nous ayons, comme si nous reprenons conscience des bienfaits et des vertus de la médecine traditionnelle, car nous savons tous que les produits venant de l'Occident ne sont pas nécessairement meilleurs que ce qu'on peut nous trouver au niveau du continent africain, les plantes qui sont disponibles, mais bien sûr, nous devons savoir comment les utiliser, comment les consommer, de façon à ce que nous puissions retrouver notre santé. Et tout cela pour dire que ce qui est important, c'est d'avoir les produits qui vont nous aider à être en bonne santé. Ceci dit, Monsieur le Président, beaucoup d'autres membres ont, comment dirais-je, informé la Chambre par rapport à certaines plantes qu'ils utilisent dans leur pays. Bien sûr, chaque État, chaque pays a ses spécificités, a ses traditions. Et, comme l'a bien souligné ma collègue l'île Maurice, il y a des pratiques bien sûr ancestrales que nous trouvons dans la nature et qui nous aident à nous soigner à des coûts moins onéreux, donc qui nous permettent d'économiser en termes de finances. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, je voulais juste vous dire que l'atelier qui a eu lieu récemment, c'est une suite de ce qui s'est fait l'année dernière. Là, nous avons mis l'accent sur la base scientifique, alors qu'avant c'était la place que nous accordons à la médecine traditionnelle, et c'est pour cela que nous avons longuement élaboré sur le centre de recherche, sur le centre de technologie et des sciences de l'Afrique du Sud. Nous avons aussi eu M. Roulio, directeur de la santé et des ressources humaines de l'Union africaine, qui sont venus nous édifier par rapport à leur secteur respectif. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, je pense avoir, comment dirais-je, passé sur pratiquement toutes les interventions, sans les citer bien sûr individuellement. Voilà, notre ami de Rodrigue aussi, mon compatriote, qui lui nous a partagé une page d'histoire. J'espère que les honorables membres en ont bien apprécié. Voilà, Monsieur le Président. Ceci dit, je vais soumettre le rapport, avec votre permission, à l'adoption de la plénière.
Thank you for the presentation. It has been proposed that we adopt the report. Any seconder? Second, where is the second? And we move. Honorable Bettin seconded, so report adopted. Right time to go for lunch. But, Chairman, people spoke of medicines, West Africa, Central, everywhere. I was thinking, how do we take this matter further? Because we debate and we close and it's over, and we debate. your committee should tell us, how do we go the next step? Why don't we have a show of some sort where all these medicines come to pop at some point and we invite people? These things work. We invite everybody to pop, but don't give a platform to those in traditional medicines. Think about it. Why not, why not have a show of these people? I know it is expensive. Some can afford to come from Côte d'Ivoire, some can come, some may not. But committee guide us. How can we bring them here? We show the things and we popularize under oversight. Thank you. We break for lunch. Back at 2:30. Please be punctual so that we deal with reports to enable us to finish tomorrow early. Thank you. 2:30. President already always done.
Good afternoon, honorable speakers. Honorable Mr. President, enter.
Good afternoon. We can take our seats. Just an observation. Why is it that this row, the whole row, this one is empty? And there are two that side. This one, this side, at least 2, 3. It's better here. This row is better. Yes, order. The clerk shall read the fourth order of the day.
Honorable President, the fourth order of the day is presentation and debates on the report of on the legal framework of the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa.
I shall now invite Honorable Dao Gabala Mariam, Chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability, to make a presentation.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, honorables parlementaires, il me revient de présenter à cette auguste Assemblée le cadre logique, le cadre politique du projet de loi type sur l'égalité et l'équité en genre que développe notre Commission. Permettez-moi, Monsieur le Président, de brièvement présenter les missions de notre Commission et informer la présente Assemblée que, au moment où on parle d'insuffisance d'exécution des budgets des commissions, la Commission permanente pour l'égalité en genre, pour la famille, la jeunesse et les personnes handicapées a exécuté son budget sous AGA à hauteur de 100%. Conformément à l'article 26, alinéa 8 du règlement intérieur du pape, notre Commission traite des questions liées à la promotion de l'égalité en genre, la famille, la jeunesse et les personnes handicapées. Sur la promotion des droits des personnes handicapées, la Commission a élaboré une loi type qui a été adoptée par cette plénière le 11 octobre 2019 sous la présidence de l'honorable Lucia Mendes. Il me plaît également d'annoncer à l'Assemblée que le protocole relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées développé par le pape est entré en vigueur en mars 2024 après 15 ratifications et je voudrais, Monsieur le Président, souligner la place du plaidoyer des parlementaires pour que ce protocole entre en vigueur. Sur l'égalité en genre, malgré les ressources limitées, la Commission a pu organiser des consultations régionales avec les organes de l'Union africaine, la société civile et les partenaires. C'est le résultat de ces consultations que nous soumettons à la plénière pour adoption afin de permettre à la Commission de rédiger la loi type. Sur la famille, comme prévu dans notre plan stratégique, de faire de 2024 une année de réflexion sur la famille, la Commission a ouvert, au cours de la présente session ordinaire et en collaboration avec 3 commissions, celle de l'éducation, la justice et la santé, la réflexion sur la famille et son rôle dans la réalisation des priorités de l'agenda 2063. Le résumé exécutif de ce rapport vous sera présenté tout de suite après celui du cadre politique. Sur la jeunesse, la Commission, dans son plan d'action, a prévu d'aborder la question de la jeunesse et d'en faire sa priorité pour les 2 années à venir, en collaboration bien sûr avec la Commission jeunesse. Je me réjouis que, suite au rapport du groupe parlementaire des jeunes, le leadership du pape ait décidé d'engager le pape notamment sur les questions d'addiction qui minent notre jeunesse et notre futur. Monsieur le Président, honorables parlementaires, je voudrais, avant de vous donner le résumé exécutif du cadre politique, saisir cette occasion pour remercier le conseiller juridique du pape et notre assistante parlementaire qui nous ont permis d'atteindre les résultats qui vous seront exposés tout à l'heure. Et avant de continuer, Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de faire un plaidoyer pour que notre commission ne soit pas la dernière à présenter son rapport. Depuis 2022, où j'ai accédé à la présidence de la commission, on est toujours les derniers à faire notre rapport et je voudrais plaider pour que le système de rotation dans la présentation des rapports puisse aussi exister. Je viens maintenant vous faire le résumé exécutif du cadre politique et juridique de la loi type sur l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes. C'est un document de 32 pages que vous avez eu. Vous l'avez déjà, donc nous allons aller à l'essentiel. Lors de la session de la 6e législature du Parlement panafricain, la plénière du Parlement panafricain a approuvé une proposition de la Commission de l'égalité en genre.
Honorable Moram.
Yeah.
Excusez-moi.
Yes.
The Arabic interpretation is not coming through. Arabic interpretation. It's okay? Is it okay?
Can I continue?
C'est bon? It's okay. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. La loi type est conçue comme un instrument non contraignant que les États membres de l'Union africaine peuvent utiliser ou adapter pour améliorer leur cadre juridique, institutionnel et réglementaire en matière d'égalité et d'équité entre les hommes et les femmes, conformément aux instruments juridiques et politiques pertinents de l'Union africaine. Cette résolution découle du fait que les femmes continuent d'être confrontées à des discriminations et à d'autres obstacles qui limitent leur pleine participation à la vie sociale, politique et économique au même pied d'égalité que les hommes. Et ce, malgré les efforts déployés par les États membres de l'Union africaine pour faire progresser l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes, qui se sont traduits par la proclamation de la période 2010-2020 comme décennie africaine de l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes et de l'autonomisation des femmes, et par la proclamation de la période 2020-2030 comme nouvelle décennie de l'inclusion financière et économique des femmes. Le Parlement panafricain est convaincu qu'un cadre législatif continental, efficient et harmonisé pour soutenir la promotion et le respect des droits des femmes contribuera de manière significative à corriger les inégalités entre les hommes et les femmes et promouvoir leur participation dans toutes les sphères civiles, politiques, économiques, sociales et culturelles, tant au niveau national qu'international, et à soutenir le plaidoyer et l'engagement parlementaire pour la ratification, la domestication et la mise en œuvre du protocole à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples relatif aux droits de la femme. Pour procéder à la formulation du modèle de loi type, la Commission de l'égalité et de l'équité en genre à élaborer un cadre politique et juridique pour cette législation, comme le prescrivent les lignes directrices du pape sur la formulation des lois types. La loi type à élaborer devrait prendre en compte non seulement les engagements internationaux et régionaux des États africains, mais aussi les instruments politiques et juridiques nationaux pertinents qu'ils ont mis en place. Il a donc fallu procéder à l'exploration et l'évaluation des instruments juridiques et politiques internationaux, régionaux et nationaux existants afin d'identifier les principes communs, les éléments normatifs et les mécanismes de mise en œuvre. Cette évaluation servira à son tour de base à la détermination de la structure et du contenu de la loi type, conformément aux lignes directrices et procédures du Parlement panafricain. Cette loi type devrait aussi permettre d'intégrer les instruments juridiques et politiques internationaux et régionaux relatifs à l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes qui s'appliqueront aux pays africains. Elle devrait également s'appuyer sur les éléments des législations nationales des pays africains afin de s'assurer que la loi type proposée correspond aux formes et contenus substantiels des lois sur l'égalité et l'équité entre hommes et femmes sur le continent. Le cadre politique et juridique explore en outre les options pour une loi type régionale basée sur la typologie des législations pertinentes et les structures juridiques des pays africains en vue de proposer une liste de composantes normatives et institutionnelles de modèles de loi type sur l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes. Que pouvons-nous retenir de la revue des cadres juridiques et politiques internationaux et régionaux? Nous avons analysé 13 traités internationaux juridiquement contraignants et 11 traités internationaux et régionaux ayant un caractère non contraignant. Les points d'attention de cette revue sont les suivantes. Dans le cadre de la promotion de la domestication et de la mise en œuvre de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et du protocole de Maputo, la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples a adopté plusieurs résolutions visant à accélérer et à renforcer les droits des femmes, contribuant ainsi à l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes. On peut aussi retenir que les instruments juridiques et politiques internationaux et régionaux exigent des États qu'ils adoptent des mesures pour donner effet à leurs engagements au niveau national par tous les moyens appropriés, en particulier en adoptant des cadres législatifs. Tout en considérant les engagements des États en matière d'égalité et d'équité entre les hommes et les femmes, il est important de tenir compte de certaines réserves et déclarations interprétatives du protocole de Maputo formulées par certains États membres. Cela permet de trouver un juste équilibre et de proposer un modèle de loi type susceptible de faciliter la transposition du protocole de Maputo de manière progressive, tout en étant raisonnable et adaptable aux limites de certains États. Les réserves émises par certains États au protocole de Maputo concernent essentiellement les droits de reproduction, l'avortement, l'article 14, l'égalité dans le mariage, l'article 6, la réduction des dépenses militaires, l'article 10, le paragraphe 3, l'enregistrement des mariages coutumiers, l'application de la peine des morts, le droit à la nationalité pour les enfants soumis à la nationalité de leurs parents et le droit d'une veuve d'hériter de son conjoint décédé. Dans notre démarche, la Commission a aussi exploré les meilleures tendances et pratiques juridiques nationales en matière d'égalité et d'équité entre les hommes et les femmes. À ce titre, on peut retenir que tous les pays africains disposent d'une législation qui traite à des degrés divers de l'égalité et de l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes ou de certains de leurs aspects. L'exploration des cadres juridiques pertinents montre qu'il existe quelques bonnes législations et pratiques, tout en notant certains domaines susceptibles d'être améliorés. On peut noter des avancées remarquables vers la réalisation de l'égalité juridique entre les hommes et les femmes en s'engageant dans les réformes et en mettant en œuvre des changements positifs qui ont eu un impact profond sur la participation des femmes à la vie économique, sociale et culturelle. Ces législations prennent plusieurs formes. Elles peuvent être des lois parlementaires, des règlements ou décrets émis par les gouvernements ou les conseils des ministres ou même des arrêtés ministériels. Il peut s'agir de législation prévoyant un cadre institutionnel pour l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes. Il peut s'agir aussi de législation régissant certains aspects spécifiques de l'égalité et de l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes, tout comme il peut s'agir aussi de législation à couverture sectorielle plus large, incluant l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes. Il ressort de ce qui précède que, dans la plupart des pays africains, l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes sont régies par une législation dont le champ d'application est variable. Il existe des législations plus spécifiques et plus éparses sur les différents éléments de l'égalité et de l'équité en genre. La loi type que le pape va proposer est donc envisagée comme une boîte à outils complète qui traite de l'égalité et de l'équité en genre d'une manière plus complète en mettant en œuvre le protocole de Maputo tout en s'inspirant des meilleures tendances et pratiques législatives nationales. La méthodologie que nous avons utilisée pour réaliser le cadre politique et juridique qui vous est proposé, en plus de la recherche documentaire, est la suivante. Avec le soutien technique du secrétariat du pape, la commission permanente du genre a opté pour une méthodologie de recherche documentaire que je viens de vous exposer, complétée par des consultations des parties prenantes. La recherche documentaire a permis de circonscrire le champ d'application de la loi type, ainsi que les lois internationales, régionales et nationales applicables. L'engagement des parties prenantes par le biais d'auditions publiques régionales a permis à la Commission d'écouter et de recueillir des informations empiriques, c'est-à-dire les opinions et les aspirations des populations locales et de la société civile, afin de s'assurer que la loi type puisse répondre effectivement aux réalités vécues par les peuples africains. Ainsi, en collaboration avec ECOSOC, la Commission a organisé des consultations des parties prenantes sur le cadre juridique et politique du projet de loi type sur l'égalité et l'équité en genre en Afrique, à Lusaka, à Nairobi, à N'Djamena et à Accra, respectivement en juillet 2023, septembre 2023 et avril 2024. Les consultations ont réuni des membres de la Commission du pape sur le genre, des parlementaires du pape, des représentants du Conseil économique, social et culturel ECOSOC, des parlements nationaux et du secrétariat de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Elle a aussi réuni des organisations de la société civile, des régions d'Afrique australe, centrale, orientale, septentrionale et occidentale, et elle a fait appel à des experts en matière de genre et de droits de l'homme. Les consultations visaient à garantir que le cadre juridique et politique de la loi type sur l'égalité et l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes et le projet de loi type s'inspire et intègre les points de vue et les aspirations des peuples africains conformément au mandat du Parlement panafricain qui est d'assurer une participation effective des peuples africains à l'intégration économique et au développement du continent. À cette fin, les consultations ont atteint les objectifs suivants. Premièrement, les lacunes du protocole de Maputo ont été identifiées et des mesures ont été proposées pour y remédier dans une loi type. Deuxièmement, les propositions et recommandations des organisations de la société civile sur le cadre juridique et politique de la loi type ont été dûment documentées. Troisièmement, diverses questions et facteurs affectant la réalisation de l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes en Afrique, y compris la mise en œuvre du système des quotas, ont été examinés. Et enfin, les participants ont été sensibilisés à l'importance de la ratification, de l'intégration et de la mise en œuvre effective du protocole de Maputo et d'autres traités pertinents en ce qui concerne la promotion et la sauvegarde des droits des femmes. En termes de propositions et recommandations issues des auditions publiques, au cours des consultations, les délibérations se sont concentrées sur les domaines thématiques clés devant être couverts par la loi type proposée et ont abouti aux propositions et recommandations suivantes, compilées pour examen par la Commission du Pape sur le genre. Les recommandations de ces auditions nous ont amené à identifier 17 points clés que devrait adresser la loi type. Le premier, c'est l'accès sur le foncier. Le deuxième, l'accès à l'éducation. Je ne vais pas rentrer parce que vous avez les rapports et les recommandations sont très détaillés, donc je vais vous donner les 17 grands thèmes qui ont été retenus. Troisième, l'égalité, l'emploi et l'égalité de rémunération. En quatrièmement, l'accès à la justice et égalité de protection devant la loi. Cinquièmement, la participation équitable au processus politique de décision. La santé et droits de reproduction. Les femmes dans les situations de conflit. Les violences basées sur le genre. L'élimination des mariages d'enfants. L'élimination des mutilations génitales féminines. L'égalité et l'équité dans le mariage et la vie de famille. Ici, je voudrais juste me permettre, Monsieur le Président, pour dire qu'on a ajouté l'équité parce que l'égalité veut dire qu'on contribue de la même manière. Et comme en majorité, les femmes qui sont au foyer ne travaillent pas, il n'y a pas d'équité parce que leur travail n'est pas valorisé. Donc, quand on met équité, ça veut dire qu'il faut aussi tenir compte des femmes qui travaillent au foyer. Le 12e domaine que doit attaquer la loi, c'est les opportunités économiques et sociales. Le 13e domaine, les migrations et l'égalité de genre. Le 14e domaine, c'est les femmes et la technologie. Nous sommes à l'ère du digital et si les femmes veulent contribuer, il faut qu'elles rattrapent l'écart digital. Le 15e domaine, ce sont les changements climatiques. Le 16e domaine, l'accès au logement décent. Et le 17e domaine, les conditions décentes de détention des femmes. Nous soumettons ces 17 domaines à vos analyses et attendons vos propositions et recommandations pour la compléter au besoin. En conclusion, une fois approuvée par la Commission du genre et de la famille, de la jeunesse et des personnes handicapées, puis adoptée par la plénière du Pape, le cadre politique et juridique sera traduit en un projet de loi type. Le projet de loi type sera ensuite examiné par la Commission sur l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes et par la plénière avant d'être soumis à des consultations régionales. Le projet, mis à jour à partir des contributions et des consultations régionales, sera ensuite réexaminé par la Commission sur le genre et la plénière en vue de son adoption finale. Mesdames et messieurs, une fois adoptée, la loi type devrait être adoptée ou adaptée dans diverses juridictions africaines grâce à la promotion et au plaidoyer de la Commission sur le genre, mais aussi en s'appuyant sur les diverses délégations nationales des membres du Pape. Ces dernières seront encouragées à les introduire dans leur Parlement et à les proposer en tant que projet de loi national. Le projet type servira d'outil de référence pour évaluer la réceptivité des législations nationales à l'égalité et à l'équité entre les hommes et les femmes. Monsieur le Président, j'ai soumis.
Thank you very much. We allow you to proceed to the next report, which is basically related. The issue of gender equality and equity in Africa is also related to family values.
Yes.
And socio-economic protection. So proceed to your second presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Donc maintenant, je vais vous proposer le résumé exécutif du rapport du séminaire sur le thème « Renforcer les valeurs familiales africaines pour assurer la protection et la sécurité socio-économique des citoyens ». Décrite comme la première cellule citoyenne où les valeurs, les normes et les comportements sont inculqués aux jeunes générations, la famille est le regroupement naturel de base, cadre de la reproduction démographique de nos États. La famille est aussi le creuset de la formation du citoyen, car c'est au sein de la famille que les jeunes apprennent les notions de respect, de responsabilité, de solidarité et s'imprègnent de leur culture, valeurs qui sont essentielles à leur future participation sociale, économique et politique à la vie de leur nation et de l'humanité. Il est par ailleurs reconnu que la réalisation des idéaux, des objectifs de développement continental, donc l'agenda 2063 et mondial, tels que les objectifs de développement durable, dépendent en grande partie de la capacité des familles à contribuer à leur réalisation. C'est ainsi que, dans le cadre de ces missions, la Commission de l'égalité en genre et de la famille a organisé en collaboration avec les commissions de la justice et des droits de l'homme, celle de la santé et des affaires sociales et celle de l'éducation et de la culture, un séminaire le 27 juin au sein du Parlement panafricain autour du thème « Renforcer les valeurs familiales africaines pour assurer la protection et la sécurité socio-économique des citoyens ». Cette réflexion a permis aux parlementaires et aux représentants de la société civile de faire l'état des lieux de la mise en œuvre des engagements des États dans la protection et la sécurité de la famille, dans toutes ses dimensions. En 1994, l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies a institué l'année internationale de la famille par la résolution 4482 en reconnaissance à son rôle. Cette résolution a également élucidé les activités majeures que devraient être menées au niveau local, régional et national pour sa célébration. 10 ans après cet appel, la Commission de l'Union africaine a adopté en 2004 le plan d'action sur la famille en Afrique, soulignant ainsi l'importance d'une approche intégrée qui place la famille au centre du programme de développement global. Ce plan met l'accent sur la promotion, la formulation, la mise en œuvre et le suivi des politiques adoptées par l'Union africaine visant à assurer la protection et le soutien de la famille en Afrique, de manière à lui permettre de jouer plus efficacement son rôle crucial dans le développement du continent. Les objectifs du séminaire. Le séminaire visait à renforcer les capacités des parlementaires sur les politiques, programmes et objectifs actuels de l'Union africaine sur la famille pour leur permettre de jouer leur rôle dans le suivi de leur mise en œuvre. Il avait pour objectif spécifique de présenter l'état actuel des familles en Afrique et déterminer les fractures dans la fourniture de services d'appui aux familles, de sensibiliser les parlementaires sur les politiques et programmes de l'Union africaine sur la famille, de partager les expériences sur les meilleures pratiques d'intégrer l'approche familiale dans l'élaboration des politiques générales et enfin, il avait pour objectif de partager les meilleures options de politique familiale parmi les pays africains et dans d'autres parties du monde. Au cours de cet atelier, nous avons fait l'état de la recherche sur les politiques familiales en Afrique. Cette thématique a été abordée, a fait l'objet de 2 présentations, celle de M. Lefoko Kezamang, responsable en charge des affaires sociales, la Commission de l'Union africaine, et la deuxième du professeur Zita Mokomane de l'Université de Pretoria en Afrique du Sud. On peut retenir que, au titre des politiques de l'Union africaine sur la famille, on peut retenir que l'Union africaine a adopté un plan d'action sur la famille en 2004 et que l'Afrique est la seule région de l'Organisation des Nations Unies à avoir pu élaborer un plan d'action sur la famille, ce qui démontre la place que notre continent donne à cette toute première organisation humaine qu'est la famille. On peut aussi retenir que les personnes qui constituent la fondation de la famille et le creuset de la société sont les personnes âgées, les enfants, les jeunes, les hommes, les femmes, les personnes handicapées, les veuves, les divorcés, etc. La famille joue différents rôles et fonctions dans la vie de chacun de ses membres et est indispensable dans une certaine mesure car chaque individu est issu d'une famille, qu'elle soit biologique ou adoptive. la famille constitue également une source d'orientation, de soutien et de force et sert de point de départ de l'éducation pour les enfants. Il est important de reconnaître que la famille fait face à de nombreuses crises et défis tels que la pauvreté, le chômage toujours croissant, les difficultés d'accès à l'éducation, à la santé et bien d'autres problèmes qui constituent autant de raisons pour lesquelles l'Union africaine a estimé qu'il était important de réviser et améliorer le plan d'action pour l'amélioration des conditions de vie de la famille. En conclusion, la Commission a été informée que le plan d'action de la famille doit être révisé après 20 ans. Il était temps, compte tenu des changements, de l'évolution de la société et des défis auxquels fait face la famille. Et il nous a été confirmé que le pape sera associé aux travaux de réflexion sur sa révision. Au niveau de l'inventaire de la recherche et des politiques familiales en Afrique, de l'exposé du professeur Zita Mokomane de l'Université de Pretoria, on peut retenir les quelques points suivants. Premièrement, l'importance de la famille n'est plus à démontrer car la famille est l'unité de base de toutes les sociétés. La définition de la famille est contenue dans la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme de 1948 et reste d'actualité. Il y est dit que la famille est l'élément naturel et fondamental de la société et a droit à la protection de la société et de l'État. On retient de son exposé aussi le caractère complexe de la famille qui se définit par rapport aux membres qui la constituent. Sur le plan juridique, l'année 1994 avait été déclarée année internationale de la famille par les Nations Unies. Et jusqu'en 2027, l'Organisation des Nations Unies offre de nouvelles opportunités de réflexion sur la famille pour garantir sa protection. Il existe néanmoins des pays où les politiques familiales sont assez explicites et avant-gardistes. Nous avons identifié le Rwanda, l'Afrique du Sud, le Ghana. Par ailleurs, d'autres pays ont un système juridique hybride, à l'instar du Zimbabwe, de la Zambie, du Lesotho, ou ont opté pour la pluralité en faisant cohabiter les lois conventionnelles avec les lois coutumières. De l'état des lieux des législations nationales adoptées sur la famille en Afrique. Cet exposé a été fait par Mme Deborah Nyokabi, juriste représentante de l'organisation Equality Now. À partir d'une étude qu'elles ont menée sur 20 États de l'Union africaine en 2022 et 2023, pays qui ont été choisis sur la base des données disponibles en ligne sur des sites officiels. Ces pays sont l'Algérie, la Tunisie, le Cameroun, l'Afrique du Sud, la Tanzanie, le Nigeria, la Gambie, la Côte d'Ivoire. L'étude a fait ressortir qu'actuellement en Afrique, les différents protocoles et lois sur les personnes ou la famille prônent l'élimination de toute forme de discrimination et le respect des droits de l'homme. On peut retenir aussi que la plupart des législations reconnaissent dans leur système juridique le droit civil et ne reconnaissent pas le droit coutumier ou religieux. De même, certaines religions ne reconnaissent que les mariages civils et n'autorisent pas les unions entre personnes de même sexe. L'existence de la polygamie comme étant l'une des pratiques en Afrique. De ce qui précède, l'intervenante nous a recommandé que soit envisagée l'harmonisation des droits coutumiers ou religieux aux droits civils dans un premier temps pour tenir compte des droits humains et aussi à recommander la révision et la mise en œuvre effective du protocole de Maputo. Le séminaire a aussi passé en revue la situation des membres de la famille en Afrique. Il s'agit de la situation des enfants, présentée par Sibanda Opal, juriste au Comité africain d'experts sur les droits des enfants. Elle nous a rappelé dans sa présentation que dans le contexte africain, la famille joue un rôle important non seulement dans la protection des droits des enfants, mais aussi dans leur prise en charge conformément à la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme. Au niveau de la situation des personnes handicapées, l'intervention a été faite par Madame Rust Mkutumana, directrice générale du consortium des femmes handicapées. Elle a partagé les défis qui entravent l'autonomisation et l'inclusion des personnes handicapées, notamment les femmes et les filles. La question des valeurs familiales et la réalisation de la protection sociale est très pertinente et cruciale pour les personnes handicapées, compte tenu des divers besoins de ces groupes à différents niveaux. Bien que des dispositions légales en matière de protection sociale soient en place dans de nombreux pays africains, le manque d'accès à l'information sur les droits et l'inaccessibilité des systèmes de paiement empêchent de nombreuses personnes handicapées, en particulier les femmes handicapées, de recevoir un quelconque soutien financier. Ce problème est récurrent pour des femmes handicapées, pour les femmes qui s'occupent des enfants handicapés, et elle a souligné le rôle essentiel que joue la famille dans la défense, l'éducation et le soutien des personnes handicapées. Un environnement familial inclusif peut ainsi fournir un soutien émotionnel et une assistance pratique qui assure la protection personnelle et socio-économique des personnes handicapées. Sur la situation des personnes âgées, l'intervention a été faite par le docteur Nonzozo Mbokazi de l'Université de Cape Town, qui a rappelé l'adoption du plan d'action sur la famille en 2004, qui place la famille au centre du développement social. Elle a relevé que 20 ans après son adoption, il devient impératif que ce plan soit réexaminé en tenant compte des exigences et nouveaux défis auxquels les membres de la famille sont confrontés en Afrique et en particulier les personnes âgées. L'adoption d'une politique décoloniale dans l'élaboration des politiques africaines a été abordée par le professeur Sepetla Molapo de l'Université d'Afrique du Sud, UNISA, qui a fait comprendre aux parlementaires que l'élaboration des politiques africaines qui répondent aux aspirations et aux besoins des peuples africains doivent se départir de toute forme de dépendance afin de garantir leur authenticité. Pour cet exposant, une approche décoloniale doit être appliquée afin que les nouveaux systèmes juridiques et les politiques sociales soient le fruit de la réflexion des Africains. Ils doivent prendre en compte l'environnement socio-culturel, la nature des personnes, leurs croyances religieuses et coutumières. Il s'en est suivi des débats et les préoccupations des parlementaires sont de 4 ordres. Les parlementaires des commissions permanentes du pape ayant pris part à cet atelier ont partagé leur expérience personnelle et des informations plus précises sur les systèmes politiques applicables dans leurs pays respectifs. Toutefois, ils ont soulevé certaines préoccupations en réaction aux différentes présentations qui ont été faites. Ils se sont essentiellement interrogés sur les meilleures pratiques africaines qui pourraient servir de modèle et les mesures à prendre en Afrique pour supprimer ou réduire les effets négatifs des modèles culturels importés d'autres continents. Les parlementaires ont aussi préconisé une approche plus inclusive dans la révision du plan d'action de l'Union africaine qui devait voir la participation des parlementaires et de la société civile. Évoquant les discriminations et les inégalités sociales, certains parlementaires ont suggéré que le nombre de femmes de chaque délégation au pape puisse passer de au moins une femme à au moins 2 femmes. Ce serait une avancée démocratique visible. Répondant à ces préoccupations, les experts se sont félicités du nombre élevé des contributions des parlementaires, ce qui démontre leur intérêt. Le rôle de la protection sociale sensible aux besoins de la famille. Cette dernière thématique a mis fin aux différentes présentations lors de l'atelier conjoint organisé sur le thème « Renforcer les valeurs familiales africaines pour assurer la la sécurité socio-économique des citoyens. Invité à entretenir les parlementaires sur cette question, M. Lefoko Kezamang de la Commission de l'Union africaine a informé les participants que l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine met en exergue la protection sociale humaine. Pour cet expert, la famille et le genre sont des questions transversales. La famille est tellement dynamique qu'il n'est pas aisé de la circonscrire. Pour parler de la famille en Afrique, il faudrait tenir compte des membres qui en font partie, mais aussi de ceux qui en sont exclus pour une raison ou pour une autre. Au titre des recommandations, après les débats, les recommandations suivantes ont été formulées à l'endroit des parlementaires. Première recommandation, promouvoir la ratification universelle, l'intégration dans les lois nationales des protocoles relatifs aux personnes âgées, aux personnes handicapées, c'est fait déjà, à la protection et à la sécurité sociale, au bien-être et droits des enfants, ainsi qu'au protocole de Maputo et la levée des réserves y afférentes. La deuxième recommandation, initier des lois progressistes sur la famille et accélérer la législation sur la réforme du Code de la famille à chaque niveau national. Troisièmement, voter des budgets conséquents pour permettre aux ministères en charge de la protection sociale et de la famille de s'acquitter de leurs missions. Quatrièmement, investir dans la recherche pour recueillir des données sur la situation et les besoins spécifiques des femmes, en particulier ceux des personnes âgées et handicapées, pour leur prise en compte dans l'élaboration des politiques et des programmes. Cinquièmement, promouvoir les valeurs culturelles africaines inclusives par l'élaboration des programmes de renforcement des systèmes de soutien aux familles orientés vers les communautés et les institutions religieuses. Et enfin, élaborer les politiques éducatives qui garantissent un accès égal à une éducation de qualité de la petite enfance à l'enseignement supérieur. En conclusion, au regard des défis multiples auxquels doivent faire face les différentes composantes de la famille, il y a une nécessité de continuer à orienter les efforts de soutien aux familles ainsi que l'amélioration des législations pour l'épanouissement et le bien-être des populations africaines. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mariam. We have a list of 15 honorable members who have registered to make a contribution on these two papers presented. The first is Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to make a contribution on the first presentation that has dealt with the rights of women and the proposed development of the model law. And my contribution will be brief. Mr. President, the truth of the matter is that there has been very slow progress when it comes to the proposed 50% gender proportionality, especially in leadership, that has been proposed by the African Union. I say so, and this goes to my main contribution, that hand in hand with the development of this model law, I was going to propose that this House also adopts an approach of very serious civic campaign so that countries can move forward. There is a problem that we come to conferences, even at national level, we agree that women need to be given more space. But when it comes to implementation, the practical difficulties start showing themselves. And I know this in Kenya because the last parliament that was before this one, the current one, you know, the whole parliament was taken to the Constitutional Court because the Constitution says we must have 1/3 women in parliament, but, or either gender, but the elected people were not making the quotas. So they were supposed to be declared an illegal parliament and elections to take place. That was not done. But there's a problem. Even when you go for nominations, the party nominations, if you have a male candidate and a female candidate, and the male candidate wins in your party, and he is the most likely to win, how do you balance? By giving that seat maybe to a female candidate. So we have a lot of challenges in this area. And so my proposal is that even as we do the model law, which is a very good step and a positive step towards achieving this, we need also to accompany that with a lot of civic education and a campaign amongst leaders to truly accept. Sometimes you go to a parliament which is full of men, and you're trying to tell them to pass a law that says 1/3 of you are going to be female. Those men will not pass that law. So I don't know how we are going to approach this, but I think a lot of civic campaign needs to be done to accompany the effort. Countries like Rwanda, who are our neighbors in the Eastern African area, they have managed to do very well in this area. But it's because, again, their population, the women are, you know, more than 50%, and they have been in leadership. But when you come to the neighboring countries within East Africa, including ourselves, we have a serious challenge. I remember even in the current administration, where I serve in the side of the government, we made election promises that when we come in, we will make women 1/3. But again, when the cabinet was being constituted, there were a lot of difficulties. So even that promise became difficult to implement. So we are almost there, but we are not quite. So I repeat, Mr. President, that we need to accompany this effort of the model law with a lot of civic education. We need to be deliberate about this campaign. We need to be deliberate about campaigns in educating our people the importance of having women. But there's something else that we can achieve, and I hope we will be able to achieve, that every country must have a dedicated ministry on gender and women affairs. You'll find that in many countries, and I don't know about others, but you find it is mixed up with other things like education, social welfare, and stuff like that. And it's not dedicated to promoting the female gender. So it is possible for us to have like a guideline that says in every ministry, in every member state, we should have a dedicated ministry to deal with this, because it's an issue that needs gentle support, gentle push. Why I say so, I give an example in Kenya. We passed a very strong law on anti-female genital mutilation law, very strong one, because some of our cultures were very harsh against our women folk. But then you will find that politicians were not able to even talk about it, because if you touch it, you lose your election. So people, now the law was there. When you are in Nairobi, you pass the law, but when you come back home, you cannot even say it in low tones. You keep quiet because you are not sure how the population will react. So the law was there, But then civil society had to come in very strongly with people who are not in elective politics to support that effort. And eventually, we started seeing results coming slowly. And I'm picking from that example to say that as much as we are pushing for the model law to be created, we must also push for civic education and for a civic campaign. We must involve civil society to change the mindsets, because it will take time before we reach Canaan. But I laud the committee, I laud the effort, and I laud the leadership of Honorable Mariam Gabala, and I pray and wish you success. We are all behind you, but be warned of what is coming. There's a lot of people don't say it. When they're here, they won't say it. They won't say it. But when the law comes to voting, you'll find, like what used to happen in Kenya, the members of parliament will give press statements out there saying it's good, it's good, it's good. When it's time to vote, people walk out slowly, slowly, slowly. There's no quorum, so you can't change anything. And it's a very sad situation, but it is the reality. So I wish you well, and we are together with you, and we will support you. And for me, if it comes to voting, I'll be there. I won't walk out. But I tell you, it's a long road to walk, and it must be accompanied by a lot of civic education campaigns and a lot of civil society organization support. I submit, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. We move to Honorable Senator Stuki Motsa, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to commend Honorable Marianne for both the model law and the report on the seminar. However, I will, Honorable President, discuss both because they were presented by the same person. I'll first start with the model law. On the model law, I felt it was paramount for us to first deal with the two definitions. The meaning of equity, let me start with equality. Equality, this is a state of being equal, especially in status, rights, or opportunities. Then the meaning of equity is that the quality of being fair and impartial. The issue of persons with disabilities and persons with albinism has been a thorn for a very long time. We are all aware that standards have been set before, but I cannot say with conviction that there was a degree of equality in the treatment of persons with disabilities and persons with albinism. I have perused the model law. It is good, but it falls short of clearly addressing these issues of persons with disabilities and persons with albinism. Protocols and legislations were cited that were used, but the African Disability Protocol and the Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was not referred to. On the topics raised, I will just go to 3. On education, issues of disability came out, especially on free education. But then on the infrastructure in schools, it did not come out clearly, because I believe that infrastructure in schools is a major barrier in education, because if there are no ramps for wheelchairs or no...
I grant you another minute.
And then tactile pavings for those that are visually impaired. Then we also need to have learning aids. And then on economic and social opportunities, persons with disabilities are left out, and I would suggest that each state should have a law that will give them funding specifically designated to them. And in employment, a person with disability, employers will always look at that person as a burden, and would urge that this should come out clearly that all states should, at least in their Employment Act, have a section that will deal with reasonable accommodation of persons with disabilities. And on the family, it was a very good paper, and it gives hope that our African values will be restored. I duly submit, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. Honorable Fantamata Njai, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would applaud the presenter of this report because he's touched something that I'm so passionate about, and that is women issues. Mr. President, the rate we are going, if we do not legislate, it will take us over a decade to catch up with the men. Mr. President, Namibia is recorded 8th in the world in terms of parity. I think when it comes to model laws, we have great examples in this Africa to follow. When the senator from Kenya spoke, I thought he was from Gambia. He touched issues that we really faced. In 2022, I came with a private member's bill to amend the Constitution to add 16 women at the assembly. But what happened? Members did not come. 3 sessions, members did not come, and the bill was negated. At that time, we were 88 in Parliament, with only 6 women. Mr. President, I think we should be speaking for ourselves. When my sister from Lesotho spoke, I said, wow, the only way they can feel us is to talk for ourselves. Nobody can talk for people with albinism more than she can. Likewise, nobody can talk for women like I do. Mr. President, at this moment, there's a great challenge in my country. In as much as we say my former president, Yahya Jammeh, was bad, he made progressive laws for women. From 2010 to 2015, he promoted women and children's laws. He came up with the anti-FGM law in 2015. And now, in this day and age, in 2024, Gambia is attempting to repeal an anti-FGM law. And I appeal and urge to the Gender Committee, as promised to the Special Rapporteur, to send women representatives to go and sit with their peers to talk to them about not repealing this law, because it will adversely affect women and children, especially children that cannot make decisions for themselves. I will not do justice to Sierra Leone if I do not applaud them. I'm not sure whether members from Sierra Leone are on the floor, but I think I should applaud them because this week their president again assented to the Anti-Child Marriage Act. Last year,
Thank you. You want a minute? Yeah, you are talking good things.
what we should do as a parliament, I think we should pin them as gender champions. I would recommend for President Madabio of Sierra Leone to be pinned as a gender champion for what he has set in West Africa. Within 2 years, he had come up with 2 very special bills, very close to the hearts, and saving the girl child and the woman. I would also commend some countries that have legislation. For example, the way the former vice president of Liberia came to be in the Senate was because of legislation. They brought their list to the Election Commission. It was short of women. They sent it back, and his name was added. She won, and she went and became the president, I think the pro tem of the Senate, and then eventually became the vice president. So we should promote legislation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Luther Sandy Collins, Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President, to my distinguished colleagues. I want to applaud our Honorable Senator regarding gender equality and gender equity. But I am with different view when it comes to gender equality. I'm sure most of our mothers in here would not want to agree with me, but that's my view. I understand that women, biblically, they were created to serve men. Of course, if I will be asked, I would say there should be some level of division when it comes to gender equality. This is why when we go to conferences and we try to agree on things, we see that it's not working, because that's the reality. You can never compare a male to a female, no matter what it is. So, Honorable President, distinguished colleagues, in order that I cannot take long, I will want to spell out these few things. Because we continue to follow the Western culture, we see that a lot of things are taking place. Women are now grouping themselves, wanting to be like men, wanting to have multiple husbands. Women are turning into lesbian, and while men are also going chasing their colleagues. These are things that we should try to eliminate. We cannot continue to give credence to Western culture. We are African. I was in Uganda when a multi-millionaire from England was promoting lesbianism and homosexualism, and the parliament stood against that. So if we continue to give leverage to women, you will see there will be a lot of changes in our home. Of course, they are our mothers. So for me, I would suggest that we accept women, but there should be some level of bound between men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Professor Margaret Kama of Kenya. Not in the chamber. Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and good afternoon to colleagues. Mr. President and fellow colleagues, I want to give two quotations quickly before diving into the discussion. Our late president of Zimbabwe, Dr. Robert Mugabe, said, and I quote, he said, "The white people told us to tie our neck, and we accepted it. Everywhere around here, we are tying neck tie. A Western culture." And when the late Nelson Mandela went to the Congress, the White House in America, they generally posed a question. that having been in prison for 27 years, what could be your worst enemy? He said, my enemy is my age. That was a wise talk. Now, as African and parliamentarian in part, we got to be meticulous. When it comes to family life, the Africans are the most united force that know the value and norms of family. In our culture, you don't distinguish to say uncle, nephew, cousin, sister, brother-in-law, and etc. The unique way that we call each other is when your brother, your father's brother, you refer to him as your father. That is a sign of unity. We don't distinguish. And in our culture, whenever you're trying to distinguish to say, this is my father's brother, they feel somehow offended in our culture. The female gender mutilation that we're talking about, our people did not mean any harm to practice the culture. It was a form of informal education where women go and learn how to plow fishing nets, where women go and learn how to cook and when to fetch for wood and when to go and fetch for fish in the water. This timing was something that our women understood it, our mothers those days understood it very well. Can you tell me, from scientific perspective, from the 60 or 70?
Okay, granted.
From the 60 to 70, how many of our mother that went through that process that fell ill? There is a cultural deficient. We got to be very careful before we pass this thing. We got to take time to uphold to our norms and value in Africa. If not, our culture will be eroded and will have an average effect that disunity will come among us. Thank you.
Honorable Ali Mane, Senegal. Not in the chamber? Okay. Honorable Welcome Lamini Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'd like to start with the last presentation on family values. And one would like to back what my fellow honorable member, Honorable Collins from Liberia, said, that we first need to distinguish and be clear on what constitutes a family, a man and a woman. That's what our African values say. And let us not be influenced by these people who come with this big money and then tell us that a man and a man can constitute a family or can start a family, or a woman and another woman can start a family. Let us go back to our roots and know that it's a man and a woman who constitute a family. And let us not be afraid to be called homophobic if it calls for that, you know. And then secondly, there's the issue of cultural preservation that we need to emphasize as Africans. We have now seen that nearly the family structures have collapsed and schools have become the replacement for families. So let us inculcate our culture and our traditions in school curriculum and get these older people to be engaged by our schools to teach our children the values, the African values. That's how we can then be able to preserve our values and also be this thing called cultural adaptation. You now see that there's this social media frenzy where which we should be fighting against as Africans, in the sense that if an African, let me refer to my own, as a Leswati, when a Leswati goes online wearing traditional attire, that is our women, during our read dance, that is described as nudity, and it's blocked. But if Beyonce is posted in the same platform, wearing almost nothing, it's called art, and it's called sexy. So we need to fight against that they should not look down upon our culture as nudity. And then also, on the issue of language preservation as Africans, we also have to guard against that, because we have seen that our colonial masters are always emphasizing on their language being taught in our schools, such that our children now come home and they talk to us using.
Okay, 1 minute.
And we find that to be correct, we don't even challenge that. So you find that most children speak your English, and without even knowing their own languages. So we should emphasize on our own languages even being the mode of the medium of instruction in our schools. And also in the first presentation on the issue of the model law for gender equality, I think it should start with us here at PAP, Honorable President, by having, amending our protocol on the Constitutive Act to provide that the election of women or the election of members should be 40-60 on a rotational basis. So that next time, if it's us, Eswatini, it's 3 women and 2 men, and the following term it's 2 women and 3 men. That would be fair. You know. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Maria Rosa Antonina Gilberta Tipinge Escavalo, Angola.
Muito obrigada, mais uma vez, excelentíssimo senhor Presidente do Parlamento Pan-Africano. Todo o protocolo observado. Agradecer à Presidente da Comissão do Gênero pela excelente apresentação. Foi muito detalhada naquilo que foi a apresentação do relatório. Senhores deputados, dizer que devemos valorizar o nosso continente por ter conseguido elaborar um plano de ação sobre a família. Gostaria de dar alguns exemplos do meu país, Angola. Temos atualmente uma taxa de natalidade mais alta de África, com 6,2% de filhos por mulher nas zonas rurais e 5,2% nas zonas urbanas. O ritmo demográfico exige do governo um planeamento baseado em evidências para orientar os setores públicos da saúde, educação, habitação, água e outros à implementação de políticas eficazes para as famílias. Nesta base, estão a ser desenvolvidas campanhas de educação cívica e moral que se façam sentir nos bairros e no seio da juventude para a manutenção dos valores da família, como honestidade, humildade, solidariedade, tolerância às diferenças e mais. Estamos ainda a implementar um programa muito bom, que é o programa Quenda. Programa este que o objetivo é ajudar as famílias vulneráveis em todas as províncias de Angola. São maioritariamente famílias lideradas por mulheres. O programa permite empoderar economicamente, e este facto tem vindo a minimizar as dificuldades sociais e econômicas das famílias. Além das transferências monetárias, temos ainda a inclusão produtiva, onde os beneficiários são apoiados com pequenas indústrias de transformação, com sementes de cereais, com árvores de frutas, com gado bovino e suíno e caixas comunitárias rotativas. Dizer também que este programa já beneficiou mais de 1 milhão de famílias. Peço que adotemos o relatório.
Thank you very much, Honorable Coadio Betin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais féliciter ma collègue Mariam Dao Gavala pour la clarté de ses exposés. Je vais intervenir sur le deuxième point concernant la famille. J'ai participé avec deux autres commissions à cet atelier qui était très enrichissant parce que nous avions eu des experts de qualité qui nous ont instruits sur la notion de famille. La famille est en effet l'une des valeurs les plus importantes pour bâtir l'Afrique. Et donc, si nous voulons une Afrique de demain forte, nous devons pouvoir fournir dans nos familles de l'amour, parce que de l'attention vers les enfants, nous arrivons à épanouir et à travailler pour le meilleur de leur avenir, c'est-à-dire l'avenir des plus jeunes. Je parle plus des plus jeunes en parlant de famille. Bien entendu, il y a toujours un chef de famille, mais la finalité d'une famille, c'est de pouvoir éduquer les plus jeunes. Et donc, renforcer les valeurs familiales africaines pour, je regarde le terme, excusez, pour assurer la protection et la sécurité socio-économique des citoyens, c'est travailler à avoir les valeurs fondamentales suivantes: le respect et la bienveillance, l'engagement et la responsabilité, et puis l'honnêteté et la confiance. Dès que ces valeurs sont inscrites dans la cellule familiale, nous arrivons à bâtir et à orienter justement nos enfants vers une éducation saine. Et donc, pour conclure sur ma petite intervention, si nous voulons atteindre les objectifs de l'agenda 2024, dans la présentation, l'honorable Mariam Dao Gabala a parlé d'une révision à faire, mais si nous voulons atteindre l'objectif de renforcer les valeurs familiales africaines pour assurer la protection et la sécurité socio-économique des citoyens, nous devons toujours nous rappeler de cette citation du Canadien.
Sorry, microphone. Microphone. Micro. Your micro is off.
Une minute. Et donc, pour conclure, je dirais que pour renforcer les valeurs familiales.
Honorable, before you conclude, I want to hear the quotation from the Canadian author.
Yes. Il faut retenir cette citation du Canadien René Deflou qui dit « La famille est une école de droiture, d'équilibre et de force et de progression. Tous ceux qui vont et qui s'y opposent se soustraient et s'engagent infaillablement dans les voies du mal et de la perdition. Si nous voulons aller dans le sens de la droiture, nous devons tous les jours nous rappeler de cette situation de guide René Deflou. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Now is opportunity for Honorable Mamelo Poko.
Thank you, His Excellency, and thank you to the Chair of Gender Committee who presented well the two presentations. I am more concerned on family values because from where I come from or where I stand, family orientation is the most important I didn't want to talk about the first presentation for so many reasons, but unfortunately I had included it. So I will have to go slow and skip whatever I said about it so that I concentrate on family values. As parents, we are from families. Some are parents that are from an adopted father and mother, meaning we both have biological and adoptive families. But each and every family is a source for good orientation and early education on families. As parents, we have to educate our children to be kind, to be honest, to be hard workers, to be generous, to be responsible, to communicate and understand what communication means. We must educate our children the importance of health and education. Our children must have integrity. They must be able to trust us as parents so that we will be able to trust them. And they must be our friends. Family values are similar to personal and professional values, but they include your family. And this should include your extended family, like your in-laws, like children from your aunt and uncles. We have difficulties nowadays that are frightening our values, especially the one of trust, where parents no longer trust their children who are addicted to drugs, because they kill their parents when they want money for drugs. We also have challenges where children are no longer kind to their older families, like our senior citizens. They treat them like their second-hand whatever, and that makes life very difficult. So I was only saying family is basis for every good thing that we have as Africans. That is where we have to hold, and that is where we have to empower. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Honorable Sawai Tore.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President.
I thank you for giving me the floor. I also thank Honorable Mariam for rekindling my consciousness in instilling family value issues. Honorable Speaker, we are all instilling these values, but I'm not sure whether we are doing them consciously to ensure that our families go through our culture the way we intended it. Honorable Speaker, if we take ownership of the values, we can shape them to be in line with what we thought of our family to be. And we have African values, family values. For example, old age in our culture is pension. It's a pension for the family. It's an institution for the family. Disabled persons in our culture are prioritized. Everywhere you have a disabled person in your family, you thought of the person first before you think of your other children. And children are investments for the elderly. We always do that. Now, if you go by the Western culture, a child becomes 18, he leaves the family and goes and lives away from the family and has nothing to do with the family in some cases. Women are teachers in our culture, and they are models for the family. My Kenyan brother was talking about the difficulties in bringing women to parliament in our representative institutions, but I believe with affirmative action, when we adopt proportional representation, we should be able to solve the problem. Honorable Speaker, we must do certain things to be able to address these problems, and that is one. I believe we must to enhance and extend social insurance systems must be part of our agenda. And in Gambia, we have a bill before us that will do that. We should invest in workplace health and safety. We should also create better working conditions for our people, creating low-cost housing schemes. I was just watching the television yesterday or day before yesterday, and I saw a lot of homeless people struggling with the police and other people for eviction on the streets, and that is un-African.
Okay, we are granted 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. So we must create better policies, create better labor relations, and protection for our people. That is exactly what the SDGs are saying. If we do these things, then we'll meet the conditions for SDG. And I think that homelessness is one thing that we must abandon in Africa because it's completely un-African. And on that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Elizabeth Masuku, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair, for your fruitful presentations. Mr. President, Zimbabwe has enacted several pieces of legislation and measures to promote gender equality in terms of Section 327 of the Constitution. An international treaty which has been concluded or executed by the President's authority does not form part of the law in Zimbabwe unless it has been incorporated into the law through an act of parliament. In keeping with this provision, the Constitution demonstrates main provisions of the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. Mr. President, that provides for gender balance stipulates that the state must promote the full participation of women in all spheres, women in Africa. Section 56 in our Constitution provides on equality and non-discrimination, stating men and women have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities in political, economic, cultural, and social spheres. Translating these constitutional provisions into enforceable pieces of legislation and policies, Parliament of Zimbabwe passed laws including the Domestic Violence Act 2007, which protects victims of domestic violence, and the Gender Commission Act in 2016, which establishes the Zimbabwe Gender Commission to promote and ensure the implementation of gender equality policies. Labor Law Act Chapter 28 of the Constitution prevents employment discrimination based on gender, promotes. I tried to be fast.
Request for 1 minute.
1 minute, Mr. President.
Granted.
Thank you. Promotes equal pay for equal payment for work. There is also Marriage Act, Mr. President, in Zimbabwe. So we are trying to go with the report from our chair about family values. Family values are the foundation of society. By strengthening families, we build a stronger society, more resilient to systematic challenges. I support the report from our committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Aminata Dieng, Senegal. Not in the chamber.
Bonsoir à tous. Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale d'Afrique du Sud, honorables députés, chers collègues.
The floor is yours.
Je voudrais depuis cet auguste Parlement saluer son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Sénégal, Monsieur Bassirou Diomaye Faye, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée nationale, Amadou Mame Diop. Je rends également un vivant hommage le président de mon parti, PUR, Serigne Moustapha Sy Al Maktoum. Mes hommages à vous, Président. Concernant la commission permanente égalité, genre, famille, Madame la Présidente de la commission, chers collègues, je voudrais aujourd'hui partager avec vous quelques soucis qui me tiennent à cœur concernant les personnes handicapées. Oui, chers collègues, pour moi, nous devons d'abord lutter contre leur marginalisation et leur permettre d'avoir une vie plus décente qui ne se résume pas à la mendicité. Certains emplois doivent leur être réservés. C'est le cas des receveurs dans les bus-trains, des vendeurs réservés de tickets sur les autoroutes à péage, les accueils dans certains services publics. Et oui, chers collègues, un quota doit être réservé aux personnes handicapées dans les entreprises en fonction de leur taille. Une personne handicapée dans les entreprises de 1 à 50 personnes et 2 dans les entreprises de 50 à 100 personnes. Et oui, chers collègues, la parité a porté ses fruits au Sénégal. On doit penser aux personnes handicapées dans les postes électifs et nominatifs. Pensons à leur formation dans nos programmes de développement. Si nous voulons être concrets, chers parlementaires, commençons par poser des actes concrets. Chers parlementaires, nous parlons nos parlements respectifs pour que d'ici peu la prise en compte de ces personnes derrière nous. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, être handicapé n'est pas synonyme d'incompétence. Merci de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable Amina Yaya Chad.
Point of order.
شكرا السيد الرئيس لإعطائي الفرصة. في البداية أريد أن أشكر وأهيئ النائبة مريم من دولة كوت ديفوار رئيسة لجنة المساواة بين الجنسين والأسرة والشباب والمعوقين بالبرلمان الأفريقي لهذا العرض الرائع والمفصل عن التقرير عن الجلسة الدراسية حول موضوع تقرير القيم الأسرية الأفريقية لضمان الحماية والأمن الاجتماعي والاقتصادي للمواطنين، وأيضا تقديم الإطار القانوني والسياسي للقانون النموذجي بشأن المساواة بين الجنسين. أنا بصفتي مناضلة وناشطة في مجال حقوق المرأة وأيضا رئيسة كتلة النساء في البرلمان الأفريقي أؤيد هذه الوثائق التي تم عرضها، وأطلب أيضا من زملائي في الصالة التأييد وأيضا دعم المرأة الأفريقية. ثانيا سعادة الرئيس، ليس لدي أسئلة ولكن لدي تعليق في كيفية تحقيق المساواة في القارة الأفريقية. لتحقيق المساواة في القارة الأفريقية كيف يمكن تحقيق هذا المساواة؟ يتم تحقيق هذا المساواة فقط عندما تحظو النساء بسعة الفرص المتاحة للرجال وأيضا تتمتع بكافة الحقوق، وهذا يعني المشاركة المتساوية في توزيع السلطة والحصول على الفرص المتساوية من أجل الاستقلال المالي والتعليمي وتحقيق أيضا الطموحات الشخصية للنساء. وبالنسبة للقضايا الرئيسية التي تمنع المساواة أو بين الجنسين في القارة والتي دلت عليها التجارب على أن التصدي للمساواة بين الجنسين وتمكين المرأة يتطلب تداخلات استراتيجية على جميع المستويات ووضع البرامج السياسية بالإضافة إلى ما تعانيه من الأشكال المختلفة من العنف القائم تجاه النوع وأيضا الممارسات الضارة. وتتضمن القضايا أيضا في مسألة الصحة الإنجابية والتمكين الاقتصادي والتعليمي. بالنسبة للتقرير المساواة بين الجنسين، يجب على الدول توسيع نطاق تنمية القدرات والتوجيه الاستراتيجي والقيادة التحويلية وأيضا تبادل المعرفة ومراقبة الجهود الرامية إلى تعزيز المساواة وتمكين النساء والفتيات ومن خلال التعليم. أما ما يخص العرض الثاني لتعزيز القيم الأسرية الأفريقية لتحقيق أو ضمان حماية الأمن الاقتصادي والسياسي للمواطنين، نحن شاركنا في هذه الندوة ودلنا وأعطينا رأينا وملاحظاتنا في خلال هذه الدورة، ونشكر سعادة الرئيس لإعطائي للمرة الثانية لهذه الفرصة.
Thank you, Honorable Muku. Is not in the chamber.
I'm here. Thank you, Honorable President. From the
Honorable President.
Is that a point of order or point of what?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay.
When the previous speaker, the previous Honorable was talking, the interpretation or the wording used was like the interpreter referred to handicapped people, and yet the correct word to use is persons with disabilities. Let us correct that one. I rise to correct that one, Honorable President, because it will be like we are discriminating in this chamber. I thank you.
I should say that is brilliant. That's a brilliant observation. Our interpreters, please use correct words. It is very common sometimes when in English we are supposed to use chair. In French you use president. Some interpreters are not experienced enough. Sometimes we also pick it that this interpreter is not very well experienced in interpretation. The words matter. So can you please correct that? Even on the record of PAP, the Hansard, can you also correct? Thank you very much. Can we proceed, Honorable Mkuu?
Thank you, Honorable President. From Honorable Miriam report, I would like to talk about the gender equality. I want to give an example whereby in Lesotho we have 120 members of parliament, then in the National Assembly, then we have 30 women in there, whereby our National Assembly is built with 80 people from 80 constituencies, then we have 40 PRCs. So then we have one deputy speaker, she's a woman. Then within the parliament we have the deputy prime minister, she's a woman also. And she was ex-chief of justice. Then in the Senate, we have got the president of the Senate as a woman. Then the Lesotho delegation to PAP, as we speak, we have got 3 women out of 5. So I think I was just trying to report to the Honorable House that Lesotho has gone just too far. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you. We thank you for that information. Honorable Rahab Mukami.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to applaud the chair of gender and equality for the good presentation. What I want to say, women are the pillars of the society. Women are our wives, our sisters, and our mothers, and we can't do without women. Mr. President, in country Kenya, I want to challenge Lesotho. In Kenya, we normally have a rule we call 2/3 gender rule. And in our parliament, we normally have nominated women. We also have nominated women in county assembly and also in Senate. In Kenya, our chief justice is a woman and her deputy. In Kenya, our governor, in the county, we have 47 counties, we have 7 women governors. So what I would urge this House is to come and do benchmarking in Kenya. We are progressing well. And I want to thank the chair because they came to Nairobi to do this model law, though I was not aware. So I would urge members who will be coming to Nairobi, it's always good to let us know so that we can come and buy for you nyama choma in Nairobi. I want to encourage the chair. Regarding people living with disability, we have so many challenges. Like in Kenya the other day, I had taken a motion in Parliament regarding the young mothers who are having children with cerebral palsy. And you know cerebral palsy is a very bad disease, and it's a very serious disability because you can't leave that child alone. So I support that idea of having those safe homes for those mothers, and we should also encourage those mothers to go back to school, and we try and do what we can do as members of Parliament to empower those young mothers. FGM is also common in Kenya, and we are trying to fight with it. It's not easy because you see the minute the girls do those things, they normally just get married when they are even 15 years old. So generally, I don't want to say much. I just want to say congratulations, and we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, this won't be easy because the name is not typed. It's in longhand. The handwriting is not easy to read. But it's Honorable Satu Sinon Okay, Equatorial Guinea. Okay, Equatorial Guinea. It's not in the chamber? Oh, here. Okay. Okay.
Ok, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Buenas tardes, queridos compañeros. Soy Saturnino Quesono de Guinea Ecuatorial, senador. Quería aprovechar esa ocasión para, en principio, felicitar a la ponente que nos ha presentado los informes, porque realmente han sido informes interesantes, y presentarles, digamos, el trabajo que ha hecho Guinea en ese campo. El tiempo es relativamente corto y no puedo ir en detalles muy pormenorizados, simplemente decirles que el gobierno de Guinea Ecuatorial ha avanzado muchísimo en esa materia de igualdad de género. De hecho, los resultados son los siguientes. En la actualidad, en la Cámara de los Diputados, las mujeres ocupan el 35% de los escaños y en el Senado igual. Y de hecho, en esos dos órganos, una mujer es la que está presidiendo el Senado desde hace 12 años, digo yo. Y actualmente una mujer es también la vicepresidenta segunda de la Cámara de Diputados y es la que está presidiendo precisamente nuestra comisión para ese Parlamento de la Unión Africana, del Parlamento Panafricano, perdón. Entonces, quiero decir que hemos avanzado muchísimo y en el gobierno también, como digo, hay varias mujeres ocupando puestos de gran responsabilidad en el gobierno, que hemos avanzado mucho. ¿Significa que hemos llegado al tope? No, todavía no. Hay mucho camino que recorrer y también el campo en que estamos avanzando muchísimo es el número de chicas, de niñas que están yendo a la universidad. Es un número muy considerable y es la información que quería compartir con vosotros. Pues muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
That brings us to the end of the list for debate. I now invite the chair of the committee to respond. There the hand. Someone wants to contribute? Can you stand up and No, your name is on the list.
My name was on the first list, Mr. President.
But, yes, but I was advised that you withdrew.
I withdrew it on the list for la loi type, Monsieur le Président, but not on the valeur des familles, de la famille. My name were on both lists.
Yes, yes. Okay, fine. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais être brève car je pense que nous avons fait le tour de la question. Je voudrais aussi prêter ma voix pour féliciter la présidente de notre commission, Madame l'honorable Mariam Daougabala, pour ce séminaire très enrichissant auquel j'ai eu le privilège de participer. Monsieur le Président, quand on parle de valeurs familiales, quand on parle de la famille, on imagine tout de suite une belle image, donc la maman, le papa, les enfants, dans un jardin, dans un espace joliment décoré, donc une famille heureuse. Et c'est ça la base même des valeurs familiales. Une famille unie, une famille heureuse, où il y a une cohésion entre les parents et les enfants. Alors pour que cette famille soit heureuse dès le départ et que cette base des valeurs soit jetée, il faudrait lui donner cet encadrement idéal. D'abord, moi, personnellement, Monsieur le Président, en toute humilité, je prônerais pour une éducation inclusive et gratuite, comme c'est le cas chez nous à l'île Maurice. Quand on commence notre enfance dès le plus jeune âge par une éducation gratuite et qu'on peut y bénéficier jusqu'à l'université, eh bien, nous avons le temps de valoriser tout ce qui parle de famille, tout ce qui est famille. Quand nous avons à ce moment-là aussi droit à un toit, un logement social, et que nous pouvons vivre à l'abri d'une maison en briques, eh bien, Monsieur le Président, nous pouvons consacrer plus de temps aux valeurs familiales. Quand nous avons aussi droit à un service de santé gratuit, comme c'est le cas à l'île Maurice, nous pouvons prendre ce temps et dépenser moins notre argent et pouvoir profiter pour sceller les liens familiaux et amicaux avec les voisins et cultiver justement ces valeurs familiales. Ce que je voulais dire, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, je souhaite que l'Afrique, car aujourd'hui, ici au Parlement, on veut tous parler d'une seule et même voix, je souhaite que l'Afrique puisse, tous les pays africains, puissent profiter aussi, bénéficier des chances que nous avons à l'île Maurice, d'avoir l'éducation gratuite, de pouvoir aussi bénéficier d'un logement social pour les personnes au bas de l'échelle, de pouvoir aussi avoir accès à un service de santé.
Okay, 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que si nous ajoutons tous ces éléments ensemble, nous pouvons faire beaucoup de place au sein de nos familles pour promouvoir, cultiver et faire grandir les valeurs familiales. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the initial omission of your name. Chair of the committee can now respond.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais d'abord remercier mes collègues pour leur soutien, pour leurs félicitations et les encouragements. Et je voudrais étendre ces encouragements aux membres de la Commission, à notre clerc et aux conseillers juridiques qui nous ont vraiment appuyés. Il y a eu beaucoup de contributions et de partage d'expériences de certains pays et je dirais que nous les enregistrons. Il y a eu des propositions concrètes que je voudrais faire ressortir parce qu'elles ont un caractère assez important. Le premier, c'est celui du Kenya, qui nous a invités, au-delà de la loi type, d'avoir une proposition pour une campagne d'éducation civique des populations. Et à mon avis, c'est très important parce que la loi type ne suffit pas. Il nous faut, lorsque nous budgétisons l'élaboration d'une loi type, aussi budgétiser sa promotion et sa diffusion dans nos pays auprès de la population et à travers la société civile. Je la retiens comme proposition. La deuxième proposition qui est venue, excusez-moi. La deuxième proposition qui est venue, disons, de deux intervenants, c'est une proposition qui veut que, au niveau du pape, et je pense que c'est tout à fait normal, que nous puissions distinguer, par exemple, des pays ou des leaders de pays qui se sont illustrés dans la promotion de la participation des femmes aux postes de décision. Je pense que c'est une initiative intéressante que la Commission peut regarder et ce qui va permettre en même temps de donner un peu plus de visibilité au pape et ce qui peut nous permettre chaque année d'inviter ces personnes-là à venir entretenir le pape. Monsieur le Président, il y a eu aussi beaucoup d'interrogations. Alors, je vais les regrouper en deux éléments. Par rapport à ma sœur d'Eswatini, qui a beaucoup parlé du droit des personnes avec handicap, je voudrais lui dire que les personnes avec handicap sont notre priorité. Et j'ai dans cette chambre dit que le pape et la Commission a développé un protocole et une loi type sur les personnes avec handicap et que ce protocole est rentré en vigueur depuis le mois de mars 2024. Ça veut dire que c'est vraiment une priorité pour nous. Et je voudrais la rassurer que quand on parle de personnes avec handicap, ils sont représentés au sein de nos ateliers et que l'albinisme est très bien représenté aussi au sein de nos ateliers. Et si elle veut bien regarder le point 22.10, parle de faciliter l'accès à l'éducation aux personnes avec handicap, etc. Monsieur le Président, il y a deux autres questions que je voudrais aborder, si vous me le permettez. La première, c'est que je voudrais rassurer mes collègues parlementaires.
Excusez-moi.
Yes.
Merci beaucoup. The Honorable Stuki, when she rose on a point of order, sorry, she was not commenting on what you said. No. She agrees with you, everything that you are saying, she agrees and supports you as chair. It is the interpreter who was misinterpreting what you were saying. So whilst you said people with disabilities, the interpreter would say disabled, is it? Handicapped. And what is handicapped in French? Eh? Handicapé.
Yeah.
It's different from a person with disabilities.
Yes.
So all she was saying was the interpreter was getting it wrong, not yourself as chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maintenant, je veux rassurer mes collègues pour dire que, comme je l'ai dit auparavant au pape, nous ne devons pas avoir peur d'aborder les sujets en y introduisant la perspective africaine. C'est bien pour cela qu'on est là. Et si nous avons fait des consultations auprès des populations, etc., c'est vraiment pour que les valeurs africaines soient préservées. Si nous avons fait un atelier sur la famille, si vous regardez, on parle des valeurs africaines. Donc, il n'est point question pour nous d'importer des valeurs et de les imposer. Et je veux qu'ils soient rassurés et que, pour dire que ce n'est pas dans l'optique de la Commission. J'ai senti quelques peurs, mais ce n'est pas le cas. Je voudrais, Monsieur le Président, m'exprimer sur un point. Les violences basées sur le genre et les mutilations génitales. Et je voudrais dire que les mutilations génitales sont atroces et nocives. Je ne vois pas comment on peut voir en cela une éducation ou quelque chose de ce genre-là. Et je voudrais dire que les femmes, tout comme les hommes, ont aussi le droit d'être bien dans leur corps. et dire que cette question sur les mutilations génitales est tellement importante et ça fait tellement de dégâts au niveau de l'appareil reproductif des femmes, etc., que chez nous, en Côte d'Ivoire, même les chefs religieux, les imams, s'y sont mis, et ce sont eux maintenant les meilleurs défenseurs pour que soient abolies les mutilations génitales. Donc, je ne vois pas comment cela peut être un élément d'éducation. Trouvons une autre forme d'éducation des femmes, pas en les mutilant, en les rendant parfois incapables de se reproduire parce que les mutilations sont allées plus loin. Au niveau de la famille, je prends toutes les contributions. Je pense que nous allons renforcer tout cela. Et je voulais revenir sur un point. Nous avons mis l'accent sur la famille parce que si nous voulons une Afrique forte, il nous faut des familles fortes. Parce que c'est dans les familles que se construit l'Africain de demain. Et nous voulons aussi, à travers ces consultations, définir la notion de famille par rapport à notre regard africain. On est tous d'accord que la famille nucléaire, c'est vraiment très, très occidental. Alors définissons nous-mêmes notre famille, utilisons les valeurs qui nous construisent et qui vont nous permettre de construire le continent de demain. Si nous avons autant de problèmes aujourd'hui, c'est parce que quelque part la famille a déserté son rôle d'éducation et de construction des jeunes. Donc nous allons continuer encore à travailler sur la famille parce que pour nous c'est fondamental, c'est peut-être pas des routes, c'est pas des avions, c'est pas l'économique, c'est vraiment la construction du citoyen de demain et la famille est la plus petite cellule citoyenne que nous avons. Donc, c'était un peu les commentaires que je voulais faire par rapport à tout ce qui a été dit. Je pense que je les ai tous couverts. Nous prenons en compte vraiment toutes les propositions et notamment les 2 recommandations qui sont sorties sur le fait d'honorer des leaders qui se sont montrés prévenants au niveau des femmes et aussi quand nous budgétisons l'élaboration des lois types, ayons en tête qu'il faut budgétiser aussi une campagne d'éducation civique. Sur ce, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais proposer à l'adoption le cadre politique de la loi type sur l'égalité et l'équité en genre et le rapport sur le séminaire de la famille. Je vous remercie.
The chair of the committee on gender is moved for the adoption of the report. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Sandra. Thank you. So the report is seconded, therefore adopted.
Thank you.
The clerk will read the 60th order of the day.
Honorable President, the 6th order of the day is the presentation and debates on the activity report of the Committee on Transport, Industry, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology.
I shall now invite Honorable Bajaramari, Chairperson of the committee. Even there.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Chief Fortin Cholombera, for the floor. Firstly, I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for your standing on behalf of the African Parliament with the Palestinian cause, with the people of Palestine. Thank you for defending just causes. Allow me, honorable members, to speak with my Arabic languages now. إذن شكرا سيد رئيس البرلمان على إتاحة الفرصة للتوضيح. أريد أن أوضح بصفتي رئيسة لجنة النقل والطاقة والصناعة والاتصالات والعلم والتكنولوجيا. اليوم تم برمجتي في الجلسة السادسة لعرض ومناقشة تقرير نشاط اللجنة أمامكم في الجلسة العامة. صحيح أن لجنة النقل عقدت عدة اجتماعات في هذه الدورة جد مهمة لشهر جوان 2024. تضمنت جدول أعمالها عدة بنود لتنفيذ أجندة 2063 للاتحاد الإفريقي. كما قامت اللجنة باجتماعات مشتركة مع لجنة التعليم. اليوم سيد الرئيس لا يمكنني عرض التقرير الخاص باللجنة على معاليكم للمصادقة، لأن لجنتنا لجنة النقل لم تجتمع للمصادقة عليه، وأنا بصفتي رئيسة لم أطلع على التقرير وعلى النسخة النهائية ولم أصادق عليه بعد كي يطبع ويوزع. إذن السيد الرئيس أنا أؤمن بمبدأ القانون.
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order, Mr. President. We can't get the interpretation in English.
No interpretation.
Yeah.
Interpretation. Yes, I'm getting it. Are you getting it that side?
The volume.
It remains channel 1, of course, for English.
What's the volume?
We are being advised that maybe there's a problem with your handset. Is it okay now?
It's okay, sir.
Okay, proceed.
It's fine.
Honorable Baja,
Yes.
if the report is not ready,
Yes.
no problem. We move on with other items.
Yes. سيد الرئيس، نحن لجنتنا تؤمن بمبدأ الشرعية ونؤمن بمبدأ التشاور والتشارك. أولا أحترم النظام الداخلي والبروتوكول الخاص بالبرلمان الإفريقي بخصوص المصادقة على التقرير من قبل معالي أعضاء اللجنة قبل عرضه على القاعة للمصادقة عليه. وأحترم أيضا زملائي. إذن سيدي رئيس البرلمان، قررت أن أؤجل عرض تقرير عمل اللجنة لأنه لم يتم تحديد اجتماع للجنة من أجل المصادقة على التقارير قبل عرضه. لذا أطلب منك معالي الرئيس تأجيله وتأجيل تقريري لوقت لاحق. ومختلف أعضاء اللجنة الحاضرون معي يوافقونني الرأي. سيد أمبو من غامبيا، سيد عبد القادر من ليبيا، معالي هامبيوكا من زامبيا. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Thank you. So the report, we do accept that it be presented at the next session.
Very good.
That now, on this note, the clerk can read the seventh order of the day.
Honorable President, the seventh order of the day is the presentation and adoption of the draft resolutions and recommendations of the third ordinary session of the Sixth Parliament.
Thank you. See, there's a correction. They are not final yet. These are draft resolutions. But I want to consult in the spirit of democracy, I want to say this is the last item of the whole session. After this one, we close the presentation and adoption of resolutions and recommendations. Tomorrow, this is now 10 to 5. Tomorrow we wanted to be done 10:30. If we delay 11, would have closed and left the chamber. But that is if we go through the resolutions. I'm aware that the document for resolutions and recommendations would only have been received by yourselves sometime this afternoon. And I want to confirm if it has been received both electronically and hard copy in all the languages. You have it in English, in French, in Arabic, Portuguese.
Portuguese.
What is the problem with the Portuguese translators? Because when the document goes for translation, it goes to all translators of all languages. So why Portuguese only? Yeah, because they do not give some interpreters, or some translators, and deny others. So who are the Portuguese translators who have let us down to this extent? Because we wanted to deal with this document even at least halfway. That guarantees that tomorrow we won't go beyond 1 hour before we finish the whole document. Portuguese, honorable members who speak Portuguese, I don't know if you can allow us to proceed or we stop. You can get
Senhor
me?
Presidente.
Sorry?
Sim, e pode da nossa parte, não tem nenhum problema. Temos o documento em francês e conseguimos perceber, pelo que o Presidente pode continuar.
Thank you for that good spirit. Because if we go through this, it means tomorrow, as I say, we will close very early. Even if you are flying on Sunday, at least by 10 you are done, can go back in town and do other business. So if we agree that we proceed, the way we do it is that we present resolution 1, but we can't read everything that is basically mechanical. Things like considering also recording, also recording further. And nothing. What is important is now, therefore, we resolve to. That's the most important part of it. So that's the part that we should read. The first is just a preamble, and then we move with the actual substance of the resolution. If we agreed, we proceed accordingly. That we actually go to the main substance of the resolution. And I will ask the clerk to lead us in the resolutions and the recommendations.
Honorable President, resolution number 1. Resolution on the African Union theme of the year 2024. Open quote, educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality and relevant learning in Africa. After the preambular paragraphs related to this resolution, the Parliament now therefore hereby resolves to 1. Undertake robust awareness creation and advocacy within our member parliaments and speakers forum on implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, 2016 to 2025, and the education-related targets of AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal 4. 2, participate in evaluation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, 2016 to 2025, and in the development of the successor strategy post-2025. 3, advocate for the allocation of adequate national budgets comprising not less than 1% of GDP to financing education, science, technology, and innovation. 4, contribute to the development and implementation of continental policy frameworks on teacher development, learning assessment, and higher education in partnership with the ESTI Department of the AU Commission and other stakeholders. 5, support policies for strong intra-Africa cooperation and networking between parliamentarians, policymakers, scientists, journalists, and the private sector in advancing education, science, technology, and innovation in Africa. 6, support legislative actions for dynamic and sustainable research enterprise capable of translating scientific discoveries into products, services, and processes that are required for socio-economic development. 7, advocate for transformation of the entire education system on the continent while paying special attention to marginalized groups, including girls, children in rural areas, those living with disabilities, and those on the move, including those in fragile countries and contexts, and report at each consecutive session of the PAP on progress made. 8, regularly request and consider the reports and/or updates from the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, regional economic communities, member states, and other stakeholders on the implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, 2016 to 2025, and the education-related targets of AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal number 4, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 5th of July, 2024.
Thank you. I shall now allow contributions, if any, on the recommendation. Honorable Mgatana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support these resolutions, but Mr. President, wouldn't it have been easier, for example, in paragraph 1,
can you listen?
Wouldn't it have been easier for the drafters?
Sorry, number what?
Paragraph 1.
1, undertake.
Yes, yes, Your Excellency.
Yes.
The drafters are keeping on referring to documents which are not attached to the resolution, which makes it a bit windy, which means that when somebody is reading this resolution, he will have, for example, to refer to Sustainable Development Goal number 4, and it's not attached. If you also look at that strategy for education for Africa, again, 2016 to 2025, it's not attached. So it doesn't flow very well. It's like you're resolving something, but you have to refer to a document which is not with you. I don't know why the drafters didn't either attach or just reproduce the document they referred to make it easier for any person who is interacting with this document. I submit, Mr. President.
Any comment from Honorable Mbo?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. Yes, I think I quite agree with my brother from Kenya, but I think for the interest of time, I think if the Secretariat can actually download these documents and share it with all the members, at least we'll be able to make reference to, because otherwise the documents will be really too bulky. So if they can share the soft copy by email, and then I think we'll be able to make reference to that. Thank you.
Yes, that be done. But I would also still comment and say, do you want the honorable member to go and read this education strategy for Africa 2016-2021, which could be 35 pages? Yeah, then what we need to do, which I think is part of the improvement of the document, they should pick something from that, because it can't be the whole book. That strategy on a page is also smart. On this page, probably there's a list of deliverables, right, which are contained on page, so to page, so. That is the better way to present it. In that document, there is a specific page or 2-3 pages which you want to implement. You don't implement a document. You implement what is provided for as the implementable, if you understand what I mean. The strategy can be 45 pages, sorry, but what you implement can be on page 9, page 35, and page 34. So can you quote the pages in that document that are for implementation? Because you don't implement from page 1 to page last. Part of it is just a preamble. You don't implement a preamble. So that's part of the improvement. Any other comment? Yeah, I'm not seeing someone too far. Yes, Honorable the Gambia, and yeah, a bit far, I can't see.
Yes, thank you. Just in brief, the number point 7, where we talk about advocate. I think if we can also include, however we can include it, that is the using our mother tongue languages in early education, at least in the starting of the, because we've discussed that here, and I could remember that the presenter said he was going to do some recommendation to that effect, so that countries can be alert to ensure that the kids start education in their own languages. So however we can include that in number 7, or we create a different bullet point, would be appreciated.
Thank you. There's a comment. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'accorder la parole. Je voulais vous dire d'abord qu'on adhère complètement à ces résolutions et à ces propositions, mais je voulais intervenir sur la deuxième résolution. Premier mot, c'est une question de correction, parce que le mot participater n'existe pas en français. Je crois qu'on voulait dire participer. Le deuxième point, c'est au niveau de la résolution numéro 7, la dernière ligne qui dit « les personnes handicapées ». Je pense que maintenant, en ce moment, on n'utilise plus ce terme-là, mais on dit « les personnes à besoins spéciaux », par respect envers les personnes handicapées. Donc voilà ce que je voulais rajouter. Merci.
Right. And that is very brilliant again. So, with those comments and then the subsequent amendments, can we say we are adopting? Is it okay if those comments? Right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Take us to the second resolution.
Honorable President, the second resolution is a resolution on the adoption of the model law on cooperatives in Africa. And after preambular paragraphs, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby 1. Adopts the proposed model law on cooperatives in Africa as tabled in plenary. 2. Mandates the Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs to continue carrying out advocacy, sensitization, and capacity building activities on the model law on cooperatives in Africa. 3. Requests the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs under the leadership of the Bureau to promote the endorsement, use, and dissemination by African Union member states. 4. Requests also members of the Pan-African Parliament to pioneer the domestication and use of the model law on cooperatives in Africa in their respective parliaments and report at each consecutive plenary session on their efforts. And 5, expresses gratitude to the Cooperatives Alliance Africa and other stakeholders from which the committee received support for the formulation of the model law on cooperatives in Africa, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 5th of July, 2024.
Thank you. Any debate on this one? Can we say agreed to? Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move to resolution number 3.
Honorable President, resolution number 3 is the resolution on the legal and policy framework paper of the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. After a number of preambular provisions, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby 1. Takes note with appreciation the progress realized so far by the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability in the formulation of a model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. 2. Adopts the legal and policy framework paper on the model law on gender equality and equity in Africa, including the recommendations compiled from consultations with the AU organs, regional parliaments, technical partners, and civil society organizations from all African regions. 3. Requests the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability to proceed with the drafting and finalization of the model law on gender equality and equity in line with the legal and policy framework paper. 4. Also requests the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability to intensify parliamentary advocacy and engagement for the universal ratification, domestication, and implementation of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women and other related instruments. 5. Mandates the Committee on Gender to increase collaboration and exchanges with regional and national parliamentary bodies with a view to enhancing the capacity of parliamentarians to monitor and integrate gender equality and equity in national budgeting, lawmaking, oversight, and formulation of public policy and programs, and to report to consecutive plenary sessions of the Pan-African Parliament on the progress made. 6. Welcomes the collaboration with the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as well as other stakeholders within and outside the African Union, including from civil society, in the formulation of the model law on gender equality and equity. 7. Commends the Committee on Gender for the milestone achieved in the formulation of the model law on gender equality and equity on Africa.
Any debate on this one? There is a small typo which you corrected as you are reading. You saw it, eh? Programs. But you corrected it. So if no debate, can we say it's agreed to and adopted? Yes. Thank you. Can we move to resolution? The next resolution?
Honorable President, resolution number 4 is the resolution on challenges to effective implementation of decisions of the African Union governance and human rights bodies.
Thank you.
After a number of preambular clauses, the Pan-African Parliament now resolves to 1, request from the African human rights bodies a regular report to the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Justice and Human Rights on the status of implementation of human rights recommendations, decisions, and judgments to enable the Parliament to take the necessary follow-up action through national parliaments and its national delegations. 2, mandate the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to be seized of the issue of implementation of human rights standards, decisions, and judgments, and regularly report to plenary on the follow-up actions undertaken. 3, request the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to consider the potential gaps in national legislation in relation to the framework of implementation of decisions emanating from African human rights bodies, and to propose a model legal instrument to guide a harmonized domestic implementation of decisions of the African human rights bodies. 4, work closely with all African Union human rights bodies to leverage on synergies and our respective comparative advantages in formulating model laws and other joint initiatives that have a bearing on the promotion and protection of human rights. 5, encourage Pan-African parliamentarians to take the lead to ensure effective oversight, domestication, and implementation of recommendations, decisions, and judgments pertaining to human rights, governance, and other African Union shared values. 6, request the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to work with partners to strengthen the capacity of the Pan-African Parliament and national parliamentarians to monitor and ensure an effective implementation of human rights decisions. 7, also request the Bureau to develop an institutionalized framework for engagement with all African Union governance and human rights institutions with the aim of improving and accelerating the rate of ratification of human rights instruments and implementation of human rights and governance decisions. 8, institutes an institutionalized reporting mechanism whereby every national delegation of the PAP membership will be expected to report at every consecutive session of Parliament on the actions taken towards ratification, domestication, and implementation of African Union treaties, decisions, and recommendations. 9, commend the PAP Bureau, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the Secretariat for the increasing institutionalized engagement with other African Union human rights bodies, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the African Peer Review Mechanism, and the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, as well as national human rights institutions and civil society organizations.
Any observations, Honorable Mugatana?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the paragraph 7 and paragraph 8, there is a specific request. One goes to the Bureau in paragraph 7, and the other one seems to be addressing the committee itself. The problem with these resolutions, there are no timelines. So, for example, on paragraph 7, can we consider to improve it by saying that it should be within 1 month that the Bureau should develop an institutionalized framework for the engagement with all African Union, and the sentence to go on, so that there is an action required and a timeline given and people to go to work on it. Otherwise, this resolution will go to sleep. Again, if you look at institute and institutionalized reporting mechanism, whereby every national delegation of PAP will be expected to report. So this institutionalized reporting, can we find a timeline? I don't know, Mr. President, but I was thinking also we create a 1 month timeline for both those resolutions so that we can make them actually take off. Because if we don't, then those resolutions might go to sleep and will come in the next session without any action being taken. I submit, Mr. President.
Any other? Yeah, Liberia.
No, Lesotho, Honorable President, not Liberia.
It's Lesotho, sorry.
I was saying mine is a small one on 8. I have a small problem with institutes and institutionalized reporting. Perhaps we can look for a synonym, like customized, existing. The English, Madam Clerk, is not readable. I guess you wanted to say customized. I think it will be more readable in that way.
If you look at what they are trying to say, it remains institutionalized, not quite customized. It's a PAP, it's PAP which is having an institutionalized mechanism. It's not customizing by the National Parliament. It's the National Parliament that will customize or domesticate. Ours is to say something that's more institutionalized, which is a mechanism. Basically, we can remove the word institutionalized and say a mechanism to, for example. Anyway, we hear the answers. Honorable Gambia.
Okay, thank you very much. I was thinking in 5, there is a typo, I think you've seen it, where you say it should be encouraged, but what you have there is different, it's a typo. And on 8,
oh, you mean encourage, yeah?
Yeah, encouraged.
Encourage, there's a typo there.
Yes,
Engage.
Yeah.
It's engage.
Yes.
So that's easy to
yes.
amend, yes.
So in 8, like my honorable friend said there, instead of institutes, I was thinking of adopts. I think they really want us to adopt an institutionalized reporting mechanism rather than actually create an institute of some sort.
Indeed, the word institutes there is not the proper way to open that statement. But the intention here is to tell the drafters to amend, to correct this. So I believe they've taken note. On 6, if there are no comments, any further comments, yes?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vous demanderai de voir aussi la version française, même item, instituer un mécanisme institutionnalisé. Alors, si la correction peut aussi être considérée en version française. Merci.
Yes. To adopt something like that, adopts and institutionalized. And I know adopt in French is also common.
Yeah.
So what's the word in French? Adopts in French? Adopter. Good. On 6, where you say to strengthen the capacity of PAP and the national parliamentarians, there is an inconsistency in flow of language. Either you say PAP parliamentarians, Pan-African Parliament parliamentarians, and the National Parliament parliamentarians. So there it is PAP, which is an institution. Now, when you move to national parliaments, if you want to say PAP, then you should say national parliaments. If you want parliamentarians, then the capacity of PAP parliamentarians, for the PAP and the national parliamentarians, so that you don't repeat the word parliamentarians. PAP and the national parliamentarians, something like that. Again, these are just comments. Let's move to 5. The drafters are taking note. Yes, we'll move to 5.
Honorable President, draft resolution number 5 is resolution on abolition of the death penalty in Africa. After a number of preambular clauses, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves to 1, commend the 25 African Union member states that have to date abolished the death penalty in their legislations: Angola, Benin, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cape Verde, Chad, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Gabon, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Central African Republic, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, South Africa, and Togo. 2, work with parliaments of the member states which have imposed a moratorium on executions to advance and implement other concrete measures for the total abolition of the death penalty in their legislation. 3, deploy its parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy to urge that the member states that have abolished the death penalty de facto and those that continue to apply this sentence to take bold steps towards legal abolition of the death penalty, including by ratifying the 2nd optional protocol relative to the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights on the abolition of the death penalty, and to commute death sentences for all persons currently on death row. 4, support the draft additional protocol to the African Charter on the abolition of the death penalty in Africa, and commit to working with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and other relevant stakeholders for its adoption by the Assembly of the African Union.
Any debate on this one? Yes, the Gambia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I was thinking that in the first one, where they mentioned all the countries that have ratified, and when it comes to the second one also, all the countries that have imposed moratorium should also be mentioned. I think it would be okay to mention them so that people focus on them and we continue to encourage them to go all the way. That's what I was thinking.
Any other comment, Honorable Katana?
Yes, Mr. President, I was supporting the honorable member who has just spoken before me, because you find, like in Kenya, since 1987, there has been no execution at all on any person on death penalty. In fact, the Supreme Court in 2014 said that there is no mandatory death sentence. So that introduced it removed the cap that was on some of these violent robbery, violence, or murder that had to be mandatory death sentence. So because of that, there has been no execution for so long. So a second category needs to be created. I think it would help, like my honorable colleague has said, to encourage the path towards total abolition from our laws. I submit, Mr. President.
Any other? Yes. I need to know your name. Honorable, I need to know your name.
C'est l'honorable Safia de Djibouti, Monsieur le Président. Et je voudrais...
Honorable Sophia, I know Honorable Sophia.
Yes.
Sorry, I did not realize it was you. Thank you. Proceed.
Merci. Je voulais intervenir au niveau du point 4, où la phrase n'est pas correcte d'après moi. On dit que le projet de protocole additionnel à la charge africaine sur l'abolition de la peine de mort en Afrique, et nous nous engageons. Il faut mettre nous nous engageons, et non nous engageons. Nous nous engageons à travailler avec la Commission. Et à la fin, quand on parle de son adoption par la conférence, ce n'est pas conférence, mais c'est par la conférence de l'Union africaine. Merci. C'est deux petites corrections.
Thank you. I believe we are done. Is this list exhaustive? Are we sure, committee, are we sure this list of countries is exhaustive? You have not left out some? Because I remember Zimbabwe abolished death penalty, as I'm saying that. I remember Zimbabwe abolished death penalty. But anyway, can you check your facts? And under 4, where I say support, I think I want to believe we are consistent in the document. Somewhere else we say we'll work with the national parliaments. And I believe it's a good strategy in all our recommendations. Yes, stakeholders, but national parliaments and even regional bodies, because in terms of our rules and the protocol, we are enjoined to work with regional parliaments, regional economic groupings, national parliaments. So can we, as much as possible, in everything that we are trying to propose, we say we work with the national parliaments. I don't just work with the AU and the Assembly, or relevant, maybe the Banjul Commission, which also are criticized for not having consulted at national level. Again, it's a smart way of drafting the document. Can we move on to Resolution 6? Sorry? Oh, no, sorry. It's a sign of getting tired. I think, are we agreed and then we adopt? Asante sana, shukran. 6, resolution number 6.
Honorable President, draft resolution number 6 is the resolution on the consideration of the performance report of the Pan-African Parliament. After a few preambular provisions, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves to 1, adopt the performance report of the Pan-African Parliament for the period March to June 2024, urges the Bureau of the PAP to continue engaging with the African Union policy organs with a view to improve stakeholder appreciation of the role of the Pan-African Parliament and its mandate, as well as to address the outstanding PAP issues, including payment of allowance of PAP members in line with Article 10 of the protocol, the initiation of the forensic audit in line with the February 2024 decision of the Executive Council, and the speedy conclusion of the recruitment for the vacant secretariat positions. 3, request the Bureau to ensure that permanent committees and structures of Parliament are provided with the required support for the implementation of their activities. 4, also requests the Bureau to speed up the process of the review of the rules of procedure of Parliament and ensure their urgent finalization and tabling for plenary consideration at the next ordinary session. 5, further request the Bureau to approach and designate PAP champions amongst African heads of states and other high-level personalities to plead and advance the cause of the Pan-African Parliament before African Union policy organs. 6, adopt the proposal for the appointment of a resident Six, adopt the proposal for the appointment of a resident representative of the Pan-African Parliament to the African Union headquarters in order to foster and deepen relations and information flow between the PAP and the African Union Commission, as well as policy organs of the African Union. 7, request the Bureau to firmly instruct the Secretariat to address all legitimate outstanding audit and strategic criticisms leveled against the Pan-African Parliament and requests from the policy organs the lifting of all ancient audit issues that continue to affect the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. 8, mandate every national delegation to take the necessary action for advancing PAP resolutions and recommendations at the domestic arena and to prepare a report back to the plenary at the next ordinary session. 9, commend the 15 member states that have to date ratified the PAP Malabo Protocol and urge national delegations from the countries that are yet to ratify this protocol to take the necessary parliamentary and advocacy action to promote the ratification of the PAP Malabo Protocol. 10, urge the Bureau to expedite the process of the recruitment for the vacant positions within the PAP Secretariat and to ensure that the recruitment process is concluded before the end of the year. 11, also urge all structures of the Pan-African Parliament to take all necessary measures to fully utilize the budget line allocated to them. 12, equip each national with the names and contacts of PRC members and F-15 experts from their countries to facilitate the engagement and lobbying to be done from time to time by each national delegation for the adequate financing of the Pan-African Parliament. 13, request the Bureau to organize during the August 2024 committee sittings a workshop on results-based management results-based approach to management, programming and budgeting for the leadership of all permanent committees and caucuses. 14, calls for the unity and collective leadership at the level of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. Comments, debate on this one? Honorable, I don't mispronounce the name again. I say Stuki, I say Steki, so, but I mean the same person from Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. It depends on the dialect you're using. If you are an Afrikaner, you'll say Sturkey. If you are English, you'll say Stuki.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. On number 12, equip each national, I think delegation was omitted there. May it be inserted? I submit. Thank you, Honorable President.
Any Honorable Ngatana, sorry, I'll come over.
Mr. President, on number 11, there's something I was requesting in terms of improving the document that the Bureau can do. The fact of the matter is that, and I'm a member of the Finance Committee, if we don't spend the money allocated to the structures, then we don't have a good standing in terms of pushing for more budget. So the request is that the Bureau should write to the committees, after we leave, to the committees and the caucuses, if they have been allocated any funds, the amount of monies that are available and the deadlines for spending that money, so that information can be with the chairs of the caucuses and the committees to promote budget expenditure. Because if it's not used, then we have a problem when we are lobbying for more cash. So I wanted the document to catch, to improve on number 11. Number 12, Mr. President, I didn't finish my submission on your report, but I remember saying, you say that Kenya is one of the countries which have members in the budget committee. The proposal I had is that if the Bureau, again, this is to-do list, maybe through the clerk, they can give us a standard point of information. That is for all of us who are in that budget committee, so that when we are approaching our various members, the PRC or the budget or whatever, we are speaking the same language. Just a small document that can be sent via email to the heads of delegation. It would really help us to speak with one language and maybe help us in pushing our agenda to lobby for more funds for our organization. I submit, Mr. President.
I'm looking for further the Gambia, and then I'll start from there. I'll come to Honorable Barakat. I'll start from there.
Yes. Just little issue with 7, bullet point 7. The second to last line, beginning, ancient. Where they put ancient? I think the most appropriate word would be outstanding instead of ancient audit issues.
Yeah, you can help them. They've used the word outstanding in that paragraph earlier, the outstanding audit against, then they come up with another innovation and say request from the policy organs to lifting. So this issue, the first outstanding is to the Secretariat to clear. Then the second one is for the police organs to lift. There they don't use outstanding. Of course, you cannot say outstanding. Ask them to, they cannot lift outstanding. Lifting of all old, but again, old may not be the word. Yeah, maybe previous audit. These are previous. Yes, I think that is agreed.
Okay.
If it's previous, it's agreed.
Yes, also I realized that in 13, the second line where we say result-based, we always say results-based. So we maintain the word results-based. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. What is there?
Sorry, I can't actually get you clearly.
In 13, second line works up on result-based. So we say results, we put S on the result. That's how we we found it here.
Results
based. Results based.
Results based.
Yes.
So what's wrong?
The S is not on the result.
No, on mine is okay. Result is result. R-E-S-U-L-T.
S.
That's result.
But the S is missing.
No, it's there.
Ah, okay.
On the result, R-E-S-U-L-T is there. And the best, again, S is there. I don't know, maybe yours is different from mine.
Okay.
But thanks for the contribution. I know there was Anna Barakat. Oh, sorry, I'll come.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au point 6, on parle de féliciter les 15 États membres qui ont à ce jour ratifié le protocole du pape, connu sous le nom de protocole de Malabo. Je pense qu'il faut spécifier, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de protocoles de Malabo. Donc le nouveau protocole révisé du pape 2014. Ensuite, pour ceux qui ne sont pas au fait des abréviations, il faut préciser le F16. C'est le groupe des pays, je crois, qui sont chargés des finances, si j'ai bien compris. Donc il faut le spécifier. Merci.
Maybe it was translation problem. It came out as if there are two Malabo protocols. There's a new Malabo protocol and an old. Is that, I don't know whether maybe interpretation was wrong. It's coming out as if there are two Malabo protocols. Here there's only one. There's only one Malabo protocol. The 2015 one. All right, maybe it's noted. Any other comments? Yes. Félix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est au point 14, le dernier point, où on parle d'unité et leadership collectif au niveau du bureau du Parlement panafricain. Ici, j'ai une petite inquiétude. On dirait que l'unité et le leadership concernent uniquement le bureau, mais ça concerne aussi tous les parlementaires. Donc j'aimerais qu'il y ait une précision que l'unité et le leadership collectif au niveau des parlementaires d'une manière générale et au niveau du bureau du Parlement panafricain en particulier. Parce que nous devons être tous unis et montrer le leadership qui nous caractérise comme représentants du peuple. Merci.
I think here's a point. If the Bureau only unites, but you come to us and divide us, it doesn't work. So you also, parliamentarians have also to embrace that unity. So the drafters can take care of. You said Lesotho, eh?
Yes, from the bigger kingdom, His Excellency. Mine will be on 2 and 10. The last two sentences of 2, perhaps the drafters, if they can take it that it ends with Executive Council, and then you leave out and the speedy conclusion of the recruitment of the vacant secretarial positions. The reason being, 10 became very explicit about the same issue and actually highlighted the recruitment issue that I think was taken into 2 with the last 2 sentences.
Yeah, you have a point. That paragraph is carrying too much. It's overloaded. Yeah, they need to split it somewhere. Executive Council decision should have been a decision. And on the same, I think the drafters would have realized that the decision of the Executive Council does not only concern recruitment. The best way is simply to say, urge the Bureau to implement all the decisions of the executive, or not to pick one and leave others. So the spirit should be, all of them should be implemented. So they not pick and choose which one to be implemented. So the language finally should be right, speedy implementation of all the decisions of the Executive Council. And that is all. So thank you. Any other? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I get back on the Resolution 13, which was raised by my colleague from the Gambia. I think what he was referring to is that the result must be plural. It should be a workshop on results-based approach. So the S is missing after T. Okay. So it's results plural-based approach.
Okay, yeah, I think you've clarified it. You've clarified it. I see the Gambia, Burundi. I'll start from there, is it? Right, Gambia.
Thank you. Mr. President, I will go to 9.
9.
Recommend the 15 member states that have to date ratified. I think we should be consistent. If we go back to resolution number 5, where we listed the 25 member states, I would recommend that we list the 15 member states. It will not only help to bring awareness, but it will also make them take, the ones that haven't ratified, take ownership, make sure that they emulate the ones that are listed. I would recommend that we list the 15 countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Burundi.
Merci, Excellence. La résolution numéro 13, demander au bureau d'organiser pendant les séances de commission d'août 2024 un atelier et le suivant. Je voudrais proposer à ce qu'on élague août 2024 et qu'on écrit demande au bureau d'organiser pendant les prochaines séances de commission un atelier parce que mettre dans une résolution en mois une précision alors qu'on n'est pas sûr, ça serait mal.
I think that is legally smart. You don't say August. What if we do it in September? So next, I think is a proper way to put it. Is there any interest, Honorable Bettini?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est dans l'ensemble des résolutions, des différentes résolutions. En français, quand on dit, il y a une théorie qu'on appelle la permanence des méthodes. Dans tous les enseignements, je pense que ça existe. Et vous voyez, adopter de demande instamment, demander instamment. C'est-à-dire, quand on commence par un verbe qui a l'indicatif, il faut que tout continue. On ne conjugue pas d'autres, et puis il y a d'autres qui ne sont pas conjugués. Et derrière, j'ai observé les mêmes choses. Donc, dans tout le document, il faudrait que le traducteur français puisse tenir compte de ça. Quand il commence par un nom, il faut que dans tous les tirets, la phrase commence par un nom. Si c'est un verbe à l'infinitif, il faut que tout soit des verbes à l'infinitif. Mais on ne peut pas mélanger à chaque point, soit demande, soit demander, ainsi de suite, ça ne se fait pas. Merci beaucoup.
Technical, noted by drafters, that consistency. Any other that I have not noted? My own here, just to keep. See, number 12, equip each. I think the word is not equip. I think it's more of provide. Provide each national, not equip. And then on 4, also request the Bureau to speed up the process of review of rules of procedure. No, let's go back to the Executive Council resolution or decision. It does not give responsibility to the Bureau. So there's no way the Bureau can do this. What you are actually requesting here is the Office of the Legal Counsel, because we are waiting for them. The Bureau is not mentioned in the Executive Council decision. So we cannot now transfer that responsibility to the Bureau. But it also requests the Office of the Legal Counsel to speed up the review. The review is by them, but the adoption in plenary by us. So I think it would be improper to say the Bureau should speed up. It is the Office of the Legal Counsel. Thank you. We can move to 7, resolution number 7. Sorry, look, again, sign of being tired. Adopted, agreed to and adopted. 7.
Honorable President, the draft resolution number 7 is the resolution on the Gambian bill aimed at reversing the ban on female genital mutilation. After a few preambular clauses, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves to 1, carry out its parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy to mobilize the Parliament and all relevant stakeholders in the Gambia to resist the proposed bill and maintain the ban on FGM as provided for in the Women's Act of 2015. 2, deploy an urgent advocacy mission led by the Bureau under the support of the Committee on Gender to work with all stakeholders and mobilize all key actors in the Gambia to reject the proposed bill and support for the ban of FGM and other related harmful practices. 3, collaborate with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights excuse me, and other relevant stakeholders for the deployment of the advocacy mission to the Gambia as soon as possible before the consideration of the proposed bill in Parliament. 4, remain seized of this matter for a progress or performance report at the next ordinary session.
Comments? Gambia itself.
Yes,
Gambia.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, I think if you look at the considering, we must also remind Gambia about CEDAW and CEDAW, which is the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Gambia actually has signed since 1980, and they must be reminded about their obligations internationally. The second one, which is appreciating the clarion call made by Honorable Commissioner, at the end, we need to add government's commitment to enforcing the prohibition of FGM in the Gambia as pronounced by His Excellency the President on June 27, just last week. He made a pronouncement in the Parliament. I think we need to capture that to also ensure that he does exactly that. So those are the only 2 things I have. We need to capture the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and number 2, for the clarion call, and to remind the government about their commitment as well. Thank you.
Gambia, I can see 2 Gambia interests.
Thank you. Mr. President, as the chair of the Gender Committee in my national parliament, I applaud this resolution. But I would also like to include, not only carry out its parliamentary advocacy, but to add at the soonest possible. Because this should be a clarion call. We are desperate not to pass this bill. I would urge this assembly to carry out at the soonest possible its parliamentary advocacy. Because if you say carry out its advocacy, when? How long? The report is going to be read as I go back on Monday. And then we continue with the consideration stage. And it also said deploy an urgent advocacy mission. I applaud that. But going back to 1, it says to Parliament and all relevant stakeholders in the Gambia to resist the proposed bill. Not only to resist, but also to support them in creating awareness of the consequences of FGM. If they resist, and then what? They can resist but not know of the consequences and the effects. They should support them, the relevant stakeholders, to resist and then to create awareness for people to know why they should resist. And also, to continue, it says to work with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, not only at this level, but it should be a continuous effort. We don't know how far this has created division in the country, because members, even if they are opposed to it, they are afraid to vote against it. They might not come, or they might come and vote to repeal because they are afraid. So we do not only need to talk to the stakeholders, we also need to help and support members of parliament in their constituencies to make sure that people, not only the stakeholders, but the citizens themselves know the consequences of this. And also to, I can't even read my writing.
Yeah, 3 minutes is off.
Oh, okay. Because you should give us a lot, because this is directly related to us. It is a cause for concern, and if this committee is supporting us, I think they should give us time to tell you people the concerns, because we are the ones that are going to guide you. And as the chair of the committee, and I think this assembly is also privileged to have 4 members of the gender committee sitting here with you. So I think we should listen to us.
So we are done. Sorry?
Yes.
You'll be repeating. You can come back on the floor. Let's say.
Yes, Your Excellency, the concern raised by the Gambia seems to be so urgent, but this resolution has not caught the issue of funds. So I was requesting if the drafters can catch the issue of urgently allocating funds for the purpose of this mission. Otherwise, Mr. President, we may come back here in the next ordinary session and be told we could not function because there were no funds available. I thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, I would just like to state, maybe in the future, if we have such a real solution for a country, I think the delegation must be contacted so that they can give their feedback. Like she said, there are 4 members of the Gender Committee from the Gambia in PAP, including myself. So we could have even given more information to make it very, very relevant. But nonetheless, we'll go with what we have now. But in the future, for any other country, I think it's important that the country be contacted, the delegation, so that they can give feedback on such a resolution. Thank you.
That is correct. When we write about a country as PAP, and we have country delegation in our PAP, I think it's proper that you engage that delegation also to get better detail and better information. So that is, I think, agreed. I don't see any problem with that approach. I know Sandra Mauritius.
Yes, Mr. President, there is some errors on the pagings when we compare the document in the English version and French version. For example, the resolution number 6 in the English version, it's resolution number 6, and in the French version, it's 7, and in the French version, it's resolution number 6. So if you can consider.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Sophia. Honorable Sophia.
Merci. Je voulais juste corriger quelques coquilles pour une meilleure compréhension.
Order. The only problem is that you are sitting. You need to rise.
Ah. Ok. Merci. Je voulais dire, Monsieur le Président, pour une meilleure compréhension dans les textes en français, le document en français, je voulais apporter 3 corrections. Premièrement, au niveau de la première résolution, on dit mener ces activités. Non, qui mène ces activités? C'est mener des activités de plaidoyer. Donc il faut corriger. Le deuxième point, ça concerne le deuxième point, la deuxième résolution. À la fin, il est marqué « et des autres pratiques néfastes. Quand on parle des pratiques, on parle des pratiques traditionnelles néfastes, car les mutilations génitales féminines sont des pratiques traditionnelles. Donc il faudrait rajouter des autres pratiques traditionnelles néfastes. Et troisième résolution, la dernière ligne, où il est dit pour l'envoi de la mission. Non, c'est pour l'envoi d'une mission des plaidoyers. Merci.
Any other that I've missed out? One is where? Oh, the chair of the Women's Caucus.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président, l'ordinateur me cache. Parce qu'à chaque fois quand je prends la parole, je demande la parole, vous ne voyez pas.
I think we need to remove this thing. This thing doesn't help me, this thing. It blocks me. Yes, this thing should go. It doesn't even help me.
C'est l'obstacle entre moi et vous, Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Yeah, but there's nothing that I never use this thing. It's blue.
En fait, j'ai une remarque qui ne concerne pas la résolution, mais au fait, par rapport à l'intervention de mon collègue à côté tout à l'heure, par rapport à la résolution et pourquoi pas la délégation de Gambie n'était pas consultée par rapport à cette résolution. Et il préfère que prochainement, s'il y a des résolutions qui concernent les pays, il faut d'abord consulter la délégation et tout. Moi, je pense que nous, ici, en tant que parlementaires panafricains, ici, je pense qu'il y a une question relative à quelque chose et qui concerne un pays qui est membre du Parlement panafricain. On n'a pas besoin, je pense, de consulter la délégation, les membres de délégation qui sont là avec nous, puisque annuler ou adopter une loi, c'est purement politique. C'est la volonté politique. Des fois, il y a des parlementaires qui sont contre l'adoption ou l'annulation d'une loi dans nos assemblées, mais malgré ça, si la majorité est d'accord avec l'annulation ou l'adoption, ces documents soient adoptés ou annulés. Donc je pense par rapport à la question de la mutilation génitale ou d'autres questions que nous, on va prendre l'avis de nos frères ici ou nos collègues au niveau de l'Assemblée représentant leur pays, peut-être qui va être un obstacle pour nous de prendre une résolution ou de trouver une solution. Donc je pense que s'il y a des nécessités de prendre une résolution, donc il faut les prendre. Donc peut-être on peut demander leur avis, mais ils peuvent donner un avis négatif. Par exemple, si hier...
Yeah, thank you. The speech is getting too long. But the point is good in the head. Thank you. Any other? None. No. Before we adopt, I don't know why nobody contributed 1 or 2 points which I have in mind. People, look, I have my own, but I seem to be the only one. First of all, are we sure we want to carry out parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy to mobilize the parliament and all stakeholders in Gambia? Are you sure that's the approach that you want to take as PAP, to go mobilize people in the Gambia? We may look at a better way of doing it. I don't think as PAP, if we go and mobilize people in Gambia against this bill, I don't think that way, maybe it's a wedding. And the approach, I think approach also is important, because we quote this resolution when we have to write to the government of Gambia. There's no mission of PAP that visits a country without writing to the government, and that government gives you visas and then authorizes and say, come. That's how PAP operates. And let's be careful the way you can't write and say, we are coming to mobilize the people in your country. Right. Then secondly, such missions are not led by the Bureau, because we don't belong to those committees. The committee itself under chair or anybody. They are the ones that undertake these missions. Because bureau members are not part of those committees, unless it's a special circumstance. But it's deployed, led by the committee itself, or jointly with other committees. It may make sense. Like Human Rights and Gender Committee, it could be a Women's Caucus, gender, human rights could be a better way to approach it. But finally, I believe number 3, to me, is the key. The rest of the 1 and 2 would need to be improved a lot. In my view, this is a human rights gender issue. Number 3 should be the leading resolution. Pan-African Parliament should working or jointly with the African Commission on Human People's Rights. To me, let's from the beginning say we have a joint mission with this commission. From our side, we have 3 committees or 1 or 2. Together, then we say, I don't like the way they mobilize. It will sound too political. It's like we are fighting something. We don't fight anything as PAP. We only advise and encourage or discourage. Yeah, mobilization would mean something different. Look, so, and I'll end there. That those who are drafting, in my view, number 3 should be the leading entry point. That we will take a joint mission, PAP and Banjul Commission. And then inside, talk of the rest. Something like that. I'm not giving any answer or ruling. I'm just giving my views. And can we draft properly? Otherwise, we scare Gambia itself, and we may not even be given the permission to enter Gambia itself. Right. Anyway, go and write it the way you think it would improve. Resolution 8, sorry, what I'm trying to do, what I see is that resolutions will end just now, very soon. Then recommendations we do tomorrow morning, which cannot take us more than an hour. So I don't intend to go through the whole document. Because if you look at the time now, it's a bit tricky. So we have to leave before 6:30. So, but we can do
point of order. Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes.
Oh, point of order, Honorable President. I crave for your political leadership and guidance to adjourn now so that we reconvene tomorrow more energized, numerically more, to come and finish the work. It's 1800 hour, it's really late, members are going to hotels.
Thank you. Thank you. We do resolution 8 because it's very short.
Yeah.
If we do 8, it's very short. Then we can consider adjourning, no problem. Then we remain with 3 resolutions only before we get to recommendations. So let's do 8, which I think will be done in 3 minutes. Is it 7 or 8? No, 7. In my document was the Gambia thing. In my document, 7 was Gambia. Or adoption only, you are right. With amendments, adopted with amendments. Let's go to 8.
Honorable President, draft resolution number 8 is the resolution on advancing free movement in Africa. After preambular paragraphs, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves: 1, creates a Pan-African Parliament parliamentary network for advocacy in favor of improving the free movement of persons in Africa. 2, creates a provisional committee within the Pan-African Parliament to sensitize and mobilize its members on the importance of ratifying the protocol on the free movement of persons. 3, intensify advocacy efforts for the ratification of the protocol on free movement of persons through its committees and national delegations, and report back during the next session.
Any issues on this one? Likely 0. But do you create, what's the difference between a create and establish? Can you go and look at the English? Is it creation or establishing? Yes. Thank you very much. Well done. We've worked late. There's a hand, yes. Where is it? 1 and 2, yes. We start with here, we come over there.
Merci, Excellence. C'est juste une harmonisation, parce que en numérotant après décide, on faisait 1, 2, 3, les chiffres, mais ici, pour le français, ils ont dit I, 2 I, 3 I. Donc c'est juste pour mettre les chiffres en numérotant. Harmonisation.
We didn't realize.
Harmonisation de...
You are right. You are right. Contribution.
Just a matter of consistency, Honorable President. We have been bolding and using uppercase for all the first synonyms that we used. I don't see any here.
Thank you. You are right. Consistency, you are right. I have no issue with that one. Yes. Where is the... Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. President. I checked from the resolutions, Honorable Chair, Honorable President, from page 1 up to the end. I don't see anything regards to the issue which was deliberated here about the drugs and also about the agriculture. Maybe if they can go and consider that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Oh, resolution on drugs, yes. I think they will bring it tomorrow morning. They hear the omission. They have heard us. Honorable members, I want to thank you very much for being so committed to our work, sitting up to this time, almost half 6. Tomorrow is basically closing the week session. Can I urge that at 9 we are all seated? That will benefit us a lot so that we know by 10:30, 11 we are gone. If you come late, it means we also start late. 9:30, maybe 10. We move now, we finish at 12. I urge you that we start promptly at 9 so that we finish even before 11. And then, we sing the AU national, the AU anthem, then we go. Good night. We meet tomorrow at 9.